गणेश जी आप कहाँ पर हैं?
जी गुड मॉर्निंग फ्रॉम भुवनेश्वर।
गुड मॉर्निंग. वेर आर यू?
गुड मॉर्निंग भुवनेश्वर।
Oh, Bhubaneswar. Okay.
यस।
Yeah, the first Patra used to be there. I knew him.
जी जी।
Namaskar and a very good morning to our eminent guests, scholars, students, and everyone present here. We have now arrived at the final day of the National Reading Seminar on Daya Krishna and Living Continuity of Indian Philosophy. Over the past 3 days, we have engaged with the profound themes of love, logic, law, plurality, adhyas, bhakti, yajna, karma, and many more. All in the spirit of living dialogue that Professor Daya Krishna so strongly embodied. Today's sessions will further extend this dialogue, focusing on the search for freedom, myths, bhakti, experience, and intelligence. Before we gather for the valedictory session to mark the formal conclusion of this 4 day academic celebration. Now, we begin the 12th technical session on the theme Search for Freedom. It's my privilege to introduce and welcome the chair of this session, Professor Dilip Kumar Mohanta, former Vice Chancellor of Calcutta Sanskrit University and University of Kalyani. I request Professor Dilip Kumar Mohanta, Dr. Shivendra Vikram Singh, and Professor Daniel to kindly come forward and take their seats on the dais. I request Dr. Anubhav Vashne sir and Dr. Manish sir to kindly felicitate our guests. Our first paper is by Dr. Shivendra Vikram Singh from the Department of Philosophy, Punjab University, on the topic Being We and the Search for Freedom, a Philosophical Dialogue with Daya Krishna. May I now invite Dr. Singh to present his paper. Over to you.
Hello. Okay, so I would like to thank the organizers, especially Abhinav sir, for allowing me the time to present this paper. As been already told, the title of my paper is Being We and the Search for Freedom. Before I start the paper, I would like to request the panel to give me 5 minutes extra so that I can finish my paper. I won't take more than that. So I'll directly begin without any delay. So at the core of human existence lies what we might call being we. Our lives are woven into networks of independence, yet at the same time, we experience ourselves as individuals capable of making choices. This paradox of being deeply collective yet feeling individually free is central to human condition. Daya Krishna ji then asks us to pause and to rethink if we are already a part of being we, what kind of freedom is really possible. So, before moving further, I would like to clarify what being we is. We have a dual existence. One is our individual existence, and one is our collective existence. And the collective and the intentionality possessed in the collective group is an emergent property. For example, आप शायद किसी को मारने की नहीं सोच सकते जब आप इंडिविजुअल में हैं, लेकिन जब आप कलेक्टिव में चले जाते हैं, आप मॉब का एक भीड़ का हिस्सा हो जाते हैं, तो आप शायद मारने में भी परहेज नहीं करते हैं. इसका एक एग्जांपल हम लोग देख रहे हैं नेपाल वगैरह में. सो इंटरडिपेंडेंस और फिर भी फ्रीडम एक्सरसाइज करने का एक एग्जांपल ये हो सकता है कि जब एक नया बच्चा पैदा होता है तो अपने केयर गिवर्स पे डिपेंडेंट होता है, लेकिन फिर भी वो चॉइसेस लेता है कि उसे क्या खाना है, क्या पहनना है, क्या नहीं पहनना है. जब आप सोसाइटी में जाते हैं तो आप अपनी ड्यूटी कितने अच्छे तरीके से निभा पा रहे हैं वो आपके पीयर्स पे डिपेंड करती है. और जब आप बूढ़े हो जाते हैं तो फिर भी आप चॉइसेस लेते हैं, लेकिन उस वक्त आपकी जो डिपेंडेंस है वो आपके केयर गिवर्स या आपके बच्चों वगैरह एक्सेट्रा पे हो जाती है. टू बी पार्ट ऑफ बीइंग वी इज टू बी ऑलरेडी being an embodied individual in a world shaped by others. From the moment we are born, society begins to train us and habituate us through its customs and cultures. At the center of this shaping is language. Language is the hallmark of being we. It connects us but also confines us. Most of what we speak is not original inside but inherited conception absorbed through repetition. जब हम कहते हैं कि मैं तुमसे प्रेम करता हूँ या आई लव यू कहता हूँ जो है, तो ये तीन शब्द बहुत बार दोहराए गए हैं और ये एक इनहेरिटेड कंसेप्शन है. तो फिर इसमें नया क्या है? इसमें नया जो है वो लिव्ड एक्सपीरियंस है, उन दो लोगों का साथ आना, और जो वो पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है वो नया है. लैंग्वेज ओपन्स हिस्ट्री टू अस एंड अलाउज अस टू लोकेट आवरसेल्व्स इन टाइम. It represents what can be named and shared, yet often reduces lived reality to imitation. It gives us abstractions but never their fullness. And so, while language makes freedom imaginable within the collective, true knowing and the lived depth of freedom arises only in experience. Language shapes us in two ways, procedurally and declaratively. Rituals and customs may look like simple practices, but in performing them, we also declare our belonging to a set of values. Over time, this repeated participation solidifies into beliefs, and in this way, identity is not innate but inherited. And yet, beneath language, there is silence. In that silence, we share a deep commonality, a connection prior to belief or identity. But even here, we cannot escape our inheritance because we are mediated by the mirror of culture. Thus, even in solitude, we remain within the structures of being we. Freedom then cannot be rejection of this inheritance, but it must be found in how we live together and reshape it together. Daya Krishna ji reminds us that we are taught to become individuals. Humans are initiated into individuality through culture and self-consciousness. To be an individual is to possess a cultivated capacity for choice and accountability. This cultivation, as Dayaji points out, happens through mimesis or imitation. But an imitation, as Dayaji says, is never copying, it's adaptation, resistance, and even rejection. Each generation reshapes its inheritance in this way. Think of the recurring conflict between a child and a parent, and out of such tensions, individuality takes shape. एक फादर अपने बच्चे से डिसिप्लिन कमांड करता है, बच्चा एंटीथीसिस में सोचता है कि मैं कभी ऐसा बाप नहीं बनूंगा जो कि हमेशा हर वक्त डिसिप्लिन कमांड करता है, लेकिन इसका सिंथेसिस एक लेटर लाइफ में होता है जब बच्चा खुद बाप बनता है और डिसिप्लिन की कीमत समझता है, और फिर वहाँ पे वो डिसिप्लिन तो कमांड करता ही है लेकिन उसके साथ को अपने बच्चे को कुछ रिलैक्सेशन दे देता है. सो ये जो डायलेक्टिकल सिंथेसिस का प्रोसेस है ये हमारे लाइफ में भी एम्बेडेड है. These negotiations are absorbed into archetypes, cultural memory, preserved in traditions that balance continuity with change. Traditions are the collective expressions of being we. They evolve slowly, but within them lies the freedom to reshape, however limited. Simply to think I am free is to already resist the idea that we are shaped and limited. The mind clings to the belief that things could have been otherwise, and it is this belief that fuels our sense of agency and gives meaning to action. But freedom never exists in isolation. An agent without a world has no choices, no possibilities. To act freely is to always choose among constraints, and hence change is never one-sided. Just as the artist shapes the artwork reshapes the artist. Freedom requires this mutual openness, the willingness to be changed. आपकी विचार आपकी अभिव्यक्ति बनती है और आपकी अभिव्यक्ति आपकी बाह्य और आंतरिक पहचान बनती है. Freedom then is embedded, even the desire to be free comes through collective life, and so freedom we claim is situated, arising from within the structures of being we. Freedom does not arise from detachment but from relation, from the shared life of being we. We see this in politics. A liberal state enables a free press holds the state accountable, and a free people sustain the legitimacy of the state. So, civilizations, unlike simple societies, depend on such feedback loops. Freedom, then, is a cultural achievement. It emerges when we connect our finite lives to something larger, to shared meanings, deeper purposes, and collective imagination. In this process, nature itself is transformed and not simply given, but reshaped through centuries of interaction between persons and tradition. Being we is then a living horizon, one through which freedom continually takes shape. However, we rarely question the structures that shape our life because thought itself is dependent upon concepts that seem stable. But this stability, as Dayaji points out, is deceptive. It makes the world appears fixed when in truth it is our conceptual scaffolding that creates the illusion of permanence. And history shows this clearly. What was once counted as truth often ends up in archives of superstition, and yet traditions admit its fragility because without this, the survival would depend on presenting knowledge as timeless. Without that illusion of permanence, no tradition could endure. But socio-cultural reality is never fixed. It is constructed through being we. It has to be preserved through conscious effort. Even facts are reshaped by memory and context, and language itself, by fixing labels, gives permanence to what was once fluid. What we read as truth today was often once improvisation, stabilized only through the needed continuity where none naturally existed. Freedom arises from this ever renewed construction of being we. The rise of trade brought a profound shift in the fabric of being we. Earlier, collective life was sustained slowly through memory, rituals, and custom, but trade introduced something different. It brought an axis of interdependence, and this axis of interdependence reconfigured how freedom was lived, embedding it in relations that were rarely equal, even if described as mutual. To sustain these exchanges, new forms of regulations were required, legal, logistical, and institutional mechanisms that went beyond tradition. Economic freedom now depends on external authority, on systems that could guarantee fairness and trust. And these systems themselves demand legitimacy and stability. What emerged was a new dimension of being we, one where freedom could no longer be lived only through custom or community, but was always mediated by impersonal structures of economic and political order. As trade expanded, politics stepped in, not only to manage exchanges, but to safeguard new dependencies it created. Being we, once rooted deeply in proximity and tradition, now stretched across vast distances, demanding protection, surveillance, and coordination. इसका एक एग्जाम्पल आप समझ सकते हैं कि सिल्क रूट के दौरान ही जो सरायों की व्यवस्था थी और जो हवाला ट्रेडिशंस जो ट्रांजैक्शन वगैरह के लिए और जो किंगशिप के द्वारा सराय वगैरह रेगुलेट करना, इन सब की जो व्यवस्था जो चालू हुई जो है वो सिल्क रोड पे चालू हुई. और सिल्क रोड इसलिए सिर्फ एक व्यापारिक मार्ग ही नहीं था, ये एक मार्ग था जहाँ पे नए नए लीगल और इंस्टीट्यूशनल फ्रेमवर्क सेटअप किए गए. But this expansion came at a cost. Political power introduced a deep divide between the ruler and the ruled, and alongside it inequalities hardened, where literate and illiterate, wealthy and poor. Freedom, once grounded in communal ties, became stratified. The interdependence that trade fostered was unevenly distributed. The freedom of some was secured at the expense of others. From here on, the question was no longer simply, are we free? But how are our desires and freedom shaped, regulated, and distributed by the very institutions we depend upon? Civilization reveals this clearly. There have been long organized around three domains of value: power, knowledge, and wealth. Each shapes a distinct mode of being we. But their tensions also set the conditions for freedom. Knowledge, in this sense, became instrumental and wealth concentrated and politics reactive, more concerned with defending interest rather than sustaining shared life. Today we see the effects. Global economic institutions expanding while political identities fracture. Knowledge hoarded in elite institutions inaccessible to most. Freedom in this landscape is not erased but fragmented. Unequal access to knowing, creating, and governing. इसका एक एग्जांपल आप ले सकते हैं जो दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने रिसेंटली एक पॉलिसी अपनाई है जो है कि लिबजेन और साई हब के एक्सेस को बंद कर देना और उसे वन नेशन वन सब्सक्रिप्शन पॉलिसी से रिप्लेस कर देना. So in this sense, the search for freedom then must go beyond the individual or the nation state. It asks us to reimagine how power, knowledge, and wealth might be realigned not to dominate but to sustain a plural and interdependent being we. Our contemporary crisis of freedom starts with a shift in how being we understands knowledge and meaning. Once knowledge anchored us to shared truths and inherited values, and now it is a resource planned, managed, and produced by institutions for strategic ends. जैसी funding, वैसी finding. In this process, imagination is cut off from the depths of the past and redirected towards a manufactured future. This is reinforced by a deeper illusion that we can master and control all that exists. And this is the fantasy of omnipotence fed by our technological triumphs. Knowledge is no longer a shared search for truth, but an instrument for predetermined goals. The seeker gives way to the system, and thought becomes industrialized. Knowledge is manufactured, distributed, and optimized for efficiency and control. In such a world, the freedom to know, the very dignity of being we is eroded. When knowing itself becomes instrumental, freedom risks evolving into abstraction. इसके लिए आप सोशल मीडिया का एग्जाम्पल सोच सकते हैं, जहाँ पे एक टाइम सोशल मीडिया का काम था जो है लोगों को जोड़ना. आज के टाइम पे उसका काम है कि आपको व्यूज़ के लिए, लाइक्स के लिए, आपके कंज्यूम टाइम के लिए आपको स्क्रीन से जोड़े रखना. आजकल सोशल मीडिया एल्गोरिदम्स डिसाइड कर रहे हैं कि आप क्या देखेंगे, क्या नहीं देखेंगे. आपके इंटरेस्ट को सोशल मीडिया फ़िल्टर कर रहा है. तो आपकी फ्रीडम उतनी ही है जितनी किसी कंज्यूमर की फ्रीडम है. किसी गांव के कंज्यूमर की फ्रीडम थोड़ी कम हो सकती है, किसी मॉल में जो कंज्यूम कर रहा है उसकी फ्रीडम थोड़ी ज़्यादा हो सकती है. So what is the freedom we seek? Is it release from ignorance or domination, or from the very systems we ourselves have built? If freedom becomes just another value measured against efficiency, power, or innovation, it loses its depth. It stops from being a horizon for being we and becomes a managed objective. The search for freedom begins with the loss of shared meaning, when knowledge serves power rather than liberation. Freedom is never complete, and it is both assumed and pursued. We act as if we are free even if we strive for it. This paradox of having and not having defines freedom as something lived most fully in the collective. To see this more clearly, we must turn away to time. Freedom is not confined to immediate choices, it arises from the shared awareness of temporality, from living within a community of past and future. Human striving gains meaning not only through what is achieved, but what remains beyond reach. In this sense, it is not merely psychological, it is a feature of being we, shaped by memory, anticipation, and inheritance. So, and our values are sediments of history. We never begin from nothing. The search for freedom then reveals a duality between temporal institutions that shape our lives and the timeless sense of presence that endures within us. For freedom to be meaningful, it must address both the external conditions of collective life and the interior temporality of being we. It must hold open the tensions between what is, what has been, and what may yet be. Being we, in this sense, discovers its capacity to choose, to reorient, to stand, and even briefly outside both compulsion and impulse. Freedom is a rhythm, a pulse between involvement and detachment, between desire and awareness, between world and self. This pulse is the very life of being we. But the search for this freedom is never without illusions. The first illusion is to confuse freedom with power. In pravritti, or the outward striving, we begin to believe that mastery, technological, political, or even cosmic, is liberation. But power does not free, it entangles. The more we dominate, the more dependent we become. The second illusion lies in withdrawal. We think that detachment will make us free. But even withdrawal presupposes relation. You can always withdraw from something. The stillness of the self relies on the very world it turns away from. आजकल लोग जॉब शुरुआत होते ही जो है अपने जॉब के रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स के बारे में सोचने लगते हैं. लखपति करोड़पति बनने की फिराक में रहता है ताकि वो मुक्त हो सके. संत अपने घर के माहौल से किसी फ़िरके में जुड़ने की कोशिश करता है ताकि वो जुड़ सके. लेकिन सत्य ये है कि खेल ख़त्म होने के बाद बिशप, पॉन, राजा, वजीर सब एक ही बक्से में जाते हैं. Traditions like Jivan Mukti show this paradox clearly. Freedom from desire may bring peace, but it also means losing agency, the ability to act, to intervene, to create. Without others, there is no recognition, no shared meaning, and no freedom that can be lived. Hence, being we, all the cultural, all the collective mode of existence is always dialogical. We exist only through others. And so, real freedom lives in the middle, where we meet each other not in domination or withdrawal, but in recognition and co creation. The tension between illusion and reality, between omnipotence and withdrawal, arises from the within the collective condition of being we. We are at once immersed in our environment and distanced from it. We can reflect, we can transform, but we are also constrained by the very thing that makes reflection possible. Language, customs and beliefs. जैसा कि Wittgenstein कहते हैं कि the limits of my language are the limits of my world. Our relation to the world carries layers of ambivalence shaped by collective sediments shared by sediments of our collective life. So, nature in this sense is not just inert matter, it is being we. And it becomes alive through being we, it becomes alive in our presence, alive in poetry, music, and imagination. The Purush Suk showed us that to approach the sacred, we must humanize it always through metaphor, always through approximation. Traditions like Bhakti, Sufism, and aesthetic philosophies enrich this search. They do not give us final freedom, but they give us form towards something to what can only ever be approached. But even these visions, divine unity, cosmic harmony, remain bounded. They are limited by language, by representation, and by human finitude. Eventually, they yield to the overwhelming complexity of the real, whether in the Vishwarup of the Gita or sublime in Kant. Neither grace nor mediative withdrawal can secure freedom on their own. Both risk abstraction, cutting us from the ecological, embodied, and social realities of being we. In this, they repeat the illusions of modern science that knowledge, control, and detachment can make us free. But being we reminds us that we are always situated into networks of conditioning. We are born into language, into expectations, and into history. And so freedom is never a solitary act. It presupposes others, a world that allows, supports, or at least does not obstruct. To be free, whether freedom from or freedom to, is always relational. Our freedom is possible only because others also seek it. So in this sense, the reciprocity is not the limit, it is the very condition of freedom lived within being we. Ethical systems become fragile when real conditionings of being we are marked by power, exclusion, and broken reciprocity. In such a world, if we do not treat others as ends, what remains of the moral imperative? This dilemma deepens when freedom is plural, because freedom is plural. Each person, each group seeks to express it, it is there where freedoms collide. When they are disconnected and from their collective roots, they begin to assume an impossible harmony, as if every act of will could align naturally with the good. So being we corrects this illusion. It reminds us that freedom is fragile, contingent, and morally weighty. Freedom, hence, is not pure expression of will. It is negotiated outcome of interdependence, a collective process of becoming together. The hope that reason alone can guide moral or political life collapses once we see through the lens of being we. Kant imagined a self-legislating moral will, abstract, rational, and autonomous. But no freedom or human being is untethered from body, language, or history. In lived reality, moral action does not arise from pure autonomy, it arises from webs of meaning, narratives, memory, and traditions that always exceed formal rationality. Norms do not descend from abstract principles. They grow within traditions, and just as mathematics cannot be reduced to logic or science to one method, morality too resists unification. What emerges instead is a modest rationality, dialogical, not absolute. It seeks meaning in the ongoing negotiation of shared life. Freedom then is not secured by abstract reason, it unfolds within the limits and possibilities of shared language, inherited forms, and evolving practices. What sustains moral life is not the isolated will, but our ability to act together meaningfully, even among contradictions, ambiguity, and disagreement. When freedom is imagined only as a control over the external, it soon proves insufficient. Many traditions then turn inwards. Liberation was redefined not as mastery but as withdrawal, stepping back from the social and historical conditions into stillness of the self. In Indian vision, mysticism, and in global spiritual paths, this movement inwards through yoga, moksha, or nirvana offered a vision. Multiple centers of freedom and coexisting without domination. But this vision carries a cost. In seeking freedom from the world, it risks detaching from relation, and being we insist on relation, not just as a condition of life, but as a source of meaning itself. The question is not simply, can I be free without interference? The deeper question is, can freedom flourish without connection? Parts that codify these stages into bhumis or makams overlook the fact that realization unfolds differently for each person, each culture. There may be as many liberations as there are ways of being human. The quest for freedom itself has a history. It is not timeless, it is shared, evolving, culturally shaped. Sufism, Christian mysticism, Buddhist renunciation, Advaitic realization, none arose in vacuum. They were born from the social and linguistic world of particular communities, and yet paradoxically, once articulated, they tend to erase the very context that gave them life. एक फेमस कोट है अंग्रेज़ी में रूमी साहब का, वो कहते हैं कि कुफ्र और इस्लाम के परे एक सहरा है, मैं उस सहरा का सौदाई हूँ. उसका अंग्रेज़ी में जब कोलमैन बाक्स ट्रांसलेशन कहते हैं तो वो कहते हैं आउट बियॉन्ड द आइडियाज़ ऑफ राइट डूइंग एंड रॉन्ग डूइंग देयर इज़ अ फील्ड आई विल मीट यू देयर. तो कैसे ओवर टाइम ये जो कंटेक्स्ट है, जो इस्लामिक कंटेक्स्ट था उनके वहाँ पे, जो फ्रीडम का या एमेंसिपेशन का जो कंसेप्शन था, वो ट्रांसलेशन में एंड ओवर टाइम ऑल्सो इट गेट्स डिजॉल्व्ड. मेटाफिजिकल डिस्टिंक्शन व्यवहार एंड परमार्थ इन अद्वैत और समवृत्ति एंड परमार्थ इन बुद्धिज्म रीइंफोर्स दिस इल्यूजन. Everyday life is cast as illusory, transcendental awareness is pure. But such dichotomies obscure what being we reveals. Consciousness itself bridges both realms. It navigates worldly life and transcendence alike. Through inherited cultural forms, there is not just one kind of reality and not just one kind of freedom. The insistence that transcendence is free hides a fear that freedom, if reconnected with the world, would be compromised. But this rests on a mistaken premise that relation means bondage. In truth, all freedom is conditioned. There is no abstract, formless freedom outside the conditions of its expression. Even the Buddhist insight of shunya, emptiness, affirms this. Unless one dissolves into nothingness, one cannot escape freedom or form. योगी का मौन अनुभव की गति है और उसके शब्द शास्त्र की गति हैं. बुद्ध ने भी शून्य प्राप्त होने के बाद सबसे पहला जो वो निकले वहाँ से, तो उन्होंने धर्मचक्र परिवर्तन सूत्र ही प्रतिपादित किया. तो एक तरीके से शून्य को उन्होंने शब्दों में ही व्यक्त करने की कोशिश की. Being we in this sense is embodied, historical and expressive. And it reminds us that freedom is not an escape from condition. It is a way of inhabiting it, always grounded, always situated, always in dialogue with what we inherit and what we reshape together. The I does not arise in solitude, it arises in dialogue, in response and in relation. Even the simple claim I am presupposes a world of others who can hear it, who can make it meaningful. And in this light, the not I is not just absence, and it is not just absent and not just inert matter. It is the very condition of recognition, the relational field that makes selfhood intelligible. And this rethinking of the other is not only metaphysical, it is ethical, it is existential. To affirm the other as the self is to admit our own contingency, that our consciousness emerges in a world already shaped by others, by histories we did not choose but inherit. The certainty of I is never the final word. Is never the final word. Freedom is achieved not in isolation, and not especially not from others and not from the world. Freedom lives in the ongoing recognition that meaning, difference, and becoming is always sustained in relation. In being we, knowledge is never a private possession but a shared construction. When something appears to consciousness, it already comes through a social grammar. It enters a space where mutual recognition matters. This is what gives appearances their stability and not metaphysical necessity, but collective intelligibility. Yet we often mistake this shared recognition for universality, but meaning cannot stand alone. The other, whether the subject or the object of knowledge, is not incidental. The other is constitutive. Every object of thought appears as if on equal footing, as if granted a kind of parity, but this is not sameness. Parity is not sameness. It is the acknowledgement that knowledge arises through tension, through difference, identity, and culture. Freedom, then, is not detachment from value or difference. It is space in which they are held together, negotiated, and made meaningful, made possible only in and through shared existence. We often rank beings by value. Biology gives us some distinctions. Culture creates others, and these hierarchies of complexities, of sentience, of aspiration seem natural. But they sit uneasily with another fact. The moment a being enters our awareness, it appears on equal footing. Consciousness levels this ground, even as value reintroduces difference. This produces a dilemma. Should value follow from being or from difference? We say the living outrank the non-living. Among humans, we rank those who pursue higher ideals over those who pursue the lower ones. But these rankings obscure a deeper truth. All striving, ethical, spiritual, or intellectual, depends on the inanimate ground of existence. No purusharth, no consciousness is possible without matter. Still, self-consciousness resists this reality. We cling to the illusions of autonomy. We imagine the solitary moral agent, the lone seeker of liberation. But this conceals the truth. Freedom and meaning are co-constituted with others. It is not selves among themselves among others. We are being we. And yet, acknowledging others fully as centers of freedom imposes limits on our sovereignty. आप रोड पे कितनी तेज चल रहे हैं दैट डिपेंड्स कि बाकी लोग रोड पे क्या नियमों का पालन कैसे कर रहे हैं, अगर मेंटेन कैसे कर रहे हैं जो रूल्स हैं उसको. From the standpoint of being we, freedom is never found in fleeing entanglement. It is found in the capacity to act meaningfully. Within it, in the shared space, language, recognition, and value comes alive. Consciousness may glimpse beyond space and time, but even transcendence must return to the empirical. Freedom can be imagined apart from the body, relation, or world, but it is actualized within them. True freedom then is not negation of time, body, or others. It is the capacity to navigate their constraints, to transform through relation and shared life. And here lies another limit. The will itself is bound to time, introspection. The inner field of self-consciousness is already temporal. Time is not outside us, it is the very medium in which will arises and acts. जब आज़ादी के आंदोलन के दौरान स्वदेशी का नारा लगा तो वहाँ पे जो विल थी कि मैं जो विदेशी कपड़े हैं उन्हें जला दिए जाएं या फिर जो भी सामान विदेशी है उसका बहिष्कार किया जाए, वो विल भी एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट, एक टाइम और एक स्पेसिफिक नियति से जुड़ी हुई थी, एक निमित्त से जुड़ी हुई थी. So yes, freedom exists, but not in the way it feels itself to be, nor in the way it thinks itself to be. And above all, freedom is fragile. It is not innate, not guaranteed. Freedom must be cultivated or it can be lost. And yet we persist in the illusion that we are always free, if only we will hard enough. That illusion collapses against the weight of moral conditions. Even if one were free in the strongest imaginable sense, the feeling of freedom and outcomes rarely align with the ideals we project onto it. And so our thinking about freedom must be itself be liberated from the belief that freedom is a metaphysical constant or transcendental property of human nature. There is no essential nature from which freedom simply flows. When the myth of unconditioned freedom is pursued uncritically, it becomes fantasy of omnipotence, and fantasy ends in nightmare not only for others but for the self. Hence, freedom is empirical, it is fallible, and it is conditional like every other aspect of lived reality. It is always situated, relational, and never fully within our grasp. For freedom arises or becomes possible only through the shared structures of being we. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shibendra Bikram Singh. Very interestingly, he has made its point very clear, start and challenge the theory that freedom is absolute. And he tried to develop a dialogue with Professor Daya Krishna. Started with freedom as a rational, historically situated achievement, and then he tried to develop a philosophical dialogue with the philosopher. And he says always there is a tension between the self and the social. And freedom is impossible in an isolated manner. Freedom comes from relation and not from detachment. A very strong challenge to the theory of detachment. Freedom is the ultimate achievement. Freedom has value beyond utility. It is another very noble aspect he emphasized, and ultimately said freedom is felt, it is not absolute. Now, I think all of you have received the copies of his paper also, and it is very articulately written. Now paper is for discussions, but I would request you to kindly be precise and try to confine within the deliberation of the speakers. You have any other related query, you may have it from him and other times because of time constraints. And be precise, a pinpointed question or comments, whatever. Please. Olak Tendonji.
सबसे पहले हेलो हाँ यहाँ उपस्थित
Just a minute. If there is a pinpointed question, then only the presenter will address it.
Okay.
If it's a comment or suggestions, it's okay.
सबसे पहले मैं यहाँ उपस्थित सभी जनों को आज हिंदी दिवस की शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूँ, और इसलिए भी कि दर्शन और समाज विज्ञानों में हिंदी में उत्कृष्ट साहित्य की कुछ कमी महसूस की जाती है। तो मैं सबसे आपसे गुजारिश करूँगा कि वो ऐसा साहित्य उत्पादित करने, बनाने, उसको विस्तृत करने और उसको प्रकाशित करने में सहयोग दें। बस ये तो हिंदी दिवस हुआ। आपका पेपर जो है, इसलिए मैं हिंदी में बोलूँगा आज, आपका पेपर जो है वो मेरे ही पेपर से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो उस पर कोई कमेंट मैं नहीं गुस्सा कर रहा। उसमें जो सवाल उठते हैं उनकी दो तीन बातें हैं बस। पहली बात ये है कि दया जी ने जो ट्रेडिशन में फ्रीडम को जो मोक्ष से जोड़ के देखते थे उससे बाहर निकाला और उसको सोशल पॉलिटिकल फ्रीडम से जोड़ा। अब यहाँ पर सवाल उठता है कि वो जो लिमिटेशंस हैं जो फ्रीडम की आपने बताई, उसमें एक लिमिटेशन मुझे लगता है दया जी के छोड़ गए। वो क्या है उसके बारे में आप अपना विचार बताएं। एरिक फ्रॉम की एक किताब है द फियर ऑफ फ्रीडम, और उसी से अलग तरीके से सात्र का कंसेप्ट है बैड फेथ। ये दोनों ऐसी स्थितियां हैं ये साइकोलॉजिकल स्थितियां हैं जिसमें हम अपनी स्वतंत्रता से खुद ही भागते हैं। आपका क्या विचार है और क्यों दया जी के इस कंसेप्ट में उसको क्यों न जोड़ा जाए? दूसरी चीज़ जो है वो इस फ्रीडम को कैसे आज के समाज में रियलाइज़ करें। तो क्या इसके लिए जिस समाज में हम रहते हैं, जिसको हम एक ग्लोबलाइज कैपिटलिस्ट सिस्टम बोलते हैं, उसकी एनालिसिस ज़रूरी नहीं है, क्योंकि उसमें सबके लिए अलग अलग डिग्री ऑफ फ्रीडम है। और तीसरी बात यह है कि उस फ्रीडम को अचीव करने का तरीका क्या होगा। अगर वो इंडिविजुअल नहीं है तो वो कौन सा कलेक्टिव मेथड होगा जिसके जरिए उसको रियलाइज़ किया जाएगा। धन्यवाद।
सर, आपके फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे तो मैं कमेंट नहीं कर पाऊँगा कि किस प्रकार की फ्रीडम दया जी भूल जाते हैं। उनका पेपर काफ़ी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव है और क्या भूल जाते हैं उस पर मैं कमेंट नहीं कर पाऊँगा। लेकिन जो आपका दूसरा प्रश्न है उस पर मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि फ्रीडम आप जो जैसा कि दया जी भी कहते हैं कि फ्रीडम आपके पास उतनी ही है जितना आप नेगोशिएट कर पाते हैं। स्पेशली आज के टाइम में जहाँ पे दुनिया भर में क्राइसिस चल रही है, हम कम से कम 3-4 काइनेटिक वॉर्स देख रहे हैं, तो वहाँ पे डायलॉग के अलावा, और डायलॉग में क्या फ्रीडम और क्या लिमिटेशंस, रेस्ट्रिक्शंस और क्या अपने लिए आप गेन सिक्योर कर पा रहे हैं, उसके अलावा हमारे पास और कोई फ्रीडम हो ऐसा तो मुझे नहीं दिखता है। हमारे जो फ्रीडम है वो बाउंड है एक तरीके से, हमारे जो कैपिटलिस्ट जो स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं जो है, और वो हमें कितना फ्रीडम अलाउ करते हैं उससे वो बाउंडेड है इस सेंस में। आई होप दैट आंसर्स योर क्वेश्चन सर।
I especially request the student friends, blossoming philosophers. You are not a student. You are a student? Yes, okay. Yeah, please.
Hello. Dayaji. Hello, sir. I am Hemant, research scholar of this department. So, Dayaji's key work, the key work of Dayaji is a larger part of decolonize Indian philosophy. So do you think that the decolonizing Indian philosophy in itself is a supreme act of freedom? And
बस
हाँ,
हाँ, आप मतलब जब आप डीकोलोनाइजेशन की बात करते हैं तो आप जैसे एक बहुत ही पर्टिनेंट क्वेश्चन जिस पे इस डिपार्टमेंट के एक फेमस प्रोफेसर विशंबर पाही जी ने भी काम किया था, वो ये था जो है कि कैसे हम जो ट्रेडिशनल एक कलोनियल कंसेप्शन था कि 6 सिस्टम्स ऑफ फिलॉसफी ही हैं, जबकि हमारे सर ने डिस्कस किया कि कैसे 25 सिस्टम से फ़िलासफ़ी के, और यहाँ पे विशंबर पाई साहब का काम इस पे ही था जो है कि कैसे हम एक रीक्लासिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं इंडियन फ़िलासफ़ी का। तो हाँ, जब हम डीकोलोनाइजेशन की बात करते हैं इंडियन फ़िलासफ़ी की ख़ास तौर पे, तो हम केवल सिर्फ उसके नए आयाम ही नहीं खोजने की बात कर रहे हैं, हम उसे एक नया डायमेंशन भी देने की बात कर रहे हैं। उसमें क्या क्या जो बच गया था जो है बिकॉज ऑफ अ रिगरस क्लासिफिकेशन, जो सिर्फ 6 सिस्टम्स हैं और 3 नॉन बिलीवर सिस्टम है, हेटेरोडॉक्स सिस्टम है। तो ऑब्वियसली देयर इज़ फ्रीडम इन डीकोलोनाइजिंग फ्रॉम द पास्ट।
Thank you for your paper. You mentioned paradox of having and not having, and I could not help but I'm constantly reminded of this existential paradox. For instance, if we talk about romantic relationships, with which you started your paper, um, we always seek somebody who has willfully chosen us, or who has not been conditioned to choose us. But when the engagement continues and the dynamics is laid out, we see that there is a power dynamics. So we seek a free other only to confine him or her. How do you see this dichotomy of desire and freedom in Daya Krishna's perspective? And also, as you said, freedom is not being able to what you are able to do, but rather to do it meaningfully. So how meaning can be achieved here in this particular context?
अमीर खुसरो कहते हैं कि उनकी एक फेमस लाइन है, मुझे पूरी लाइन तो याद नहीं, लेकिन ना मैं देखूं किसी और को ना तोहे देखन दूं। तो एक वो प्रेम की एक अभिव्यक्ति है जो है, जहाँ पे हम सिर्फ अपना पावर ही नहीं एक्सर्ट कर रहे हैं, बट हम ये कह रहे हैं कि हम आपको that I will share my love only with you and you have to share my love only with me. So in this sense there arises a new form of meaning. इस सेंस में ज़्यादा तो मैं इस पे कमेंट नहीं कर पाऊँगा, so I'm sorry.
अभी जो स्वातंत्र को लेकर के, स्वतंत्रता को लेकर के जो दया कृष्ण के संदर्भ में बात हुई, मैं थोड़ी सी टिप्पणी एक मेरी छोटी सी है कि ये बात सही है जो टंडन साहब कह रहे हैं कि उन्होंने स्वतंत्रता को मोक्ष से हटा करके और मेरे होने का जो परिवेश है वहाँ तक वो सीमित उसको रखते हैं, और वास्तव में स्वतंत्रता का मतलब वहीं पर वो ध्वनित भी होता है। मेरा मानना ये है कि दया जी जो कहना चाह रहे हैं वो कहना चाह रहे हैं कि मेरे होने का जो परिवेश है उस परिवेश में मेरे होने का जिस भी संदर्भ में अर्थ है वहाँ मैं अपनी स्वतंत्रता को ढूंढता हूँ। और जो आपने बाउंड वाली बात की है कि वो जो है, तो वो असल में क्या है कि वो बाउंड नहीं है, बल्कि वही मेरी स्वतंत्रता के लिए मार्ग भी प्रशस्त करता है, वो मेरी स्वतंत्रता के लिए अवकाश देता है मुझे। तो वही फ्रीडम वहीं पर देखी जा सकती है उस प्रकार से। थैंक यू।
हेलो, ये सर मैं एक केवल 2 वाक्य, वो आलोक टंडन जी ने जो कमेंट किया था कि दया जी ने स्पिरिचुअल जो फ्रीडम है उससे निकाल के उसे उस रियल्म से निकाल लिया फ्रीडम के कॉन्सेप्ट को। दरअसल ये एक तरह का भ्रम है और इससे बहुत लोग ग्रसित हैं। ये सच नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ पर परंपरा में भी स्वरूप सिद्धि और लोक सिद्धि 2 प्रकार के आदर्श हैं, और लोक सिद्धि जो है अलोक सिद्धि स्वरूप सिद्धि से स्वतंत्र रूप से परस्यू होती है, और इसीलिए भारत सोने की चिड़िया भी कहलाया, और दूसरी तरफ आध्यात्मिक संस्कृति भी ये थी। ये बात हमें भी एक ध्यान रखनी चाहिए।
नहीं सर, तो कमेंट था।
Sir, just one thing. First of all, congratulations to Shivendra for presenting a very original analysis of the issue at stake. And a few things. Let me introduce something about him to our younger friends here. That at a very young age, he is already published from very reputed platforms. His book on consciousness is published with DK Printworld, a very well-researched work, and we recently published one of his articles, co-authored with Professor Shivani Sharma ji in the January issue of our journal. That is one thing. The second thing is that when some people, they were asking this question, that freedom is something which becomes meaningful, or is it something which is exercised in our situatedness. He has already analyzed it in so many sections in the paper. So we need to shift through the paper. And Tandonji was reminding us about the conception of bad faith in Sartre. Maybe he has not resorted to a name-dropping exercise, but the conceptions are already there. So in Sartre, one of the ways of looking at bad faith is that human entity or human reality or man is looked at sometimes in Sartre as a sum of facticity and transcendence. And he very beautifully, very poetically writes in his paper, freedom is never fully realized in solitude, nor fully detached from others. So he has analyzed both the concepts very well, and my sadhuvat to him for this. Thank you.
I have a question. Hello.
Yes, Professor Jetli, please.
Okay. I have a very pinpoint. First of all, I want to congratulate Shivendra for an excellent paper, and I have very pinpoint, rather than question, some comment to complement the notion of the collective here. In Rakesh Chandra's paper, I was talking about determinism, so I want to just complete that thought. In statistics, we have something called degrees of freedom. Okay, and these degrees of freedom are there when there are more variables. There's more freedom. Okay, so when you have a collective as opposed to an individual, the variables are increased. Okay, so you're going to have more freedom actually. Even the individual will have, this will have to be worked out, but even the individual will have more freedom when it's in a collective, because the variables will be more. Okay, so and the other thing I want to say is, if I'm permitted to, because Anubhav has given me permission, freedom, to be a little critical about certain things about structure. Shivendra, asked at the beginning for 5 more minutes, and I think it's unfair to give. I think any paper requires 40 minutes, so it's unfair to give some younger people less time. And I think some of them also have just 20 minutes, unless they're asking for only 20 minutes. I think I know there's a problem. I've organized a lot of seminars. There's a problem of time and all that. And the other thing, I don't mind saying this. I don't like calling anybody student. Okay, so why the Guru Shishya thing is another thing, but why do we want to maintain? This keeps our philosophy backward. I think academically. Why do we want to maintain this student label of student? Okay, I'm not speaking out of my hat. Anil Tiwari is here. He'll tell you I spent 3,000 hours during COVID with sessions, and we never called anybody a student. We were all participants. Most of them were young scholars, like Shivendra. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. I now invite our second speaker, Professor Daniel Rave, professor at Tel Aviv University, Israel, to present his reflections on the undeciphered text, Daya Krishna on Patanjali Yoga and Freedoms, Profound and Profane. Over to you, sir.
Okay. So I want to start also by thanking the organizers, Manish and Anubhav, and especially Anubhav. We waited for years to have a head of department who really loves philosophy, who cares for philosophy, and it's a pleasure to participate in this conference thanks to Anubhav. Secondly, yesterday some of us, or many of us, listened to a music program, to a beautiful concert by our friend Ramesh Ji Mewal, and the concert was beautiful. The students, can you understand me? Can. मतलब कितना सुंदर प्रोग्राम था ना, कितना सुंदर आवाज रमेश जी का, और उसकी सुंदर बेटी कितना अच्छा गाया. And then I went to another music program in Johar Kalakender. Actually, I invited all of you to come, but my impact is such that only 5 or 6 students joined me, and we went to listen to a recital or a concert by the famous Drupad singer Ustad Wasifuddin Dagar. Now, why am I telling you this story? Because when Wasifuddin Dagar started to sing, it was not a different level of music. It was a different level of existence. Hemant, it was a different level of existence. You know that people are playing with their phones, so in the first 10 or 15 minutes, people received calls and sent WhatsApps. And then in 15 minutes, no one told anyone to switch off the phones. But in 15 minutes, no one touched the phone. Because everyone was transformed into another world, into a world of music, if you want to call it this way. You know that Ananda Vardhana, the 9th century theorist, made the distinction between Vyanjana and Abidha. And you know that Mukund Lat, Mukundji, also connected to this department, was suggesting that classical Indian music takes you to pure Vyanjana. And in the same way, maybe we can think of pure Abidha, pure realm of concepts. And you know that Dayaji used to refer to philosophy as the art of the conceptual. So when I was sitting there yesterday, you know, for 1.5 hours I forgot everything. I forgot about the conference. I forgot mostly about the person who disturbs me the most, which of course is myself. There was no Daniel for 1.5 hours, only music. And then suddenly, when the program finishes, just like Yudhishthir in the Mahabharata, after lying, or at least not telling the full truth, to Dronacharya, you remember that his carriage falls back to the ground. So after the program, I went out and I fell back to the ground. And I'm telling you this because this reminded me of Dayaji. When Dayaji was giving a talk, for the length of the talk, we were all transformed into, if you want to call it, pure Abidha. And this is something rare. All of us, If we philosophize to the best of our ability, we will reach perhaps the level of Rameshji in music. This is a wonderful level. But I'm talking about something different, about something which is very rare. And then, yesterday and the day before, Dayaji was not making the right distinction between Sankhya and Advaita Vedanta. Do you really think that Dayaji could not make a distinction between Advaita Vedanta and Sankhya? And then Anubhav, who works for the United Nations, came up with this Kantian solution. The intentions were good, but the content has to be criticized. Yar Bhai Sahab, what is the intentions and the content? I'm talking about about philosophizing. So I think that Dayaji, when people listened to Dayaji, their eyes opened to the act of philosophizing. So this is my first introduction. I have several introductions. And tonight, by the way, there's a program at 8 o'clock, JPR Kala Kendall, by Ritvik Sanyal, a wonderful Drupad singer from where? You're saying yes. Not from Allahabad, from Banaras, of course. Okay. So now I'm reading to you something that I wrote in the last few days for you. I would like to thank the organizers, again, also in writing, for putting up a seminar rooted in texts to remember Dayaji through his work on his 100th birth anniversary. It will be 101 very soon on September 17th. The textual ground can reveal the broader picture of Dayaji's body of work. I recently reviewed a paper for the JPR, Dayaji's own journal for almost 2 decades. The author has read a single article by Daya Krishna, his 3 myths about Indian philosophy from 1966, and basically said that Dayaji was wrong, and Indian philosophy as against what he suggests in this famous article is spiritual in essence. Daya Krishna wrote without end for another half a century, but the author has not read him further. Moreover, Dayaji did not claim that Indian philosophy is not spiritual. He suggested that there is more than one center to Indian philosophy, that it is an animal with more than one leg, that the holy trinity of Atman, Brahman, Moksha is an aspect among other aspects of Indian philosophy, such as social and political philosophy that my friend Alok Tandon is emphasizing again and again. So such as the social and the political, philosophy of language, Vada and Samvada, debate and dialogue, and of course ethics and aesthetics. Like Don Quixote, Dayaji aimed his philosophical arrows at what Miguel de Cervantes calls windmills, and Don Daya referred to as myths that are treated, he writes, I'm quoting him, as indubitable facts about Indian philosophy. They seem so self-evident to enthusiasts and detractors alike that to question them is to question the very concept of Indian philosophy, unquote. The first of these myths, and it was discussed here, of course, is the myth about the alleged subordination of Indian philosophy to the spiritual quest. Who does not know, Dayaji writes here sarcastically, that Indian philosophy is spiritual? Who has not been told that this is what specifically distinguishes it from Western philosophy and makes it something unique and apart from all other philosophical traditions of the world, unquote. This is a colonial narrative, he argues. This is a colonial narrative, projecting India as spiritual and the West as rational. It is a narrative intended to secure the monopoly of the colonizer. This connects to Hemant's question about decolonization. This secures the monopoly of the colonizer over rationality, which was proudly and surprisingly embraced in India without awareness of its consequences. In his Shimla lectures 2005, and if you have not listened to Dayaji in Shimla, please enter our website, dayakrishna.org. We have an audio recording of the 2005 Shimla lectures. So in these Shimla lectures, in the later Shimla lectures, very interesting lectures, actually a dialogue between two Dayajis, the elder Dayaji and the younger Dayaji, the 1967 Dayaji and the 2005 Dayaji, and it's an interesting dialogue, an inner dialogue between someone and his old self, rethinking his old thoughts. So in Shimla, Dayaji, I'm quoting him from this talk. So when you're what? When you're riding your bicycle, riding a scooter is not a good idea. When you're sitting in a bus, you can listen to Dayaji on your phones talking at Shimla. So Dayaji says, has not India had a long tradition of science, astronomy, medicine, linguistics, everything? He's asking his listeners. No, he answers sarcastically. We have built temples, but temples cannot be built without knowledge of engineering, knowledge of materials, knowledge of metals, knowledge of everything. However, for some reason, we do not regard this knowledge as important. Have we not contributed tremendously in the field of mathematics? It is amazing that this civilization, the Indian civilization, does not think of itself in terms of knowledge of any kind. Imagine, this is Dayaji's favorite word, imagine. We are not interested in the millennia-long thinking which took place in this country on understanding language through language. I'm sorry to say that we are simply uninterested. India's picture, as it has been built, is a picture of huge suppression. We are spiritual people, seekers of moksha and nirvana. We are not interested in this world. This world is unreal to us. It is Maya or Lila, and it does not really matter. India is a land where reason and argumentation, he says, were so central to the civilization, and yet we identify the West with reason. We think that the West is rational, that the West is reason-centric, whereas we are not. Most astonishing for me, now I'm saying, is that the picture of we have built temples, the West is rational, is still intact. In India, perhaps more than in the West. Philosophizing, I wrote in my review for the JPR, is not about being right or wrong. Dayaji was wrong. Sometimes he was wrong, of course. Sometimes he was right. All of us are sometimes wrong and sometimes right. It is about close reflection, about close reading, about listening not just to oneself. And this connects so nicely to the previous talk, about we. Philosophy speaks so much about I and you, I and thou, but what about we? So this is why I really enjoyed listening to you. So Dayaji's work was an invitation to revisit the classical text with a critical eye. Whether you agree with him or not, whether he was right or not, it's an open invitation. You can visit the text, you can read the text, even if you are not a Pandit, even if you are not a Shastri. And just a couple of days ago, someone was quoting Malkani's critique of Dayaji. Dayaji has no right to read Shankar. First he has to become a Shastri in the Advaita Vedanta tradition. So Dayaji was opening a gate for all of us, and I think that this is maybe his most important contribution. We can read the text, we can start in English translation, in Hindi translation, and if we are captured, we can study Sanskrit and read further. Is this not what Gandhiji did? First he read the Bhagavad Gita in an English translation, and then he went deeper into the text. Before I really begin, this is another, because I have so many introductions, before I really begin my paper, I would like to say something about Daya Krishna's last unpublished project, almost completed in 2007, when he passed away, which he referred to as the Jaipur edition of the Rig Veda. If Sayana, the famous commentator of the Veda, emphasized in his work the Devtas, the addressees of the Vedic hymns, attempting to clarify or determine to which divinity each sukta is addressed, then Daya Krishna decided to rearrange this sacred, quote-unquote, untouchable text according to the rishis and the rishikas, namely the poets, or literally seers, men and women, who composed or according to the tradition received these hymns. Daya Krishna, who literally cut and pasted the Shruti, the scriptures, was determined to rearrange the text for a philosophical reading. not as usual for ritual recitation, foregrounding the poets, not the divinities. The Jaipur edition of the Rig Veda was never published, or at least not published until now. Dayaji's introduction, where he explains what he's trying to do, is on our website. Again, dayakrishna.org. A couple of days ago, Arvind Mayaram, Shell's husband, asked ChatGPT to rearrange the Rig Veda along the lines delineated by Dayaji, which the chatbot quickly did. Toward the end of his life, Dayaji followed with astonishment the giant leap that science has underwent, which changed and continues to change everything from matter to human consciousness. Yes, even the human consciousness is changing with these mobile phones. How many times did you check your mobile phones? I'm asking the students since I began to speak here. Maybe you missed something. In the phone, I mean, not in my talk. So Dayaji was not afraid of change, nor nostalgic about old concepts that determined our life and thinking, and which are now being sent to the Museum of Ideas. He was curious about possible replacements, about new concepts that will shape our life in new ways and bring about new forms of freedom or bondage. The chatbot is, I wrote in brackets, still, question mark, not unproblematic. What it suggested in reply to Arvind's query needs to be checked and double-checked carefully. But perhaps Dayaji's long-lost project can be resurrected with the aid of this new technology. So I'm inviting the students, I hope that not in vain, maybe they want to take it forward and to see what Dayaji was trying to do. Chalo, now to my contribution to the reading seminar. I would like to interweave two articles by Daya Krishna, the undeciphered text, anomalies, problems, and paradoxes in the Yoga Sutra. In brackets I wrote, the classicists would of course say, there is no problem, what is he talking about? The title is Problems, Anomalies, and Paradoxes in the Yoga Sutra. For Dayaji, philosophy lives from one problem to another. For Dayaji, the word problem is not a negative word. It doesn't have to be solved, it has to be worked with. So this is one article, the undeciphered text, the Yoga Sutra, and the other article is the same article that my friend here spoke about, the cosmic, biological, and cultural conditionings, and the seeking for freedom. Both articles are from 2006. Now, if you read Dayaji closely, I'm not sure that you have, but this seminar perhaps is an invitation to read him closely. You will see that older Dayaji would not speak about the seeking for freedom. Dayaji would speak, of course, about the concept of freedom. But this article is one of the last articles written by him before he passed away, before he left this world. And suddenly he's interested. This article is written in a very personal manner. So he's talking about the seeking for freedom. In the cosmic, Daya Krishna aims his philosophical arrows. Again, I'm with philosophical arrows. But you know that philosophical arrows are a very old thing in India. Right, Anubhav? Gargi Vachaknavi in chapter 3 of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad is shooting 2 question arrows at no other than Yagyavalkya. And she tells him what? Think of me as a warrior from Kashi, or I don't remember. So, so in this article, The Cosmic, Daya aims his philosophical arrows at 2 notions of freedom. Disengagement as freedom and omnipotence as freedom. Omnipotence as freedom connects with the technology that I spoke about. Despite the difference between these 2 notions, which Daya Krishna extracts from Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, Kaivalya and Siddhi, respectively. Kaivalya, freedom as a disengagement, Siddhi, freedom as omnipotence. There is a common denominator between them. Both notions pertain to ultimate freedom. Freedom without any constraint whatsoever. But Daya Krishna, as my friend here Shivendra said, hardly aspires to freedom in such an ultimate sense. He rather pleads in the cosmic and elsewhere for sobering up from what he sees as the illusion of ultimate freedom. On Kaivalya, or disengagement, or disengagement as freedom, Krishna Chandra Bhattacharya, K.C. Bhattacharya, KCB, a contemporary commentator of Patanjali, I don't know if you know that K.C. Bhattacharya wrote on Patanjali, and this is actually his longest essay, Studies in Yoga Philosophy, connected to a series of lectures delivered by him in 1937 in Amalner. So as a commentator of Patanjali, KCB writes that yoga, that is yoga as explicated in the Yoga Sutra and its commentarial body, is essentially, I quote, the will to nivriti and not to pravriti. The will to mukti, to freedom as the power to stand distinct of power, to create objective values indefinitely. For KCB, pravriti and nivriti, outward-facing and inward-facing consciousness respectively, or intentional consciousness and disengaged consciousness, are forms of what he refers to as willing. Yoga in his reading is willing toward sheer disengagement from everything worldly, from object and objectification, and even from will itself. It is willing not to will. Correspondingly, the utmost yogic power conveyed by the phrase Chitti Shakti in Yoga Sutra 434, the final verse of the Yoga Sutra, is what KCB referred to, we just saw, as the power to stand distinct of power. But Daya Krishna refuses to accept this narrative. Why? I'm quoting him. Why the outgoing from the undeciphered text? Why the outgoing movement of consciousness, namely pravriti, should be regarded as something undesirable in itself, or the inward movement, intrinsically desirable, has remained the unasked question of the Indian tradition. In brackets I'm writing, listen to the title, the undeciphered text. So much has been written on the Yoga Sutra, both traditionally and contemporarily. And yet Daya Krishna sees it as undeciphered. It is this undecipherability of the text, any text, from Patanjali to Kant, which invites, even demands, I'm borrowing the notion of demand from K.C. Bhattacharya, demands philosophical reflection. Dayaji does not aspire to decipher the text, but to work with its undecipherability, to raise questions, not necessarily to find answers, and definitely not a definite answer. He changes the balance between questions and answers. For him, questions are perennial, answers are always tentative. We are taught to value the answer. Daya Krishna turns the tables and invites us to pay close attention to the question, to the power of the question, to the journey of the question. And again, we have all these great Sanskritists and classicists here. So go to the Prashna Upanishad, read the Prashna Upanishad, or go even back. I mean, go to the Nasadiya Sukta, go to the last sentence of the Nasadiya Sukta. Yes, wow. So the question mark, maybe even he doesn't know. In such a foundational sukta of the Indian tradition. So basically, Dayaji just follows the Veda, Anubhav. And apropos this undecipherability, here is an interesting statement by Dayaji from his 1999 talk. This is for you, Punjab University, Chandigarh, a talk which he titled Thinking Creatively About the Creative Act. So he said, one cannot understand any work unless one ceases to see it as a finished product. I think this is interesting. In a nutshell, this is Dayaji's working method, reading classical texts as open-ended, as an invitation to see not just the said, but also the unsaid of the text, to take notice of possibilities which were not developed by the author, and perhaps to come on board in order to develop them further. Back to freedom. How much time do I have? Probably I'm out of time already. Back to freedom. Daya Krishna prefers free travel, and in this regard, I disagree with Shivendra. Shivendra was talking about that Dayaji prefers engagement over disengagement. So I think differently. I think that Dayaji prefers free travel between withdrawal and return, between disengagement and engagement, between, I wrote, hoping that the students will listen, between the flight mode of consciousness, if you wish, and full connectivity. But it does not merely argue that nivriti and pravriti complement one another. He further argues that free travel between them allows freedom from both. According to him, one needs to become free not just from this worldly mode of existence, but even from the freedom from the worldly. Moreover, Daya Krishna refuses to comply. This is also, by the way, K.C. Bhattacharya, if you know K.C. Bhattacharya. Freedom from freedom, which means a return to the worldly. Daya Krishna refuses to comply with the verdict given by consciousness itself when it retreats inwards that everything worldly is marginal or secondary. This connects with Daya Krishna's critique of self-centricity from Shankara to Descartes. I'm quoting, no, I'm not quoting. I'm saying the quote-unquote feeling of I amness, as these two thinkers show, Shankara and Descartes, Dayaji refers to both. The quote-unquote feeling of I amness, as these two thinkers show, each in his distinct way and distinct context and distinct culture, is powerful, the power of the feeling of I amness. And yet Daya Krishna suggests misleading. It is misleading. I think, therefore I am. It is misleading. The inbuilt limitations on one's freedom, he argues, and for me this is a crucial point, occur both at the pravriti and at the nivriti modes of consciousness. We usually consider merely the former, pravriti, as limited and limiting, and think of the obvious constraints at the external level, namely the givenness of body and physicality and numerous restraints, social and political. But consciousness itself, Daya Krishna suggests, is also limited. It depends on its own structure. This is connected to what Daya Krishna sees as the illusion, as he calls it, of in the beginning there was the self. Atmai vedam agra asit. I'm asking the students, where is this sentence from? Atmai vedam agra asit. First chapter of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad Yar. So this is the illusion of in the beginning was the self, Atmai vedam agra asit, in the creation myths of chapter 1 of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. But the same is Descartes' own myth of in the beginning, I am. Both modes of consciousness then, according to Dayaji, the detached and the engaged, the detached not less than the engaged, have their own limitations. But Daya Krishna's dispute with the quote-unquote spiritualists, as he calls them then, and we saw that this dispute continues into this seminar, the spiritualists who prefer nivriti over pravriti does not mean that he cannot understand the why and how of their position. Illusion, so maybe I'll skip because I'm quoting him at length. He understands the temptation of going inside. It's very tempting because the external world is very harsh. Who can tell better than me these days coming from Tel Aviv, from Israel? So in this respect, the understanding of the temptation, Dayaji corresponds with KCB's work, The Subject as Freedom, 1930. And if you listen carefully to what I'm suggesting here, so Dayaji throughout his life, and KL Sahab knows it better than all of us, is in correspondence with K.C. Bhattacharya and of course with Kalidas Bhattacharya as a commentator of K.C. Bhattacharya. Daya Krishna agrees, at the level of self-consciousness, Daya Krishna agrees with KCB, a spiritualist in his own way. One feels a sense of apartness from everything objective. Objectivity is seen here as a limitation, and one is inclined to become absorbed in pure subjectivity. This is a KCB. Subjectivity which in KCB borrows from the Advaitic notion of the Atman. This inherent ambivalence or knotty relationship between subject and object can lead to the conclusion, and this is indeed the spiritualist's conclusion, that a final separation or divorce is preferable. Let's leave the world and the worldly. But Daya Krishna refuses to accept this conclusion. The feeling of unrelatedness, he writes, and again I'm quoting from the Cosmic, is founded on the illusion created by the fact of withdrawal, which is reflected upon, which if reflected upon sufficiently, would itself show its illusoriness. Withdrawal, obviously, this is again my friend Shivendar, withdrawal obviously is withdrawal from something and makes sense only in relation to it. Daya Krishna puts the word withdrawal in the quote that I read to you in quotation marks, as to convey its paradoxicality. Withdrawal makes sense only in relation to that from which one withdraws. Hence, withdrawal from the objective world, in fact, endorses or validates the very world that one claims to withdraw from, owing to its illusoriness. When I suffer from an eye infection and I see two moons instead of one up in the sky, if I may borrow a popular Advaitic illustration, I know that my eyes deceive me, and I dismiss what I see as error, even if I continue to see two moons in the sky. In the same way, according to Daya Krishna, the eye of self-consciousness projects an erroneous picture. Yara Lokji, your voice is louder than my voice with the mic, which is a God gift that you have and I don't. So I said, what did I say? I said that when we see two moons in the sky, we dismiss it as an error. This is the Advaitic illustration. And Dayaji, I said, in the same way, according to Dayaji, the eye of self-consciousness projects an erroneous picture of the self at the center. This picture, Daya Krishna claims, is the only conclusion that self-consciousness can come up with, owing to its operating system, quote-unquote operating system. This is how self-consciousness works. Daya Krishna elaborates on this point in his work towards a theory of structural and transcendental illusions. I don't know if you even heard of this work, toward the theory of structural and transcendental illusions. Completed in 1998, but published only posthumously in 2012. You can find the text on our website. Just as in the case of seeing two moons, when the self-consciousness eye projects this picture, that I am at the center, it is about me, one must dismiss it as illusion. By using the term illusion, not error, Daya Krishna turns the tables on the Advaitic position. If the Advaitin, the exponent of Advaita, sees the world as illusion, then Daya Krishna implies that it is the projection of the world as illusory, which is the outcome of an illusion. The illusion that merely I, or the self, or the Atman, all three notions pointing in the same directions inwards, is indubitably real. Maybe I'll cut short because it's time to finish. Maybe I'll finish here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Daniel. In fact, he has tried to explore comparatively unexplored field and tried to develop a real dialogue with Dayaji. I think, like me, everybody is being inspired and have many questions in your mind. And now, be precise, one by one. So, who will speak first? Give my, be precise.
Me? Oh, डैनियल क्या आप हिंदी समझते हैं?
हाँ.
ओके. आज हिंदी दिवस है भाई, कुछ तो करना ही चाहिए. पहला सवाल सीधे दो तीर. पहला तीर ये है कि जब दया जी इस बात की आलोचना करते हैं, क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं कि स्पिरिचुअलिस्ट फ्रीडम जो है वो बेसिकली इल्यूज़न है, वो अल्टीमेट फ्रीडम होते हुए भी उसने बहुत नुकसान किया है, वो उसका अपोज करते हैं. दूसरी बात वो भी कहते हैं कि इन द बिगिनिंग ओनली सेल्फ वाज देयर, इसको भी अपोज करते हैं. तो अब सवाल ये है कि दया जी की मेटाफिजिकल पोजीशन क्या है. मैं भी नहीं जानता, वो आइडियलिस्ट हैं, नेचुरलिस्ट हैं, मटेरियलिस्ट हैं. आपने बहुत अध्ययन किया है, आप बताएं. ये मुझको अभी स्वयं क्लियर नहीं है. दूसरा सवाल सीधा ये है.
दूसरा सवाल या अभी तीसरा सवाल?
नहीं, दूसरा. पहला ये हुआ, दूसरा ये. दया जी की जिस किताब की जिक्र किया है उसके अलावा भी उन्होंने क्वेस्ट में एक आर्टिकल लिखा था, एनकाउंटर्स बिटवीन सिविलाइजेशंस. और उसमें हटिंगटन की जो थीसिस है क्लैश बिटवीन सिविलाइजेशंस, उसको अपोज किया था कि सिविलाइजेशंस के बीच में क्लैश नहीं होता, इनकाउंटर होता है, और इनकाउंटर नॉलेज को लेके हो सकता है, उसमें लेन देन होता है। तो एक सभ्यता जो कमज़ोर किसी मामले में होती है वो दूसरी सभ्यता के मजबूत पक्षों से ग्रहण करती है, और यही एक तरीका होना चाहिए। इस तरीके से जो सुपीरियरिटी पेरिफेरी और सेंटर का जो कंसेप्ट था उसको उन्होंने अपोज किया था। अब यहाँ पे एक सवाल है, सवाल ये है कि जो इस समय हमारे यहाँ एक डीकोलोनाइजेशन थीसिस चल रहा है और सारी फिलॉसफी से लेके सारे सोशल साइंसेज उसी में समेट लिए गए हैं, क्या दया जी का जो अप्रोच है, देखने का ढंग है, वो उसका समर्थन करेगा? दिस इज द क्वेश्चन।
You want to collect few questions or to answer one by one? One by one. Okay. We have a one by one moderator, so I will start with Alok Ji. Daji doesn't say that spiritual freedom is an illusion. Daji acknowledges spiritual freedom, and actually this is laukika and alaukika. This is connected to your name, of course. This is why you are raising this question. So he's interested both in this loka and this aloka. So I think that for Daji, you have the spiritual freedom and you have worldly freedoms. And for him, the free travel between the two, this would be freedom. So when you say for him spiritual freedom is illusion, see his book, The Art of the Conceptual. See the first page. He dedicates the book to metaphysical powers. So to project Daji as anti-spiritual, anti-tradition, I think is not accurate. And then you ask me, the second question was good. So which definition would you give Daji? Is he a realist, an idealist? Is he Nagarjuna? Is he, I don't know, a Derrida? The Indian Derrida? Is he Wittgenstein? Is he, I think that the question is interesting, but why do we have to impose, to superimpose, to do this adhyasa? Now I'm using the notion of adhyasa in a very free way, just like Daji did. Why do we have to superimpose one of these definitions to Daji? Of course, the question today is if he was a leftist or a rightist. And I think that no one really knows if he was a leftist or a rightist. And this clear-cut definition, I cannot give an answer. I'm leaving this question open. And regarding the question of decolonization, now this is a very important question. It's a very important question because the world changed, because India is so westernized, and because the quote-unquote West is full of immigrants from everywhere. So I'm not sure that these old schematizations that Daji was using in his 1967 social philosophy, past and future, I'm not sure that these schematizations are still working. I think that the students here, and I was talking to Bauna 2 days ago, they should think about the question of decolonization. They should think about the so-called West in relation to India question in different ways, because personally, I'm in a strange position here. Don't think that I'm Western, by the way. I'm from the Middle East. I'm from the middle between East and West. So I think that colonization is, of course, still exists in new forms all the time, in a new form. It finds new forms. And actually the role, the duty of the young generations, because this conference for a few minutes here and there became this old people's club. So I'm not talking about the old people's club, I'm talking about the young generation. You have to make sure that you are fighting colonization. So it doesn't really matter what Daji said. Daji belongs to the old people's club, and now it's the young people's. I mean, you saw this movie. What's the name of this movie? This slogan, Apna time maega. So every time, yes, I saw this slogan. So I was asking young people, Kaba ega. So now it is the time. So I'm appealing. Ask the students, Alok Ji, during lunch. Yes, sir.
No. A few things. You see, a few things, Sahab. We address each other like this. The best tribute to Plato came from Aristotle by the way of his criticism. So it is not always that a critique is daggers crossed with his interlocutor. It is not that if we are paying a tribute to Dayaji, we have to acknowledge everything from him. Because you initiated this, Daniel Saab. So my thing is that when he is speaking about I-centricness and the samples which he is choosing, Shankar and Descartes, why this sample? And there are several other tenets in both Shankar, maybe not in Descartes, but in other Western philosophers, which pose an answer to his problems. In Shankar, an interpretation of Dashamas Tomasi. In Tantra, we have a famous notion of Yada Drishyam Tad Twamevacha. In Husserl, the I-centricness is dissolved by the notion of transcendental empathy. Why not these samples? That is one thing. The second thing is, let me again respond to something with which you started. So my take on that is that who are the interlocutors of Dayaji? When you are pointing out that there was a long argumentative tradition of questioning in our system, who is disputing this, first of all? It is such an audience who are not perhaps acquainted in the textual tradition. Those who were acquainted in the textual tradition, they are never disputing all this. So who is the interlocutor whom we are addressing?
Yeah. So the first was not exactly a question, it was an observation. I totally agree with you, Sahab, Head Sahab, that the harshest critique of the tradition always comes from within the tradition, whether it is the Indian traditions or whether it is Plato. So in this I fully agree. And the second point, who are the interlocutors? Now this is a tricky question. When you write a book, or when I write a book, or when Mohanta Sahab is writing a book, maybe you can ask Mohanta Sahab, who are you thinking of? Who are your readers? To whom? Or when Shalaji wrote a book, to whom are we writing the books? And I think that it's a question that deserves a separate discussion, Anubhav, because perhaps we are writing without thinking of a specific addressee. We have some people in mind. I think that Dayaji had some people in mind. Basically, his close interlocutors. He was writing for Mukunji. He was writing for Shalaji. And by the way, the greatest rivalry was between these two titans, Dayaji and Shalaji.
Who wasn't aware of this questioning tradition in our systems of thought?
Who was what?
So then why who was not aware of this argumentative tradition in our texts?
Who was not aware? Basically, you are suggesting that Dayaji said the obvious? This is your claim?
No. In a way, we are asking obvious questions. So my proposition is that those who were doing textual, those who were doing their texts,
Yeah.
they are already aware of these things.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is what you're suggesting. I think that sometimes, Anubhav, there is advantage in the outsider's outlook or the outsider's gaze. Because someone like you, a pandit like you, so absorbed in the texts, okay, not you, Vachaspati Mishra, so absorbed in the text that when a lady came to offer him food, he didn't know who she was, and then later he titled his work Bhamati. So maybe such a person needs a Bhamati to ask him, what exactly are you doing? And I think that it's beautiful to see that Dayaji had all these outsiders' questions, and he was raising them in front of the insiders. This is the Samvad project. Only yesterday we were talking about Yagya versus Karma. So Dayaji came up with all these questions, and he sent them to whom? He sent them to the Mimansaka scholars. But again, the beauty is, he wrote in English and it was translated to Sanskrit, and they answered in Sanskrit and it was translated to English, and everything was published in the JPR. But the truth is that the Pandits today, you are the examples, also know English. And the so-called outsiders like Dayaji also knew Sanskrit. So again, I think that there's an overlap between the insider outsider. So Dayaji, if you ask me, is an insider-outsider. He has one leg here and one leg there, or one eye looking here and the other eye looking at the other direction. So the idea was to stir a dialogue, to create a dialogue, and also to bring the Pandits out of the, I don't know, the Gurukul, out of the Upanishadic cave. And I think that this is really important. I think that no one gave stage to the Pandits as much as Dayaji did during the Samvad project. So now you would say they don't need his stage. But of course they do. Because this is the Indian heritage. You don't want to keep it closed. You don't want to keep it exclusive. You want to open it up. Or at least Dayaji wanted to open it up. Yes, now my harshest critic, Rajan Sahab.
Sir, my critique is very simple. You know,
Thank you,
the
sir.
art of conceptual.
Yes.
You know, this in itself I find very much illusory. Why so? In the late 20th, there was a very narrative that there is a kind of literature which would motivate you to enjoy the procedure.
Yeah.
Okay. Same thing is being said when we look at the very idea of Dayaji's conception of philosophy. That rather than looking after the telos, enjoy the process.
Yeah.
So I'm simply asking, when you take a flight from Jaipur or from Delhi to Tel Aviv, do you want to stay in the midway or do you want to reach the Tel Aviv or not?
Yeah.
This is the very...
To reach Tel Aviv, you're asking? I thought you give another example of a more exotic destination.
I am saying. So, don't distract me, please.
Yeah.
This is the reason that when we look at the Indian philosophy, I am not saying that Indian philosophy and Western philosophy are different. They have something to share with each other.
Yeah.
But there is a small difference, which is that in Indian philosophy, the procedure and the telos has to be taken together. But in the Western philosophy, particularly in the German, worldview, the obsession for method is so, deeply rooted, whether it is Kant or Hegel or, Marx or whatever. So I believe that when we are so obsessed about the conception of method only, or the art of conceptual, or the art of methodological practice, I believe there is a larger portion of Indian philosophy that is missing. This is one of my critique that one has to accept, and without it, I do not believe that we can fully locate Dayaji into that Indian philosophical tradition, and this is a critique of traditionalist. Second, the notion of undecipherability of Indian text.
Yeah.
There is a famous story. The story is that, and you often, narrate that Mukunji used to tell that there is a thing which has been told.
But this was the beauty.
No, this is not a beauty.
Yeah.
The story is that there was a clever jackal who used to play with all the animals in the jungle, who used to go into the jungle, and he used to say to all the other animals, look, that lion is coming to me, come and save to me. But when he has done that thing again and again, most of the other animals start helping him. Got the point? So when we practice the Tantra Yukti, when we practice the Vada tradition, everyone will realize that there is no hidden mystery. Though the Tantra tradition shows that there is a mystery in the tradition, but all the, the Darshana tradition, they do not tell anything is mystery hidden in there is a clear telos, and do whatever procedure you want to follow, whether you want to practice Vitanda or the Jalpa or the Vada. So no one is denying the procedural aspect of Dayaji, but he is denying the telos aspect of the Indian philosophy. Yeah. That is why what haunts the traditionalists a lot. That is why I say traditionalists are more accommodating than Dayaji. Yeah. This is the thing.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for these remarks. In the last 2-3 days, I came to know Rajan, and I appreciate the power behind his or the passion behind his contribution or participation. Regarding, basically both your remarks were interconnected to one another. So regarding, you asked me if I want to stay in the airplane or I basically prefer the train, if you ask me personally. But you, I can go into the metaphor. I have a good friend in Delhi that just went to Kerala and he took a train because he wanted to see India, and he enjoyed the train more than the reaching Kerala. and he sent me amazing videos from the window of the train. I think that Dayaji didn't really want to reach any destination. Dayaji was on a perpetual journey with many beginnings, but without an end. So in this respect, if you think that this is, I don't know, problematic in any sense, so of course you have every right to think so. And regarding the undecipherability, I was telling you in one of our conversations here that when the Iranian missiles fell on Tel Aviv, and unfortunately I was there and it was so scary and we were hiding in a bomb shelter for 12 days, I started to translate the Bhagavad Gita into Hebrew, I was telling you. So I translated 6 chapters of the Gita under the missiles. You know, a text connected to a war, a text which according to Gandhiji is a text about non-violence. How is it possible? I mean, all these questions are interesting. And then I told Rajan, sometimes I don't understand the verse. Maybe I'm not a great enough Sanskritist. You know, I'm looking at the dictionary, but maybe I don't understand a verse. And then I was telling half jokingly, but half seriously, to Rajan, I'm sending a WhatsApp to my friend Anand Mishra from BHU to explain to me this is the beauty of technology. We have the WhatsApps. So Anand Mishra will never tell me what he thinks. He will tell me what Shankara thinks, what Ramanuja thinks. He will send to me scanned pages from all these great acharyas. So now Rajan, what am I doing with this? Does he give me a definite answer? Now it's my liberty as a translator to do something with the different options that are opened before me by a wonderful pandit like Anand Bhai. And I'm not comparing myself to Dayaji in any way, but I think that this is what Dayaji was basically doing. He had the pandits giving him their possibilities, their understanding. And then he was reflecting on this understanding. He was not accepting it because this is the tradition. He was working with it. And again, do you think that the Pandits adopted his view? They didn't adopt his view. I mean, you can read the great debate, for example, between Dayaji and Professor R. Subramaniam on Adhyasa. This is a beautiful, this is not exactly a samvad. This is a vad. They are attacking each other like, I don't know, two again titans. And I think that the beauty of these debates, like the debate with we used to call him Professor Arbi. So the debate with Professor Arbi, so who is winning the debate? Dayaji or Professor Arbi? Who is winning the debate between Shankara Acharya and the Mandana Mishra? Who is winning the debate? It depends who you're asking. If you're asking the Advaita camp, of course Shankara is winning the debate. If you ask the old Mimamsaka camp, of course Mandana Mishra is winning the debate. So I think, and this would be a lovely closure for my too long talk here, that we are winning, Rajan. We are winning. We can read Dayaji and we can read the Bal Subramaniam and we can take something from both of them. Because both of them are raising really good questions. The traditionalist and the quote-unquote outsider, or insider-outsider, I think that both of them raise really meaningful questions. So as you can see, I'm still sitting in the train with Dayaji, and I'm not reaching anywhere. So thank you for these questions.
So we have a very viable session and a real dialogue initiated by these two speakers today, highlighting two dimensions of Dayaji's philosophy. I sincerely thank both my friends, speakers there. Also, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be here to refresh my old friendship, at least with Daniel.
We thank you, of course.
And thank you so much. I think organizers are waiting for the next session.
Thank you,
so
sir.
much.
With this, we come to an end of this technical session. We now resume with 13th technical session on the theme Myths, Bhakti, Experience and Intelligence. This session is chaired by Professor Kamal Nain, eminent historian and philosopher of culture. We warmly welcome you, sir. I request Professor Kamal Nain, sir, Shri Rahul Sharma from Kurukshetra University, and Professor Asha Mukherjee, former professor, Vishwa Bharati Shanti Niketan, to kindly come forward and take their seats on the dais. I invite Professor Kamal Nain, sir, eminent historian and philosopher of culture, to kindly chair this session. We warmly welcome you, sir. Kindly take your seat at the dais. I request students at the back to kindly come forward and sit on the chairs at the front. I request students at the back to kindly come at the front to fill the chairs. I now request Dr. Anubhav Ashne, sir, to kindly felicitate our guests. I now request Shri Rahul Sharma from Kurukshetra University for his paper titled Exposing Some Myths of Indian Philosophy Through the Writings of Daya Krishna. Over to you.
Hello. On? Is it on? Venerated professors, respected dignitaries, research scholars, and dear friends, good afternoon to all of you. I am Rahul Sharma from Department of Philosophy, Kurukshetra, University Kurukshetra. First of all, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude towards respected Dr. Anubhav sir and Dr. Manish sir for inviting me here to learn more about this a thought-provoking thinker whom I first reading, the first thought came to my mind that he is the Friedrich Nietzsche of Indian philosophy. So the topic of my paper is exposing the myths of Indian philosophy to writings of Daya Krishna. To my mind, Daya Krishna is an iconoclast. Reading his books for the first time opened my eyes to a new perspective to look at Indian philosophy. It is assumed that Indian philosophy has only one purpose, that is to work as an instrument to take us towards the ultimate objective of human life, that is emancipation or moksha. But after going through the writings of Daya Krishna, it is revealed to me that there are a number of misconceptions that shadow our understanding of Indian philosophy, and of comprehension of moksha is one of them. When we read the most available books written on Indian philosophy, which claim to give the introduction to Indian philosophy, it is not difficult to observe that there is a particular pattern in all of them. Only a cursory glance of these books can give us an impression that Indian philosophy is bifurcated into two parts, that is orthodox and unorthodox. The chronology of these various schools of philosophy has also not been thoroughly investigated, which has become a source of great confusion regarding the history of Indian philosophy. As the great German thinker Martin Heidegger had said, that questioning builds the way, and asking questions is more important than finding answers. Daya Krishna endeavored to revive the spirit of asking questions. This paper aims to explore Daya Krishna's essay, Three Myths of Indian Philosophy, and also to shed light on the position of Upanishada in Indian philosophy through his writings. The three myths of Indian philosophies are as follows. First, Indian philosophy is spiritual. Second, authority of Veda on Indian philosophy. Third, the distinction between orthodox and unorthodox school of Indian philosophy. Daya Krishna uses these three most prominent myths of Indian philosophy to indicate to us that how oblivion we are of them, and ultimately destroys them by drawing our attention towards these sheer contradictions that expose the underlying fallacies in the premises given to prove these arguments. Daya Krishna wants us to grasp the role of rationality and forming logical arguments in Indian philosophy. He writes in one of his essays, the self-evident claims about Indian philosophy are legion. First and foremost is the claim to spirituality. Who does not know that Indian philosophy is spiritual? Who has not been told that this is what specifically distinguishes it from Western philosophy and makes it something unique and apart from all other philosophical traditions of the world? This claim, of course, is never to put to test. In fact, it seems so self-evident as to require neither the casual student of the subject deems it worth questioning. Daya Krishna questions our take-for-granted approach towards Indian philosophy and demands a serious inquiry from the student of philosophy in these matters of grave importance. Now we are going to look into the arguments of Daya Krishna to understand these myths and how they influence our thought process in comprehending the Indian philosophy. It is crucial to ask these questions for a reason, because of the stagnant growth in Indian philosophy, because of the paucity in thinking outside of the box. According to Daya Krishna, these myths are the constants that bind our minds in a straitjacket to prevent the emergence of any idea that can challenge the authenticity of these myths. So reading Daya Krishna is like looking at Indian philosophy from a fresh perspective. Now we are going to examine the first claim, that Indian philosophy and spirituality. According to Daya Krishna, the term spiritual has an ontological context, meaning that the nature of ultimate reality is held to be the same or similar to that or of mind or the spirit. Those who are firm believers in the aspect of Indian philosophy asserts that spirit is opposed to matter, and the spiritualistic metaphysics implies that spirit alone is real, and what appears as matter is only an appearance, something illusory, something unreal. This is what perturbed Daya Krishna, because for him, qualifying terms alone and lonely only are of the utmost importance. For without them, the view held cannot be characterized as spiritual in the ontological sense of the term. Now, Daya Krishna sheds lights on the contradictions that are so stark that they become evident only by general reading of Indian philosophy. It reveals a serious problems in our conceptualization when we put something that comes under the domain of it under the umbrella of spirituality. Daya Krishna elaborates that the existence of matter has been recognized by different schools of thoughts of Indian philosophy. The Jainas and Vaisheshikas and Samkhyas accept the presence of matter, and they do not stop only at acceptance, but to go further, to give it crucial space in their respective philosophies. Consciousness, which is considered as the foundation of spiritual thinking, has been defined by taking help of matter, and with precise arguments like the Nyayakas, consciousness is not an inalienable quality of the soul, but rather, as the Charvaka says, a quality which arises in it when a collection of circumstances accidentally comes to pass. There Krishna is doing what Hume did for Western philosophy, to change the status quo by raising the suspicion in our minds regarding the way we learn about Indian philosophy. He is trying to awake us from our dogmatic slumber, which was induced by conceding these myths without challenging them. It is not dogmatism or what? When we paint a whole intellectual tradition that has so many contradictions with the same color, and it has been going on for centuries. Daya Krishna argues that the Mimamsaka subscribe to the metaphysical reality of the all substances which the Nyayika Visheshika thinkers held to be real, while adding a few of their own. Now the question is that anyone who believes in the ultimate reality of earth, water, fire, and air, among other things, can hardly be considered to believe in the reality of spirit alone. It exposes the fallacy of this argument that Indian philosophy is solely spiritual. Because if there are umpteen examples which can tell us that there has been a stable presence of matter in the Indian philosophical system from the inception, then how could anyone speak without hesitation that Indian philosophy is nothing but spiritual? There is one school of thought that deserves our particular attention, that is Vedanta. As we know that Shankara believes in the ultimate reality of Brahman, though it should also be considered that he also accepts the Vyavaharika Satta. There Krishna explains that Vedanta is merely a name to suggest that a philosopher who chooses to call him or this by thought, by that name consciously assumed the added responsibility of showing that is what exactly what Upanishad means. What Daya Krishna wants us to understand is that due to lack of curiosity, we have eagerly accepted what was the easiest answer and did not chase what can challenge our way of looking at the world. In Vedanta itself, there are frank dualists such as Madhava, who regard matter or Prakriti as an eternal independent principles in its own right. There is a Ramanuja who believes in the ultimate distinction in the nature of matter from God, but denies its independence in the sense of not being subordinate to him. Daya Krishna writes here, ontologically, the characterization of Indian philosophy as spiritual is completely erroneous. The only other context in which it may be regarded as spiritual is that of morals or ethics. Philosophy, as it were, only accepts this goal only which culture in general had set for the individual. It articulates, accentuates, defines, and redefines the goal in clearer and more conscious manner. Now, the moksha and the Vedic authority. There is another misconception regarding Indian philosophy. It has a sole objective to take us towards the moksha, which is the ultimate liberation. There Krishna points out that this is a fact that early formulations of the goal of human seeking limited them to 3 in number. These were dharma, artha, and kama, which may roughly be described as the realm of law, rule, or the prescribed. It is crucial to understand, according to Daya Krishna, that the introduction of a fourth goal, that is moksha, was not so much the result of philosophical speculation as of the emergence into prominence of certain trends which were already present in the religious atmosphere of India. In a nutshell, the ideal of moksha was thus a later incorporation from the non-Vedic religious and spiritual traditions of India. To my mind, it is a revolutionary revelation that can completely give a different spin to our thoughts to perceive Indian philosophy, because it then put equal emphasis on other aspects of life which are only now considered as mere steps to reach moksha and to get rid of this cycle of life and death. Now, coming to the concept of absolute Vedic authority on Indian philosophy, which again is a myth. There Krishna says, as far as I can see, the only legitimate meaning of such a claim, that is the authority of Veda, in the philosophical context would be to maintain that Vedas contain the ultimate philosophical truth, and that the test of a truth of a philosophical position is whether or not it is in accordance with what is written in the Vedas. There Krishna wants to question the legitimacy of this claim that Veda has the supreme authority over Indian philosophy, and this authority is so absolute that it can't be challenged by anyone, which according to this thinker is a serious cause of concern. He writes that the classical schools are not even in the form a commentary upon Vedic texts. The two schools which seems to be an obvious exceptions are Mimamsa and Vedanta. There are different interpretations of Veda given by different schools to suit their ideological inclinations. There is a dearth of unanimity among the various schools of thoughts. We all know that the outright rejection of Vedas by Charvaka, Buddhism, and Jainas, which contributed significantly to the Indian philosophy, and even dominated not only the intellectual fields but also the politics of the day. So they are a crucial part of the Indian education knowledge system, yet have completely distanced themselves away from the Vedic literature. There Krishna writes, the authoritative Vedas themselves were originally thought to be only 3 in number, Later, the authority of fourth Vedas began to be accepted. Even among those who have upheld their authority, there has always been a difference of opinion regarding the portion of Vedas which was to be regarded as authoritative and regarding which subject matter and for what purpose. So there is a great ambiguity about the teachings of Veda, and there is a lack of synchronization among different schools of thoughts who are supposed to be inspired by Vedas. Philosophy is the frank discussion of ideas where each thought should be investigated to find their validity. Logical understanding is the part and parcel of Indian philosophy, which according to Daya Krishna finds little space in the Vedic teachings. To support his argument, he explains, the Mimamskas does not only deny the Upanishads the privilege of being counted among the corpus of Vedic authority, but also contends that any utterance which is not a pure injunction, that is pure command or a prohibition, is not considered as Veda. This, it should be emphasized, is a revolutionary position whose implication for the issue of Vedic authority for philosophy in India have hardly been noted. Now here, Daya Krishna wants to shed light on the striking incongruence between the Vedic thought and what is demand of philosophy. By measuring this chasm between the two, it can be easily grasped how Veda falls short in establishing their authority. To provide weight to his argument, again, Daya Krishna writes further, the Vedas, according to his view, this view that it contains only injunctions, commands, or prohibitions, have no philosophic content whatsoever. Being pure injunctions, they have nothing to do with epistemological or metaphysical speculations, or even with ethical reflection. A command or a prohibition, however moral, is not a reflection on the nature and problems of morality, which ethics undoubtedly is. The Vedantins believe in the authority of Upanishads, but it should also be learned that they also accept the authority of Gita and Brahma Sutra, which raises a direct question to the absolute authority of Vedas, because all these can't be seen at par if one of them holds the utmost significance. With the advent of Sutra, the challenge to the authority of Veda rose by itself, because authority finds itself in shambles with the emergence of new idea that may be a departure from the central idea of a previous authority. There, Krishna gives many examples of how sutras written not only as a form of modification in the thought process of Vedas, but at several occasions there has been a complete departure observed what was considered the original philosophy. Like Ramanuja, Madhava, and Nimbarka wrote their independent commentaries on the Brahma Sutra after Shankara to deviate fundamentally from the Advaitic interpretation of Brahma Sutra. The Sutra of Jaimini holds little interest or authority after Prabhakara and Kumarila. The Buddhists and Jains have no sacred philosophical text except the Abhidharma. We began to investigate the myths that the Veda holds the supreme authority over Indian philosophical system by bringing the congruity between the Vedic thought and the philosophical inclinations of the different schools of thoughts, and how Veda are unable to fulfill the intellectual curiosity by just supplying us injunctions, commands, and prohibitions. And ultimately, we discussed the emergence of various sutras that according to Daya Krishna, are simultaneously the end of a line of a thought as well as a point of departure for a fresh philosophical enterprise. Daya Krishna attracts our attention towards this fact that it is nearly impossible to keep the original text intact. It is inevitable that the purity of original will get lost after passing through centuries and from the hands of countless people. The onus to preserve this text was on the shoulders of Brahmana, who used to remember the original text with ceaseless repetition and to spread these these teachings through rituals like yajanas were performed on regular basis. The yajanas were the invitation to the people to grasp the nuances of the scriptures by observing the practical implications of this through these ritualistic practices. But there is ambiguity in the language of these texts. Lots of metaphors have been used to bring the philosophical problems into limelight. It is a difficult task to keep the vindicativeness of a text that is already left for interpretations and has been here since time unknown. Even now, when the technology is so advanced and we have all the methods and tools to protect the originality of the text, still there is a high probability of tampering with what was said in the first place. So there is a great difficulty in deciphering a message that is written in an allegorical code and has been undergoing persistent interpretation for a number of centuries. So a legitimate question can be raised about the authenticity of these claims. This is the myth that Daya Krishna wants to expose, that there is no unquestionable source in the form of any text, and that particularly mentions Vedas. Again, Daya Krishna directs our attention towards the fact that there was not a single manual or instruction book that can give us the exact rules or set of instructions that can be told to us directly. Because some instructions could have only learned by performing the action itself, and that action could be authenticated only if it was performed under the sole guidance of a master or a guru. So the guru has the authority to train his disciples in learning about these instructions. And it is important to know So the guru has the authority to train his disciples in learning about these instructions. And it is important to know that the text known as Brahmanas, which are the primary manuals, are describing how to perform a particular yajna, also discusses the possible meaning that the rituals may have. So there may be a number of meanings of text that is considered as the most authentic source of information for performing the most sacred ritual according to the Indian tradition of thought. Daya Krishna writes further that Mimamsa Sutra carry on the task of filling in and accounting for the apparent discrepancies and inconsistencies in the instructions given regarding the actual performance of various yajnas. While the Aranyaks and the Upanishads carry on the interpretative part, not only independently but in the opposition to them. The statement of Narada in the Chandogya Upanishad already indicates this, for includes the four Vedas in the knowledge which he had acquired of the various disciplines known in his time, though he remained unsatisfied and unfulfilled in spite of them. What is intriguing that Brahma Sutra ignores Brahmana discussion almost completely and only lay emphasis on the Upanishads, which speaks volume about the growing marginalization of the text that were considered to be a supreme authority on directing people to follow the heritage of Indian philosophical thought. So it again put relevant questions before us. Can we still keep our unquestionable belief on Veda as a sole source of Indian philosophical values? There are problems that need to be addressed, like the meaning and criteria of valid knowledge in their tradition against Nagarjuna questions of the very possibility of there being any ground of criteria of such knowledge. Upanishada had raised the question as to how the knower can even be knower, or as in the Nasadya Sukta. The author of Mimamsa Sutra had argued that knowledge of dharma or what ought to be done cannot be derived either from perception or inference, and hence required a third independent source for its knowledge. The Brahma Sutra explicitly declared that Tarka has no place in knowledge of Brahmana. Now the myth of orthodox and unorthodox schools. It is crucial to bring this supposition into proper light, because they are the very stuff out of which and around the whole idea of Indian philosophy was created. We know that Indian philosophy is distinguished into orthodox and unorthodox schools. These schools are subdivided into Charvaka, Jainism and Buddhism on one hand, and into Nyayas, Vaisheshikas, Samkhyas, Yoga, Mimamsa and Vedanta on the other.
Yes.
This has been accepted by most of the scholars. It is problematic because...
ஆமாம் சரிங்க, ஒரு 1:30 வரட்டுமா மேடம்? ஏன்னா ஒரு ஆன்லைன் இதில் இருக்கேன்.
Venkatesh sir, I request you to kindly mute your mic. Thank you.
This distinction is problematic because this has not been critically examined and become like a fundamental rule to understand the history of Indian philosophy. This is a myth according to Daya Krishna, because there are lots of policies in accepting this as a norm. Daya Krishna writes, the concept of school is closely connected to the concept of authority in Indian philosophy. If the authority of the Vedas or the Upanishads or the Sutras is final, then what is presupposed to be the propounded in them as philosophy is final also. Thus, there arises the notion of a closed school of thought, final and finished once and for all. There is no scope of change if the concept of schools is accepted as it is, and it ties our hands to question the historicity of Indian philosophy. Daya Krishna explains that history is always the story of change, development, differentiation, and innovation. How can there be any real history if some fundamental primordial authority is posited at the very beginning of thought? Innovative ideas can only begin to occur if we get rid of this structure of authority, because any authority demands subjugation, and intellectual growth cannot flourish in such conditions. Daya Krishna argues, if schools change, develop, differentiate, and divides, then they are never closed, finished, or final with respect to what they are trying to say. There could then be no fixed body of Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Samkhya, Mimamsa, Vedanta, Buddhist, Jain, or Charvaka position except in minimal sense. These would, on the other hand, rather be styles of thought which are developed by successive thinkers and not fully exemplified by any. The differentiation of Indian philosophy into two blocks, as if they are standing against each other, creates a mental boundary in our minds and imposes a perspective to look at Indian philosophy from a certain angle. Daya Krishna writes further, the question centers on the issue of how one is to conceive this so-called school of Indian philosophy. Are they something like the various schools that one meets within Western philosophy? Are they same kind as, say, empiricism, realism, or idealism? The traditional representations of the schools of Indian philosophy are treated as something finished and final. No distinction is drawn between the thought of an individual thinker and the thought of a school. So we can comprehend that a school is an abstraction. It is, according to Daya Krishna, is a logical construction springing out of the writings of a number of thinkers who share a certain similarity of outlook in tackling similar such problems. For instance, Samkhya is identified with the work of Ishvara, Krishna works, or Vedanta with the work of Sankara. This is what Daya Krishna wants to exhort us, that this is due to the confusion between the thought of an individual thinker and the style of thought which exemplifies and to which is not strictly Advaita Vedanta. Hence, the differentiation in orthodox and unorthodox is not necessary to understand the Indian philosophy, and it is a myth that should be done away with. Now, the position of Upanishada and what are they? Daya Krishna writes, it would be no exaggeration to say that the tradition concerning what are regarding as the Upanishad is largely accepted uncritically and repeated as read or heard from the so-called authorities, who in the context of Indian tradition on one has learned not to question. The Upanishads have been distinguished between major and minor Upanishads, and most of the scholars have accepted it. Upanishads are integrally linked to Vedas, so how can they given on some kind of ranking based on some arbitrary rules? It is intriguing to note that different status have been provided to various Vedas, as Daya Krishna observed that Atharva Veda is not generally regarded as equal to those of the other Vedas. Question can be asked about the position of Brahmans and Aranyaks. There is a dispute concerning their integration with Vedas. The primary reason is that they did not continue to be composed beyond a certain period which was reached early in the tradition, a situation far different from the evolution of Upanishads, which continued to be composed till almost the 30th century. Daya Krishna explains that it is safely surmised that Brahmanas and Aranyaks were treated as having reached a final state within the Vedic corpus, in the sense that nothing more could be added to them, a situation which was absent in the case of Upanishads. It is also a well-known fact that Upanishads are not independent works, but selections made out of a pre-existing text, which is explicitly referred to at the beginning of Upanishads concerned. Then the obvious questions are, who made the selections and what was the criteria? Daya Krishna writes, if the selections were made from a pre-existing text, can they be understood by themselves without reference to the text? Can they be understood by themselves without reference to the text which they formed an integral part? On the other hand, if once the idea of making the selection was accepted, why were alternative selections not been attempted? This is also interesting for Daya Krishna because he thinks that the acceptance of a particular selection for millennia seems strange indeed, especially when they gradually replaced the real functioning authority of these very texts from which the selections had been made for at least one of the most important spiritual and intellectual traditions of the country, that is Vedanta. So we can see that there are uncountable questions that can be put regarding Upanishads and Indian philosophies, and these questions have not been raised by scholars who have paid that intellectual attention to the sacred text of Hindu traditions. Daya Krishna addresses one more misconception, which is that Upanishads are the last parts of the Vedas. He writes in his essays, the Upanishads, what are they? One reason for this may perhaps lie in the usual contention that Upanishads are the last part of the Vedas, a situation epitomized in the tradition by calling the philosophy embedded in them as Vedanta and treating the Brahma Sutra as their summary. But as most students of the subject know, or should know, that this is not always the case. The Aitareya Upanishad, one of the oldest, forms the middle part of Aitareya Aranyaka. The Kena Upanishad is a part of Jaiminiya Upanishad Brahmana and occurs as its 10th chapter, followed by two more chapters, the 11th and 12th. The Taittiriya Upanishad occurs as part 7, 8, and 9th of the Taittiriya Aranyaka, but it is followed by part 10th, which is treated as a separate and independent Upanishad. It is called the Maharanya Upanishad and is not only far longer than Taittiriya, but also different in content and spirit. But it is doubtful that it is on this ground that it has been treated as a separate Upanishad. For even those that are treated as one Upanishad do not display a unified character within themselves. The first part of Taittiriya, for example, has little relations with the other two. It shows how difficult it is to articulate the position of the Upanishad. Now my conclusion is, there is not a singular truth that can be accepted as the source of whole philosophical heritage in India. There are schools of thoughts that give utmost importance to rationality and logic, and there are others who reject rationality to find the ultimate truth. With these contradictions, it can be said that there is not a singular source from where we can learn about Indian philosophy, but there are multiple dimensions of Indian philosophy that could only be grasped if we get rid of these prejudices regarding the Indian philosophy. Now the big question that Daya Krishna wants to raise, that there is no uniformity in the Indian philosophical system, which is claimed historically, and our whole perception is dependent upon these preconceived notions. He explains that different schools are responding to a common concern, and unless we become aware of the common concern, we cannot appreciate or understand what they are trying to do. Daya Krishna writes, Indian philosophy is neither exclusively spiritual nor bound by unquestionable, infallible authority, nor constructed nor congealed in the frozen molds of the so-called schools, which are supposed to constitute the essence of Indian philosophy by those who have written on the subject. These are myths, and unless they are seen as recognized to be such, any new or fresh look at Indian philosophy would be impossible. This is the central argument of Daya Krishna, that Indian philosophy is replete with contradictions and disagreements. Because it is wrapped in myths, we are unable to see its true face. There is no permanent solution exist or some cardinal truth in the Indian philosophy. Once we see the answer we obtain from different sources as tentative and provisional, we do not feel bound to any particular notion, and then we can benefit from the insight of all of them. But this can only happen, writes Daya Krishna, if we see Indian philosophy as an ongoing enterprise and not as something which only has a past and no future, as if all the potentialities have already been exhausted. So what Indian philosophy needs is the flexibility and space of innovation. It needs the fresh wind of challenges so that it can become relevant to the contemporary issues. The onus is now on our shoulders to raise questions and become suspicious and to think again, which will be a fitting tribute to the legacy of Dayaji. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rahul, for presenting Dayaji's position on the traditions of Indian philosophy. And what you have done very beautifully and very excellently, I would have liked you to add something of your own position on Dayaji's position. But that's not there, it's okay. Maybe the limitation of time, etc. might be the factor. Now I invite questions from the audience, and questions should be very pointed, and if there is a comment to be made, then that comment also should be very concise and to the point. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your nice reflection on 3 myths of Indian philosophy. But I would like to say something. When you told means following the Krishna, that Brahma Sutra hardly discuss about Brahman, but on Upanishad. I don't know whether it is completely true or not, because the first Brahma Sutra starts with Athata Brahma Jigyasa. The second says Janvadasya Yata. Third, Shastra Janitvat. And fourth, Tattva Samannayat. All are concerning Brahma. No Upanishadic reference is given. Upanishadic references are given only in the Bhashya level, Shankara level. Secondly, you have used the term Upanishadas and Upanishads. Which one is correct? It has to be, otherwise it is a linguistic problem.
Sir, I would like to humbly suggest, sir. So this is the first time that I have taken the first step in the world of Daya Krishna, and I have a very limited understanding of the text of the Vedas and Brahmana. This is my attempt, because that's what, as Professor Daniel said, that what's provoked you. This is the idea that provoked me.
Okay.
So I have a very humble. I accept that there are mistakes in my what I have written, and I am just writing down everything that I need to improve.
And the last one I may say. The last one, the one observation it has been made, that until and unless Indian philosophy is relooked and see that what is the relevance of them in modern times, it has no value at all. But I think it is true not in all cases. If you go through the book of Ranganathanandaji, Eternal Values of a Changing Society, so many values taken from Vedanta, Mimamsa, Nyaya, even the concept of dharma in the context of Vaisheshika, yato obhudayo nisreya siddhi sadharma. It is violated nowadays, but dharma is a flexible thing, not fixed according to Vaisheshika. So relooking is there, and eternal values, whatever is written in the Upanishads or Vedas, some of them, not all, have got relevance even today. Each and every culture cannot be relevant after centuries and centuries. It might have relevance partially, and partial relevance has to be revived out of the given. So our task is that. But you cannot completely say that everything is irrelevant nowadays.
No, sir, I haven't said that everything is completely irrelevant.
Okay,
Sir, what my idea is that I'm not saying that the complete, I'm not emphasizing upon the complete irrelevance of the Indian philosophy. What I'm saying that we need to ask ourselves if the Indian philosophy is able to address the most pressing situations of today's time or not. We should ask questions. The central idea of this paper is that we should ask questions. We should be not confined. I would like to compare it with the Husserlian, the phenomenological reductions, that by reducing, he is trying to reach the essence. By removing these myths, they may be right or wrong. There may be other myths. If they are not myths or not, this is open for debate. But what I'm trying to say, Daya Krishna is trying to say, and what I understood is, by removing these myths, we need to reach to the essence of the Indian philosophy.
Thank you, Rahul, for presenting very lucidly the views of Dayaji in this oft attacked article, and a few suggestions. There are many things, I have made many notes for you. But one thing, when you are trying to desubscribe from spirituality, the argument which you have cited, and you are very authentic in your citation, that the presence of matter in so many Indian philosophical systems, right from the inception, then how could one speak without hesitation that Indian philosophy is nothing but spiritual? Now, if we analyze the etymology of the term adhyatma or adhibhuta vidya for that matter, what does it basically mean? They are not demanding from you that you don't have to acknowledge the presence of matter at all. The thing is that the Atma Tattva is of primacy for them. So, when somebody is desubscribing from the notion of spirituality by giving a stipulative definition of the term, we have to question it. The second thing, no one ever in the history of Indian philosophy, when it comes to the notion of schools, just a minute, let me find the citation. Thus there arises the notion of a closed school of thought, final and finished, once and for all. And so many of my teachers are here who may better enlighten us on all this. There are so many inner deviations in every system of thought in our tradition, that this remark is perhaps an oversight. In Nyaya, and this is a department which did so much on Navya Nyaya and Navya Vaisheshika, my favorite from Bhasarvagya, यदि चा विचारितमेव सूत्रकार वचः प्रमाणम परीक्षा सूत्राणाम तरहि वैयर्थमस्यात्. So nobody believed in a closed school of thought in our tradition. Then these remarks seem to be an oversight to me. That's it.
Yes, 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 sir. I was. Sir, actually, what I'm trying to say, sir, actually, what I'm trying to say that there are some misconceptions. I'm not saying that they may not be a misconception. So I'm saying that someone who's coming from the outside. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, accepted. Yes, sir. What I look at, sir, there were some premises, there were some claims, and to prove that some evidences were given from the historical context. Thank you so much.
मेरा क्वेश्चन तो नहीं है, हो सकता है इररेलेवेंट रिमार्क किससे संबंधित है जो अनुभव ने कहा. आपका पेज नंबर नहीं है, लेकिन लास्ट का 4th पेज यदि आप लास्ट से देखेंगे तो मिडिल से बॉटम पे आपने वही कहा है कि द ट्रेडिशनल प्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ द स्कूल्स ऑफ इंडियन फिलॉसफी आर ट्रीटेड एज समथिंग फिनिश्ड एंड फाइनल. इन्होंने कहा भाई नो डिस्टिंक्शन इज ड्रॉन बिटवीन द थॉट ऑफ एन इंडिविजुअल थिंकर एंड द थॉट ऑफ ए स्कूल. इस संदर्भ में बस मुझे एक हाईलाइट बताना है कि आपको पता भी होगा कि विभाग से प्रोफेसर पाही ने जो पुस्तक निकाली है न्याय वैशेषिक पदार्थ व्यवस्था का पद्धति मूलक विमर्श, it's a marvelous book and just giving a paradigmatic example of how to extend the system and how to revive and उसको कैसे परिवर्तित किया जाए. तो वो देखना बहुत ज़रूरी है, जिसमें initial task is to first you have to delineate all the foundational principles. They may be methodological or metaphysical or epistemological or पुरुषार्थ मीमांसी. So, and on the basis of that we should consider the identity of the system. तो ये तो बहुत ही उत्कृष्ट एग्जाम्पल है, आप प्लीज़ उस किताब को पढ़ें. ये एक मॉडल है भविष्य के लिए, सारे स्कूल्स के लिए. उसमें न्याय को बताया गया. तो ये जो दया जी कह रहे हैं, इनफैक्ट मेरा तो पहले से मानना है कि जो अब एक अवान्तर बात मैं और कह रही हूँ, आप प्लीज़ परमिशन दे दूँ कि 2 दिन पहले राजन जी की प्रेजेंटेशन में एक यंग स्कॉलर ने कहा कि दया जी इज़ रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू पीटी राजू. और मुझे लग रहा है कि प्रोफेसर पाई इज़ रिस्पॉन्डिंग, नॉट रिस्पॉन्डिंग बट एक्सटेंडिंग हिज व्यूज़. व्हाट दैट इज़ सेइंग कि ये जो मिथ है उसको उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे ढंग से डिमोलिश करके और एक बहुत उत्कृष्ट उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है दर्शन जगत में. उसको आप देखें.
थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू. जस्ट
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. अगर we can take 2 questions and no more. Yes. Hi. राजकुमार जी.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद राहुल जी को. अनुभव जी जो कहना चाहते हैं वो ये है कि भाई आपने उनके थॉट को प्रेजेंट किया है, लेकिन उसके थॉट को क्रिटिकल रूप में प्रेजेंट करना चाहिए था. आपका ओपिनियन भी. यहाँ एक जो भारतीय दर्शन के इतिहास में 6ठी शताब्दी ईसा पूर्व में जो आंदोलन हुआ है उसको भी रेखांकित करना जरूरी है. और उस आंदोलन से क्या निष्कर्ष निकला ये भी विचारणीय है। उसका उल्लेख हमें आचारांग में प्राप्त होता है। आत्मवाद, लोकवाद, कर्मवाद और क्रियावाद, ये एक प्रकार से वो जो वाद विवाद है उसका ये एक, और फिर इन चारों सिद्धांतों को भिन्न भिन्न दर्शनों में भिन्न भिन्न प्रकार से परिभाषित और रेखांकित किया गया। देखिए, दया जी एक कि तीसरे मिथ की जो हम बात करें, उसकी आलोचना कर दी गई है, लेकिन उसके साथ मैं कहना चाहूँगा, जैसे मान लीजिए दया जी ये कहना चाहते हैं कि अब पाश्चात्य दर्शन में बुद्धिवाद है, अनुभववाद है, तो भारतीय दर्शन क्या है? उसके क्या, उसमें बुद्धिवाद अनुभववाद की बात करो आप, उसको जैन, बौद्ध, सांख्य इस रूप में भारतीय दर्शन का होना, इसके स्थान पर वो उसको इस रूप में देखना चाहते हैं। तो यदि बुद्धिवाद होगा तो एक प्रकार का एकांतवाद हो जाएगा, यदि वो अनुभववाद होगा तो वो एक प्रकार का एकांतवाद हो जाएगा। इसी प्रकार से दूसरे वादों को, वो तो एक एक प्रकार के एकांतवाद है। और हम समझते हैं कि जो कांट आते हैं तो वो उनमें समन्वय करके दिखाते हैं कि अकेले बुद्धिवाद से ज्ञान की व्याख्या नहीं हो पाएगी।
हाँ, आप कंक्लूड कर दीजिए।
हाँ, अकेले अनुभववाद। तो भारतीय दर्शन का ये जो क्लासिफिकेशन है 6 दर्शनों के रूप में, 9 दर्शनों के रूप में, या 14 या 25, और उनके जो नाम हैं और उनके जो सूत्र ग्रंथ हैं, उसमें वो उसकी भारतीय दर्शन की एक पिक्यूलियरिटी है। पाश्चात्य दर्शन इस तरह से विकसित नहीं हुआ है, वो उसका एक स्वरूप है। तो ये पिक्यूलियरिटी को हम, भारतीय दर्शन को भारतीय दर्शन ही रहने देना चाहिए। और इसमें ये कहना कि वहाँ पर वो फिनिश्ड हो गया है, कंप्लीट हो गया है, वो तो ठीक है, कोई नहीं मानता, माना भी नहीं जा सकता। उसमें तो बहुत परिवर्तन हुआ है और आज भी जीवित है, आज भी नई चर्चाएं होती हैं, हर परंपरा में हो रही हैं।
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. Now I invite Professor Venkatesh, who is linked with us online. Professor Venkatesh.
Sir, Venkatesh sir, kindly unmute yourself and ask question. Or if you want to comment, kindly unmute yourself. I want to ask. Can I?
Yeah, sure.
I want to know in very brief, I haven't read your paper, but from whatever I have conceived from your presentation, if bifurcation into orthodox and unorthodox is itself a myth, what kind of alternate framework, in your understanding, you think really authentically represents the plurality of Indian philosophical tradition? That it is a continuum of debate and cannot be put in any fixed categories. What is your opinion on that?
I think there is no need to categorize schools into these groups called orthodox and unorthodox. That's what I understood from this essay, that that we should question that if we are labeling something, why we are labeling it, what is the base of it. If the evidences, if we are not able to provide evidences to support our arguments, and there are counter arguments that why these schools should not be called orthodox, why they should not schools should not be called unorthodox, we should get rid of these systems all. That's what I'm saying.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now before आगे चलिए, now Professor Venkatesh, if you are with us, then you may raise your question.
Sir, I am an old student of Dayaji. I was in the University of Rajasthan as a research scholar under him. able to hear me, sir? Hello?
अच्छा
Hello?
आपका कैमरा और आप हाँ अनम्यूट कर लीजिए और कैमरा आपका स्विच ऑन कर दीजिए, कैमरा भी स्विच ऑन कर लीजिए ताकि हम आप देख सकें आपको।
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Uh, Good morning to all of you. I am getting in touch with the University of Rajasthan Philosophy Department after more than 40 years. I was an old student of Dayaji, and I just have a couple of points to make on this presentation. My limited understanding is that Dayaji was calling into question any essentialist view of Indian philosophy as a whole. I think that is what he was trying to critique. And even his debate with others like Karl Potter was premised on this approach, that any essentialist view of Indian philosophy doesn't really do justice to the Indian intellectual traditions, which for him has been a continuous ongoing enterprise. And secondly, I think Dayaji was drawing attention to the institutional and sociological aspects of the knowledge enterprise itself, because we are not used to seeing the darshanas in Indian philosophy in a larger sociological perspective. We have taken it as a received wisdom or positions for all times to come. So he was injecting this sociological essentiality to the knowledge enterprise itself. And this approach may open up the field of Indian philosophy to further, expansive dialogue and debates, so that we don't get trapped into one kind of a monolithic image of the entire darshanas in the Indian system. This is what I would like to say, sir. Thank you very much for this opportunity, for letting me join over the online.
Thank you, thank you. Now let us close this part of this session, and now I invite Asha ji, Professor Asha Mukherjee, to speak on Daya Krishna, on mystic experience and bhakti, levels of intelligibility and going beyond.
Thank you very much, Kamal Nainji. It's a proud privilege for me to be here with this distinguished gathering, and also my old friends from this department. I belong to this department. Almost I spent 10 years studying with Dayaji and Pahi Saab, and almost all the teachers of the department, including Professor K.L. Sharma ji. I pay my deepest regards and tribute to each one of them. The time limit is 40 minutes, as far as I know. I might be a little longer, but please feel free to stop me. The paper is with you, so I can just leave it whenever you want me to leave. Okay, so when I received the invitation of this reading seminar, I took some time to come to a conclusion to speak on Daya Krishna, on mystic experience and bhakti, levels of intelligibility and going beyond. Now notice this title, going beyond, is added here. And also levels of intelligibility is also added. Although I may not be able to do justice to Dayaji's contributions in my short presentation, but I would like to tell you why I chose this topic. One of the basic reasons is that Dayaji has very few writings directly related to this topic. But this dialogue on bhakti can be considered as one of the most important events of present times. It demonstrates how we can have a dialogue with the various living intellectual traditions in India. I may please be excused for saying that Daya Krishna, who devoted his whole life on philosophical writings, wrote so much on Indian philosophy and questioned almost all the foundations and presuppositions of Indian philosophy, has not been taken as seriously by so-called Indian philosophers as he should have been taken. He often complained during personal conversations with me that, I'm quoting him, "Nobody reads what I write," unquote. A very few Sanskritists and scholars like Professor R.C. Dwivedi, who was in Sanskrit department in this university, and Pandit Badri Narayan Shukla, with whom we had the advantage of learning and studying Panch Lakshmi directly. And actually, the other day we were talking about Badrinathji's, interaction in the Samvad thing, and the dates were told about 86-87, which is wrong. Panch Lakshmi was started here in this department in 77 and 78. I was instrumental, Yogesh and sir will confirm this. I used to bring him every day from Prakratik Chikitsalaya to this department. I used to walk from my home and we will come together walking, and room in that department, the seminar room, which had the library, we used to have the discussions and we had. And actually, this was while we were reading reference, Sense and Reference, and also Quine and Frege. So Russell, Quine and Frege, that was in our course, and that was the reason that Dayaji and Pahisa both decided that we should have interaction. So Samvad begins from then, not later. And then of course continues. A very few Sanskritists and scholars like R.C. Dwivedi, we have already said, he acknowledges in dedicating Bhakti volume in introduction. So in my view, his contribution to Bhakti and initiation of the philosophical dialogue between a living tradition, a living religion. Now, notice here, I'm using the word living traditions and in bracket, a living religion. And philosophers is exemplary and we must carry forward. The other reason for choosing this topic is that Dayaji is normally considered to have an empiricist, analytical, and rationalist stand in his philosophy pursuits, and often he is considered as anti-religious. But not many people are aware of his writings on mysticism as back as in 1954, and his position on mysticism, religion, and spirituality. In fact, I also read them very recently. He somehow did not talk or write much on religion or mysticism, maybe because usually people interpreted India's intellectual tradition as spiritual, until Amartya Sen's book, Argumentative Indian, about which I had the opportunity to discuss with him a number of times. And Dayaji would never follow the usual path. He was a compulsive path breaker and path maker. But I would point out in this paper that he was always fascinated by the spiritual traditions of India. And he recognized their multifaceted contributions in other fields such as art, music, dance, architecture, etc., about which he has written extensively throughout his life. Thus, we need to read and understand his writings more carefully before we criticize him being responsible in pigeonholing various disciplines having his own different validities. Here, I make a serious attempt to understand his position on mystic experience and bhakti. Dayaji has a very strong foundation of Western philosophy, we all know that, which helps him to look at Indian tradition and culture critically. His criticisms, questions, inquiries, explanations, and interpretations are not from the standpoint of an outsider. We were talking about outsider and insider for last 2.5, actually 3 days. So his standpoint is of not an outsider, in my view, but from an insider. Although Daniel has talked about just now, one leg in outsider and one leg as insider. I would say that, I may agree with him, but then I consider him as insider, who has lived Indian tradition as most sensitive and sympathetic philosopher of the century. Yet, he questioned the usual way of looking, understanding, experiencing, and living these traditions. For him, experience and communication is the most important activity of human life. Now, I'm not going to go into the detail. Actually, just the other day, we were also talking about Prasthantri. And in Prasthantri also, we were talking about experience and communication. I would confine myself here only to some of Dayaji's writings, maybe 5 or 6. Dayaji, in his article, Religious Experience, Language and Truth, which was published in 1961, The Art of the Conceptual, argues that the statement of religious experience the statements of religious experience have to do something with a realization in terms of which the religious statement get their meaning, and their verification and philosophical discussions will hang in the air. Notice this term. Philosophical discussions will hang in the air. The statements appear contradictory to the rational intellect. It makes claim to truth which is their very nature cannot be true. But this is a philosopher's prejudice. To quote again, religion is essentially a seeking for something beyond. Now notice the word or the concept of beyond. That is absolutely fundamental in Daya Krishna to understand. There's something to go beyond this world. Now going beyond from where? From this world. With its limitations of space, time, mass, and causality. Something that is to be experienced as, or even more directly, as the world we experience through our senses. So the world which we experience in the senses is the world which we have experienced, no doubt. But then we have to go beyond. Now this beyond is what? Beyond is something like a seeking. The seeking invariably takes the form, at least in its first phase, to turning away from the world. So the seeking requires turning away from the world, and then the whole process of beyond comes in. Ultimately, whatever is being sought is supposed to reveal itself in freedom, and thus the element of grace is paramount and inalienable in all religions. This experience tends to formulate itself, for example, into contradictory statements, simultaneously asserted as true. The language in which religious experience tends to express itself is not the language of mathematics or even that of empirical sciences, but of parables and paradox, which will claim to convey truth. So paradoxes and parables, they are not to be avoided in this going beyond, but they convey some other kind of truth. And that's why he comes to the notion of levels of intelligibility. So the philosophers and most educated people believe that a set of contradictory statements cannot describe truth. Religion, the realm of contradictions par excellence, therefore becomes to them so obviously false or even meaningless as not to require any further consideration at all. Now the primary question is, can a contradictory statement ever correctly designate a statement of affairs? Could not there be an experience which could correctly be formulated only in conjunctive unity of contradictory statements? And then he gives the example. Are you happy? if asked, and replied, I am and I am not. Is it nonsensical? Contradiction is characteristic of linguistic discourse, and if we are asked to avoid it, it is only because linguistic discourse must be intelligible to perform its function effectively, to unquote. And as of intelligibility, how do we know the law of contradiction is a necessary condition for it, or that without it language cannot perform its function adequately? Surely on an operational definition of intelligibility, if a large number of people behaved as if they understood, then it cannot be considered intelligible to them. So if people are behaving in such a way that it is intelligible to them, then it is intelligible for them. I may not understand a thing myself, but then I have to depend on the intelligibility of the language of others. But I cannot certainly observe that others are understanding and successfully communicating with each other. I cannot certainly observe that others are understanding and successfully communicating with each other. So the intelligibility, it may not be mine own, but then if the people are understanding it, I will have to recognize it. So whether the language is performing its function or not can only be decided by those who are using it. So intelligibility has to be decided by only those who are using it. The question is why law of contradiction fails in religious experience. Basically, the law of contradiction presupposes a sharp, specific, and identified application of sameness, P and not P. So P has to be denied. The same thing has to be denied. So the sameness, the application of sameness, and if it is not possible in a situation, it ceases to be relevant. Religious experience is concerned with that which is supposed to be beyond space, time, mass, and causality. There should be a little wonder then if it expresses itself in the conjunction of contradictory statement asserted as true. It would be objected that the use in all such cases is non-cognitive, and thus beyond questions of truth and falsehood. The contradictory assertion of religion are supposed to shock the mind out of its habitual groups of thought, or to be something like poetry, which conveys truth, but not of the cognitive kind. So he sort of brings it very close to the poetry. As for poetic truth, it has mostly been considered as the truth of the form of our feelings. I'll come to that a little later. While religion has always claimed that the truth it discovers is simultaneously a truth about the self and the world. Even in case of science and philosophy, though verification of experience is claimed, but this verification is never complete. And both theoretical reflections and factual experience can reveal new possibilities and actualities which neither the tradition nor the master knew. Then why should the religious experience be treated as different levels or cognitively as different category than these expressions like poetic or value, etc.? So poetic truth and truth in values and religious truth, he brings all of them in a similar kind of, similar level, closer to the level. The question of abnormality in relation to values and cognitive value has seldom been discussed in philosophical literature, but it may be asserted that some confidence that, except in statistical sense, religious experience cannot be considered as abnormal. The capacity for inner freedom, abiding joy, we were talking about freedom since morning. Capacity of inner freedom, abiding joy, relevant responses to external situation is so preeminent and abundant in spiritual persons that compared to them, ordinary normal persons appear as deficient human beings. Now, see what he's talking about. Those people who do not have this religious experience, they seem to be deficient human beings. It is so normal in every human being. They must have something, the feeling of going beyond. And this is absolutely eternal in every human being. The problem of cognitive validity centers around that about which the cognitive claim is made. If the claim is about empirical things, the tests of validity are the same as the relevant sciences. However, it should be remembered that statements considering entities which may be treated as a logical construct out of experiences which are spiritual in nature seldom concern the world known through the senses, experience or reasoning, except or the highest level of the generality, and they are almost impossible to verify. This does not mean that they are verifiable, but only that their verification is not quite as easy thing as to achieve. This is highly surprising when such a simple thing as space we are living in is not quite easily determinable by all methods of physical science. So that shows the limitations of physical science. So if the physical science, which claims to be empirical, cannot do this, how can you expect from religion? The situation is even more complicated in case of religious statements, as they are cognitive and evaluative at the same time. So religious statements are cognitive and evaluative at the same time. The logic of verification to evaluate statement is hardly developed, and if purely cognitive statements about the whole of space-time universe are so difficult to verify, how much more difficult it would be in the case of those that are evaluative also. Therefore, an autonomous validity of religious experience in its own field must be accepted, and theoretical reflection in this context may be carried out. Otherwise, the discussion about religion will appear completely irrelevant to those who are actually practicing religion. Now, you can see that he's making a distinction between the people who are practicing religion and those who are not religious. I'm not going into the details, but then I'm coming to the next article, which is Mystical and Problem of Intelligibility, published in Journal of Religion, as back as 1954, emphasizes that intelligibility presupposes interpersonal communication and the problem arises within the field. The success or failure in intelligibility is always with reference to someone to whom we wish to communicate something. And the success of the communication depends upon the fact as to what extent there is similarity between the experiences of a person and who are trying to communicate with each other. So the similarity of experience matters a lot. The intelligibility as the second level is not so immediate and direct as it is primary level. It is rather a matter of achievement than possession, a continuous possibility which can be realized but only through an openness. Now he introduces another notion, not simply going beyond, but also through an openness. So the notion of concept of openness, an effort that may not be forthcoming. So one has to be open to go beyond. If you are absolutely closed with your ideas, you don't want to listen to others, then of course there's hardly any place. So through an openness and effort that may be forthcoming. Further, he says, intelligibility is another name for the experiences one has not shared or whose analogue one has not experienced in one's own experience, though their meaningfulness is not questioned. For example, aesthetic experience, such as painting, songs, dance, etc., are meaningful, but may not be intelligible. Thus, in creative pursuits of ends, which is the second level, we find unintelligibility, but this we also find in moral activity. The common man does not appreciate the sacrifices of material gains. I mean, if you sort of talk to a yogi, he might be emphasizing on his sort of sacrificing their material gains, but the common man doesn't appreciate, neither he understands. It's all because people do not share similar value, since they do not share the similar experience. But it is important to note that the unintelligibility is not absolute. So if somebody is open, then the unintelligibility can be removed. If one has the openness of the mind to understand, then the aesthetic, intellectual, and moral experiences can become intelligible as elements of these experiences are more or less present in some rudimentary form in everybody's experience. Again, he emphasizes that every human being has this experience which is in the rudimentary form. So the problem with the mystic experience, now I'm coming to the mystic experience. Oops, I'm sorry. Okay, so I think we need to, I can't find it. Maybe it's still working. The problem with mystic experience is that it is even further than that of the second level experiences we have talked about. In fact, the question, it questions the whole framework of ordinary human life is in a more radical fashion than the other pursuits do. The ordinary experience is an illusion, and truth lies in some kind of transcendence. Now this, I'm bringing another notion of transcendence, and that you can see it in the context of mystic experience. Mystic experience is human experience, and there's no realm of human experience which is completely unintelligible. You can see the relationship between the mystic experience and unintelligibility to any mind, provided it is open towards it. So actually he's changing the words, but bringing the whole idea of unintelligibility and trying to explain the mystic experience. So there he concludes, the mystic experience must also be intelligible. He recognizes there are moments in everybody's life when one has a vague feeling of the transcendence, beyond to which one feels an intimate relation with overtones of peace and joy and calm, suffering one's whole experience. Suffusing one's whole experience. It is therefore only a question of opening oneself to a certain aspect of experience, to find the mystic experience not so unintelligible as it is held to be in most circles in modern times. Now, the question is, did he stick to this position till the end? I'm not sure about it, but my impression is that he did. Maybe Daniel can comment on it. The unintelligibility of aesthetic experience is not a matter of conceptual comprehension or does not require rational understanding, but is a matter of formal aspect of experience. Unless one begins to have a feeling for the visual forms, we were talking about feeling just in the morning, for the visual forms, for the patterning into the significant organization, one cannot find architecture, sculpture, or painting as aesthetically intelligible. The same is true about music. Here, to find it intelligible, one should have to have feeling for the tones and the harmony that they create in different patterns. No amount of conceptual classification or analysis would make it intelligible, which is not conceptual at all. For the intelligibility of the mystic experience, therefore, the conceptual rationalization is not necessary. Now, he is leaving behind the conceptual rationalization. Notice this. But a continuous opening of oneself to the transcendental aspect of all experience. So this continuous process of opening of oneself, that's what is required for mystic experience. The existence of such aspects of human experience can hardly be denied. Again and again he's asserting that each and every individual has this aspect inbuilt in the personality. In fact, he follows necessary form of self-consciousness of man. Now, I mean, in fact, I was his student, and actually, when he used to teach us ethics, he always used this term, concept of self-consciousness. And we used to really wonder what exactly it means. We could not really understand at that particular time. At least I did not. I kept on repeating, this presuppositions of ethics, self-consciousness and freedom. But then now I understand that, this whole form of self-consciousness of a man, which is essentially involves an awareness of the other, about which Alok Tandonji is so much perturbed, and he's talking about all the time. He's bringing out that notion again. But look in Dayaji's position. It is inbuilt. Even in the mystic experience, going beyond involves self-consciousness. And what is self-consciousness? The self-consciousness is essentially involving an awareness of the other, the beyond with the capital B, in its generality and not specificity. Now that's a rider here. In its generality and not in specificity. Human capacity to go beyond. That's what he strictly believed. And he remained a strong believer of this particular ability of human being. In fact, I should openly say this at this stage. Those who have read Rabindranath Tagore would be able to appreciate it. This whole notion of creativity and spirituality which Rabindranath Tagore had, that exactly I find in Daya Krishna. I mean, you can quote one after another the notion of creativity and spirituality from Tagore. I mean, since I work also in this area, I mean, very often I find the language, I mean, of course, Dayaji's language is Dayaji's language, but Tagore's language is Tagore's. But basically they are saying very similar things. Many times scientists and mysticism, unintelligible to one reason, it is that it does not fit into the accepted framework of our experimental interpretation, a felt incoherence or incompatibility between the isolated experience and more general field of experience. But this unintelligibility depends on how we interpret the deliverances of mystic experience and its relation to interpretative view elaborated by the science of physics. This we have talked about already, so I try to skip a little bit. Science rejects mystic experience and mystics reject science. It is because a unitary conceptual framework is not found. But this does not deny. So even against the scientist, the idea is arguing, but this does not deny the reality or validity of the either. Both are valid, both are real. Same argument applies in case of aesthetics and moral. Just moral judgments seem to be autonomous as scientific and aesthetic judgments in their own field. Their independence and interdependence can be seen as merely instrumental for realization of their own values. Artist has been interpreted in scientific discoveries so far as he can use them for new patterns of beauty. He is indifferent for example, of morality. For example, morality. Scientist is not worried about morality. So this question of validity cannot be determined outside the field. So he's talking about multiple validities to which they are not relevant at all. The mystic experience too has its immanent criteria, and it would be wrong to appeal to any other consideration for the establishment de-establishment of validity which is in the field. The mystic literature is full of warnings, pseudo-experiences or illusions, and in fact, continuously alert against false and deceptive consciousness. Any encroachment of validity by mystic on aesthetic or moral or intellectual would be as wrong as by the others. So no encroachment would be accepted by any one of them. Dayaji is trying to articulate, to use his own words, the principle of multiple validities. One may object to this principle by saying that this is roundabout way to admit unintelligibility as the belief in the unitary explanation of all the human experiences. If you have multiple validities, then all the fields have their own validities, and if they have their own validities, then there is no unitary kind of validity. Dayaji objects to this reply. He says, no, that's not true. The definition of unitary scheme must take into account all multiple validities, otherwise it is not unitary scheme at all. 2, it would be foolish to wait for a unitary scheme to admit the multiple validities that we meet in different realms of experience. And 3, that comprehensive a unitary account cannot take into account the problem of quality which is specific to each realm. He concludes this article by saying that mystic aspect of experience be as much as an accepted category of modern thought as the aesthetics, the moral, and the intellectuals are. Now I come to another article about which we have already talked. One presentation was already there. Another article which is Bhakti, the New Purushartha, the tidal wave from the south, points out that the debate between Advaitic and non-Advaitic was a debate concerned with the new movement in spiritual life of India, which became famous, and emergence of the Srimad Bhagavad in South. A new approach to a relationship with God Bhakti and new form of spirituality was emphasized. The basic idea was that it was feeling and emotion which alone could reveal the truth and establish a living relationship with God as against intellect or reason. Ultimate reality is identified with rasa, a word which was central to Indian thought about art and aesthetics, which suggested a close analogy between the two. The idea of transcendental feeling or emotion in the context of an awareness of that which was ultimately real gave a new direction to Indian spirituality as well as philosophical reflection on it. The transcendent came increasingly to the conceived as a person rather than an abstract principle, or as essentially impersonal in character. But just as in human relationship, deep emotions are felt, similarly, the transcendent principle was conceived as a lover, a child, or a master, or a friend, or a father. The Indian Bhakti tradition never conceived of God as the loved, as it was done in Sufi tradition. So Bhakti tradition has a fundamental difference between Sufi with Sufi tradition. Dayaji recognizes the importance of Bhakti and puts it in the category of Purushartha. He makes it a focal point of discussion as one of the most important examples of mystic experience. He raises all sorts of fundamental questions regarding the experience and meaning of bhakti. So he's not only raising theoretical, logical, or conceptual inquiries into mystic experience, but also going deep into the questions of experiencing religion. Did gopis really love Krishna? He asks. The love of gopis is one-sided. Krishna never misses gopis. Moreover, after Krishna leaves gopis, never tries to locate them. So much so that Krishna's father and mother, Nanda and Yashoda, also never tried to inquire about Krishna's welfare. In South Bhakti tradition, instead of Krishna, we find Vishnu as the object of worship. But he finds it surprising that Bhakti tradition from Brahman to Vishnu and from Vishnu to Krishna, how this transition takes place has never become a matter of discussion. Further, Krishna's Mahabharata in Srimad Bhagavad Gita and Gita Govinda have different roles to play, which was also not paid much attention. But if bhakti is considered as one of the purushartha, then we must try to find out answers of these questions. Knowing, feeling, and willing. These are three primary modes of consciousness. As we were talking about in KCB, he absolutely agrees with KCB. Bhakti is in the field of feeling. So no ideal can ever be achieved completely. It always remains a matter of discovery. In a dialogue on bhakti, about which of course we already had one presentation, but I'm going to present here in a very different way. In dialogue on bhakti, a contemporary discussion, he turns to those who are practicing religion and addresses himself to the question how validity of experience of a bhakt and theoretic reflection in their context can be carried out so that the discussion about religion is made intelligible to those who are practicing religion. See, I'm coming back to those who are practicing religion. He was extremely excited about this samvada, and he writes, to quote, to have samvada on bhakti, and that too on its philosophical dimensions. Remember, it's on philosophical dimensions. At a place like Vrindavan, which ostensibly rejects all intellectuality, seemed almost impossible entries. Now, this is in his introduction. Yet, this was made possible. He writes, again quote, perhaps never before has it been explored so freely as so many dimensions and directions. The free play of reason, imagination, and intellectual sensibility of such a large number of scholars revealed once more that we had underestimated the power of such Bodhik Yagya to actualize the hidden possibilities of the mind, rather than this type of seminar in which everyone reads the paper written beforehand to which nobody listens. So even during Dayaji's time, as you can see, people were reading papers and nobody was listening. And of course, he was very sarcastic about it. The dialogue on Bhakti thus once again confirmed what was demonstrated by Reggae experiment. We have heard about that. What it means to have a dialogue with living tradition is discussed by Dayaji in great detail. Dialogue with dead, I would suggest every one of you to kindly, especially to the students, to kindly read this dialogue. You'll really enjoy it. What it means to have a dialogue with living tradition. People most praise what a person had said, but when a person is alive, people often talk ill of them. Well of them, sorry. So when you're alive, nobody will talk good things about you. They will be always criticizing you, all right? Once you are dead, then of course, everybody says, oh, how good he was, how good she was. So thus, when one treats the tradition as living, one criticizes them, we will not be afraid of being critical. To quote again, a living relationship, however, is not only critical appreciative. We further ask ourselves, what can we do with it? How can we carry it forward? Hence, the second dimension of our enterprise with respect to all traditions of India's past is that it is alive and that our relation with them have to be critical. So just as we do in case of a person who is alive, that we are critical, exactly in the same way, we must take these traditions as alive and we have to be critical and appreciative and be creative. So three things: critical, appreciative, and creative. This is on page number 4. So dialogue is between two persons and two groups who are equal in the sense that none of them knows anything more than the other. Many questions were asked and answered by practitioners in Vrindavan. We should discuss only some of them. We would discuss only some of them to have some idea of the dialogue and Dayaji's interventions. 1. Was bhakti the seeking of an ideal immanent in the life of feeling itself, which wanted to be free? Another 5 minutes. Just okay. Do we have 5 minutes? Okay. Just 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Which wanted to be free. Sorry, I repeat the question. What was bhakti the seeking of an ideal immanent in the life of feeling itself, which wanted to be free of any object, whatever, in order to completely independent of it, or was it, in other words, the seeking of moksha in the realm of feeling? So he's asking whether it's a seeking or whether it's immanent. Question 2, shall we regard bhakti as culture specific, that is confined to Indian culture alone, or is it universal in character? But if bhakti has something universal in it, then there must be something analogous in it, other cultures also. If bhakti is a movement in the soul of man, then it must be found everywhere in other cultures, other traditions, other civilizations. 3, with all diverse forms of bhakti, could we say that there is such thing as philosophical tradition of bhakti in India? And if so, what is it? Notice the word philosophical tradition. I emphasized that before also. So philosophical traditions of bhakti and not just bhakti. What are the purupakshas in the philosophical traditions of bhakti? 4, one of the foundational issues regarding bhakti is the bhakti is feeling-centered, emotion-oriented. It treats feeling and emotions as the basic instrument and means of grasping ultimate reality. If this is so, then what is the place of reason in it? Does bhakti presuppose some basic emotion in all human beings, which is ultimately real, which because of this Emotion cannot but be conceived in personal terms. What is the relation between jnana, karma and bhakti in Advaitic framework? Theory of karma is contradictory to theory of jnana. If the result of bhakti is bhakti and not God, then what is the result of karma? Can I be bhakt and an atheist? Could we not start with emotion, life, which we know, rather than God to known, God to whom we do not know? What is the sadhya or end of bhakta? Is it just one of the sadhan or means among others? Now these were the questions. And what are the answers after the discussion? Some answers. Philosophical reflection can either be on knowledge or in action, and that philosophical problems can also arise from the context of feelings or emotions. Our philosophy of feeling is therefore as much justified as epistemology or ethics. Now, notice this. The philosophy of feeling is as much justified as epistemology or ethics. 2. Bhakti is ultimately the development of significant, fulfilling, rich life concentrated in feeling and emotion, which is sought to be made permanent. So bhakti, emotion is permanent. The life of emotion is a fluctuating life. How then is how then to build a life of emotion with constant tone, with a constant direction? I think bhakti should be seen as tremendous attempt of a culture to build what may be called a life of permanent and beautiful feeling. So the life of a permanent, beautiful feeling, that's the end. I think the conclusions, I'm quoting all these answers, okay? So I think the conclusions, if there can be any conclusion in such a discussion, were that philosophical reflections can be done with respect to anything whatsoever. So when you are in the bhakti experience, you are not philosophizing or being philosophical about it. But otherwise, we can think rationally, critically about it, both about its relationship to and implication for in other domains. 4. A bhakti tradition is opposed to the view that there is universal feeling found in all human beings at all times which can grasp the ultimate reality, then this is not acceptable to Dayaji, as it puts some particular people or place or time into a privileged position with respect to the ultimate. And every human being must have the potentiality of directly relating to whatever is ultimately real in the same way as everyone else. 5. In the middle of the conversation, as Chairman Dayaji says, I think, to quote, I think that God has decided that a new chapter on bhakti will be written. He decided that the seminar will be held, and on this occasion, the Lord has ordered that a purely new kind of thinking about bhakti will emerge, to unquote. It is another matter how serious he was when he made this comment. Dayaji in his replies, in his another article, which I'm not sure if it's published, but I think Daniel has told me that it is published somewhere. Art in the Mystic Consciousness takes the notion of the mystic to the utmost height, to mean the act of being self-conscious, which itself involves a withdrawal. In vocal music, the word disappears. We were having, yesterday we had classical music experience, but in vocal music, the words disappear. In poetry, as a work of art, also the one has to go beyond all thought, which is natural extension. Architecture is standing before one in space and time, but one has to open one's eyes to see it. Even everything is present in front of you, but you have to open your eyes. So, and listen to it. Open your eyes to see it, and while the music, one has to close one's eyes to listen. I remember that when Pahi Sahib, I'm sure many of you who have seen Pahi Sahib in the conferences, you will know and appreciate. He used to close his eyes. For hours the presentation seminar is going on until this finishes. He will be closing his eyes and he will be extremely attentive. And he's laughing, sitting on the chair. He's laughing, responding in his mind. And suddenly he burst into a laugh and then comes with a comment. So this closing of the eyes and closing and opening the eyes to listen. This closing the world or seeing the world both involve withdrawal. So closing and opening both need withdrawal. In his words, the feeling is there in the presence of all the arts. So perhaps in music it appears to be preeminently so. He compares this with religion. The return of in-timelessness of withdrawal from the world, closing all senses from the world, enters one's consciousness, stopping the movement of the mind, the last vintage of the temporality, shutting off reason, even the rights and wrongs, good and bad, beautiful and ugly, which are all related to our concern with the world at all levels, including not only that which is perceived, but also all that is thought as remembered or wished and desired, have been the heart of the mystic feeling of all over the world. And argues that this task of mysticism is impossible if one takes the traditions of mysticism seriously. He passionately argues that the world on mystic experience will always be there, and the question will always be what to do with it, and can we make it a little better or let it be what it is, if not make it worse. The world is, and should be remembered, is not God-given, but made by man in the past, individually and collectively, bit by bit, big by big, the spiritual traditions of world and the techniques of withdrawal and those concerned with cultivation of meditative practices are no exceptions, as one has to learn them from the tradition. Thank you so much for the patience.
Thank you, Ashaji. Now I invite questions from the audience. Yes, sure.
जो मेरी दृष्टि में बहुत छुपा हुआ था, जिसके बारे में कुछ जानना चाहता था, और ये सही बात है कि उनके जो आखिरी लेक्चर्स हैं उनमें इस तरीके का कोई जिक्र नहीं है, तो ये मुझको और भी ज़्यादा परटर्ब कर रहा है कि शिमला लेक्चर्स में जब वो सिविलाइजेशंस की बात कर रहे हैं, जब वो इंडियन सिविलाइजेशन की बात कर रहे हैं, पश्चिमी सिविलाइजेशन की बात कर रहे हैं, तो कहीं पर इस तरीके का जिक्र नहीं आता है। ये बड़े ही ताज्जुब की बात है। वो ये ज़रूर कहते हैं कि इंडियन सिविलाइजेशन के केंद्रीय तत्व था कि किस तरीके से हम अपनी चेतना का परिष्कार करें, लेकिन इस तरीके से जो बात आ रही है वो थोड़ी डिफरेंट है। खैर, मैं सिर्फ 3 सीधे सीधे सवाल करना चाहता हूँ इसी बैकग्राउंड में। पहला सवाल ये है कि मिस्टिकल फीलिंग के बारे में अगर हम उसको रिलेट करें दया जी के साथ, तो बाद में भी है कि मनुष्य वो है जो अपने बायोलॉजिकल एग्जिस्टेंस को ट्रांसेंड करना चाहता है, ये थ्रू आउट है। लेकिन वो बायोलॉजिकल अपने उसको ट्रांसेंड करने में हो सकता है वैल्यूज़ और इस सब की बात करें, लेकिन कहीं पर उन्होंने ट्रांसेंडेंस को ट्रांसेंडेंट से नहीं जोड़ा है। सो दिस डिस्टिंक्शन बिटवीन द ट्रांसेंडेंस एंड ट्रांसेंडेंट, बिलीफ इन ट्रांसेंडेंट हैज़ टू बी क्लैरिफाइड। ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल इसलिए भी है क्योंकि अगर मिस्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस सिर्फ मैटर ऑफ फीलिंग है तो ये बात लागू नहीं होगी। आपको मानना पड़ेगा कि मिस्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस ए मैटर ऑफ कॉग्निशन भी है, तभी तो ट्रांसेंडेंट्स में बिलीफ होगा। और अगर ये मैटर ऑफ कॉग्निशन भी है मिस्टिक्स के साथ में, तो ये अलग अलग मिस्टिक्स अलग अलग रिलीजियस ट्रेडिशन से आते हैं, और ये अलग अलग रिलीजियस ट्रेडिशन के आने के कारण इनके अलग अलग बिलीफ्स भी हैं। और ये बिलीफ्स खाली मनुष्य के लिए नहीं, वो जगत के बारे में उनकी एक कॉस्मोलॉजी भी है, और उस कॉस्मोलॉजी को अगर हम कहें मानना है या नहीं मानना है, तो हमारे लिए वैलिडिटी का क्वेश्चन भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है। और वैलिडिटी का क्वेश्चन जो है दुनिया में इस समय साइंटिफिक वैलिडिटी से ही जाना जाता है। तो फिर मिस्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस को हम क्या उस तरीके से एक वैलिड कॉग्निटिव एक्सपीरियंस की तरह मान सकते हैं? या इसको हमको सिर्फ एक फीलिंग एक्सपीरियंस तक लाना पड़ेगा, और उस स्थिति में उसका किसी विशेष रिलीजन के बिलीफ या किसी धर्म से कोई संबंध नहीं रह जाता, वो आदमी के अंदर साइंस करते समय भी होता है। आइंस्टीन कहता है कि मनुष्य हमारे लिए सबसे ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण एक रहस्य भावना है, और उस रहस्य भावना के तहत वो विज्ञान का भी की खोज करता है उसका। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये तीनों सवाल जो हैं वो आप इसके ऊपर अपना राय दें, क्योंकि दया जी ने बाद में इनका जिक्र नहीं किया।
धन्यवाद टंडन साहब। एक बात जो है मैं बीच में आपको कह दूं कि दया जी के विषय में ये कुछ ऐसा है कि वो पकड़ में नहीं आते हैं वो ही इज़ ऑलवेज इवॉल्विंग, और उसमें एंड ही टेक्स डायमेट्रिकली अपोजिट पोजीशन समटाइम्स। वो अपने आप को भी कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट कर देते हैं पहले जो कुछ कहा हुआ होता है उसको लेकर। तो उनकी राइटिंग्स को मैंने बहुत पढ़ा हुआ ऐसा नहीं, लेकिन उन्हें मैंने सुना बहुत है, क्योंकि उनके साथ डायरेक्ट इंटरेक्शन बहुत हुआ घर में, हमारे घर में और उनके घर में, दोनों जगह पर। और उसके कारण से दया जी जो हैं वो इस प्रकार के हैं कि कई बार लगता है कि दया जी ये हैं, फिर थोड़ी देर बाद अगले दिन लगता है दया जी ये नहीं, ये हैं। तो वो बात हमेशा उनके साथ रहती है। और उनको जब आप पॉइंट आउट करते हो कि आपने ये कहा था उस समय, तो बोले अब मैं ये कह रहा हूँ। तो वो ये बात गांधी जी की तरह की थी वो जो है, और ये ठीक भी है ऐसा होना। मुझे लगता है कि ये इस रूप में अच्छा है कि आप कंटिन्यूसली इवॉल्व होते जाएं। थैंक यू। इस पे बात नहीं करने के बजाय 2 क्वेश्चंस और लेंगे। अच्छा, 1 by 1, ओके।
हाँ बताओ।
Let me just answer.
Just I would like to make a comment.
Let me just answer him. Okay, just give me a minute. Very briefly. आपने ये बात सही कही है कि शिमला लेक्चर्स में इन सब का कहीं उल्लेख नहीं है, और इसीलिए मुझे लगा कि ज़्यादातर लोगों ने बाद का सब पढ़ा है, पर पहले का जो है वो पढ़ा नहीं है, इसलिए वो डिस्कशन में नहीं आ रहा था। एंड दैट वाज वन ऑफ द रीजन, एज आई हैव सेड, आई हैव चोजन दिस पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट. And I have also been writing on academic study of religion in India for a long time. Almost for 2 decades I have been writing on this, and I'm attached to a lot of organizations in the world where, I mean, recently I did this history of religions, which is one of the things. So I think this is extremely important from our perspective, and as I said, in the modern times it's more important. So this is absolutely, you're right. The second thing is about the mystical feeling. Now, whether this mystical feeling has any cognitive aspect or not, I think I tried to make it very clear, and you have paper. Please go through it carefully. You will find that I have tried to say that mystic feeling also have the cognitive aspect for Dayaji. But then the question is of primacy. Which one is primary? So in the religious context, the feeling is more primary, the emotion is more primary, not the cognitive aspect. But he's not denying that there's no cognitive aspect at all. That's one thing. The second thing is that, of course, biological aspect is there in every human being, and transcending is the going beyond. He's not using the word transcendence in that sense, but he's more into the, going beyond. With a capital B, I quoted him, So I think that's more important. We must keep it in mind, that going beyond is something. Now, from where you are going beyond, that also we have clearly talked about. So it's from the empirical world. And how do we do it? It's a primary kind of requirement of being human. And that also includes to be concerned with other. That also I tried to explain. Now with these kind of thing, it's all true, it's all clear. But you're right, that the difference between transcendent and transcendence is not made clear at all. And I remember very clearly when we were reading Kant with Dayaji and Bhatnagar Sahib, we used to have a Friday seminar. So actually, like anybody who was specialist on Kant, we would read something and then, we'll discuss. So I remember at least for 1 month, we just stuck to these 2 concepts. Transcendence and transcendental and transcendence. Transcend within the Kantian categories. within the Kantian framework. So it's a very difficult kind of thing, and he really made a distinction between the two, and he wanted to mean it. Third thing is, last one, is about the multiple validities. I have talked about it. So there's no validity, which, I mean, the validity of science is accepted, the validity of mystic experience is also equally accepted. So, and we have said that the multiple validities are there, and the multiple validities must be recognized. There's no unitary validity in that sense. And to look for a unitary validity would be a mistake. So, in a way, he's saying this. And unitary, and the people who are sort of advocating a unitary validity, they will not have a place in this kind of framework, and he's against them. So that's it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Asadi, for your nice presentation. Just I would like to make a comment, because whenever the meaning of the term withdrawal is explained, it is told it is closing the world and seeing the world. So it seems to be contradictory, but not contradictory at all. As I told, in our tradition, in Abhinav Gupta, when I am identified with the art object, vocal music, then Tanmayata is there and Manmayata is locked. And when the art object, when after the enjoyment of the art, when we come to the natural world, then Tanmayata is locked and Manmayata comes. This is one thing, and it has been stated by Collingwood also. We have sharing in the art. There is Tanmayata in my word, and also distancing. And our Sahitya Darpan told, it belongs to me and does not belong to me. It's a contradictory, but it is. When parasya na parasyati, mameti na mameti cha, it belongs to others. It does not belong to others. It belongs to me as well as it does not belong to me. And that is why it seems to be mystic, but it is a real fact. We experience in the art, particularly in the field of music, poetry, as rightly pointed out by Asadi and Daya Krishna ji. So this much I would like to add.
Just one more question. Just one more question, and that too should be very
Thank you for the
concise.
comment, Raghunatha.
प्लीज
Yes.
ब्रीफ में नहीं होगा, आप अलाउ करें तो 2-3 मिनट 2-3 लाइनें तो कहनी पड़ेगी।
योगेश जी,
एक तो बहुत आशा जी को बहुत धन्यवाद। Such a wonderful presentation. Paper is consisting of so many insights and regarding all the and she encompasses all the cognitive disciplines experiences, from poetry to bhakti to science and philosophy. मेरा सिर्फ एक तो यही सवाल है जो बहुत वो है कि मिस्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस को आप कैसे अनुवाद करते हैं? क्या ये किस कैटेगरी में आता है? इज इट बुद्धि और प्रज्ञा? इज इट ये रहस्यानुभूति? यदि इसका अनुवाद है तो रहस्यानुभूति में और प्रज्ञा में कुछ फ़र्क है या बुद्धि के ही समान है? बिकॉज ये इसलिए है कि प्रोफेसर पाही कहीं कहते हैं कि बुद्धि और प्रज्ञा में कहीं फ़र्क नहीं है. बुद्धि बिकम्स प्रज्ञा व्हेन it follow particular tradition, a tradition with certain conditions. That tradition should not be should be devoid of all the vyaghats and asangati and must have some stelios in its nature. तो एक बात तो यह है. दूसरा, कहीं पांडे जी ने भी भक्ति दर्शन विमर्श में कहा है, मैं चाहती थी, मैंने कई बार आपसे कहा कमल नयन जी से कि मुझे इसका हिंदी अनुवाद या पुस्तक दें भक्ति दर्शन विमर्श की. वहाँ वो ये कहते हैं कि
जीसी पांडे का,
हाँ जीसी पांडे जी का भक्ति दर्शन विमर्श है, उस पर शैलजा जी ने हिंदी में उसको रिव्यू किया था, बहुत पहले की बात है ये उनमें. तो वो कह रहे हैं भक्ति की तर्क से या बुद्धि से अगम्यता है, बिकॉज ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट भक्ति का हो रहा है. तो और मिस्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस यदि भक्ति के संदर्भ में हम कन्फाइन करें, वैसे तो आप सारे ब्रॉडर सेंस में ले रहे हैं, सारे डिसिप्लिन्स को आपने लिया है, लेकिन यदि भक्ति के संदर्भ में करते हैं तो वो कह रहे हैं कि तर्क से अगम्य है.
तर्क से अगम्य है।
हाँ, तर्क से और बुद्धि से अगम्य है। दैट्स व्हाट नारद भक्ति सूत्र सेज कि ना वादो अवलंबिता, कहीं सूत्र 74 के आसपास है, जहाँ उसमें वाद यानी डिबेट या आर्गुमेंट या रीजनिंग की बात नहीं है, ऐसा कहा है। तो एक तो ये बात है। एक पेज नंबर 9 पे आपने कहा है सूफी ट्रेडिशन का वैष्णव से फ़र्क होता है। आप कह रहे हैं कि उसमें जो है बिलव्ड वाली नहीं है, कुछ फीलिंग, ये फ़र्क है उसमें सूफी ट्रेडिशन में और वैष्णव भक्ति ट्रेडिशन में। तो यदि हम भक्ति रसामृत सिंधु देखें, रूप गोस्वामी का ग्रंथ है और उज्ज्वल नीलमणि दोनों में, और भी कई बहुत है, तो विशाल है पूरी ग्रंथ परंपरा, चाहे भक्ति हो चाहे वैदिक लिटरेचर हो। तो उसमें तो पूरा इसको इस भाव को लिया है, क्योंकि 5 माधुरी भाव उसमें एक है। हाँ जी, रूप गोस्वामी जी की है भक्ति रसामृत सिंधु। और इवन हो सकता है मधुसूदन सरस्वती जी की भी भक्ति रसायन में कहीं है ये बात हो, बिलव्ड रूप की। थैंक यू।
ओके, थैंक यू योगेश दीदी। मुझे लगता है कि रहस्यानुभूति जो है उसको प्रज्ञा बुद्धि में अनुवाद करना मुश्किल है। ना बुद्धि में आप अनुवाद कर सकते हैं, ना प्रज्ञा में अनुवाद कर सकते हैं, अगर मैं दया जी की बात को पूरा मान करके चलूँ तो। उसका कारण ये है कि इसमें इमोशन, बुद्धि में और प्रज्ञा में दोनों में इमोशन मिसिंग है, जबकि मिस्टिक एक्सपीरियंस के अंदर जो है वो इमोशन इज़ प्राइमरी। जहाँ तक मैं दया जी की बात समझ पाई हूँ उसके बेसिस पे मैं आपको उत्तर दे रही हूँ। आई थिंक आई एम इंटरप्रेटिंग प्रॉपरली। और वहाँ पे व्याघात की जो बात आप कर रहे हैं वो बुद्धि में और प्रज्ञा में तो है ही, बिना उसके तो मतलब बुद्धि नहीं है, प्रज्ञा नहीं है। इसलिए पाही साहब का जो बुद्धि का और प्रज्ञा का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है उसमें और दया जी के कॉन्सेप्ट में बहुत अंतर है, बहुत अंतर है, एकदम दोनों एकदम अलग है। अच्छा, दूसरी बात है कि भक्ति दर्शन विमर्श की मैंने किताब नहीं देखी है पानी जी की, और मैं बिल्कुल देखना चाहूँगी इसमें किस तरह से उन्होंने कहा है। पर वहाँ पे भी अगर वो तर्क से अगम्य की बात करते हैं तो वो काफ़ी कुछ पाही साहब के आसपास ही आ जाते हैं, क्योंकि अगर मतलब तर्क से अगम्य है तो पाही साहब के पास आएंगे ना, क्योंकि बुद्धि की बात कर रहे हैं फिर वो। हाँ नहीं, पर मिस्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस की जो अगर बात की है तो तर्क से अगम्य है, इसको मानते हैं क्या? नहीं, उसमें इमोशन का पार्ट नहीं है, दैट इज समथिंग। इमोशन है ही नहीं पाही साहब में वहाँ पे, कम से कम वहाँ पे नहीं है बिल्कुल, क्योंकि वो पूरा एकदम न्यायिक ट्रेडिशन की बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ इमोशन की जगह है ही नहीं, पूरा न्यायिक ट्रेडिशन की बात करें। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि पर पांडे जी की बात जो है वो मुझे पढ़नी पड़ेगी, बिना पढ़े मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकती इसके बारे में। और भक्ति सूफ़ी के बारे में जो बात है वो ऑब्वियसली मैंने जो कहा है वो दया जी की बात है, और दया जी जो है उसमें सूफ़ी मत में जिस तरह की भक्ति की बात है, उस तरह की मतलब भक्ति जिस तरह से हम वैष्णव ट्रेडिशन की भक्ति की बात कर रहे हैं वो सूफ़ी मत में नहीं है, इसकी बात है। और मुझे लगता है कि मैं दया जी से एग्री करती हूँ उसमें। थैंक यू।
मैं सिर्फ 1 मिनट में कहूँ, 1 मिनट में सिर्फ
गो अहेड।
ऐसा है क्या कि कॉग्निशन के बिना फीलिंग नहीं होती, हर फीलिंग के बेस में कोई ना कोई कॉग्निशन है, अगर तो कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं कि स्पेसिफिक काइंड ऑफ कॉग्निशन को पकड़ना पड़ेगा जो फीलिंग में, भक्ति जैसी फीलिंग में कन्वर्ट हो जाती है, ऐसा है क्या? विदाउट कॉग्निशन भक्ति का कोई सेंस नहीं है, कोई ना कोई कॉग्निशन है, वो किस काइंड का कॉग्निशन है जो अल्टीमेटली भक्ति में कन्वर्ट होता है, तो इसे हमें फिर से उस कॉग्निशन को ही पकड़ना पड़ेगा जो स्पेसिफिक काइंड ऑफ कॉग्निशन है।
आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा है मनीष जी। उसका कारण ये है, देखिए मैं तो फेमिनिस्ट हूँ, आपको पता है और फेमिनिज्म जो है वो इमोशन की बात करते हैं, क्योंकि महिलाओं का डिस्क्रिप्शन ही इसी मतलब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन ही इस बेसिस पे होता है कि महिलाएं इमोशनल होती हैं और पुरुष जो है वो रैशनल होते हैं। तो रैशनल और इमोशनल इन दोनों में जो एक बाइनरी बनाया हुआ है और उससे लेकर के जितने डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है वो सब आते हैं। सो द फंडामेंटल थिंग इज बीइंग रैशनल एंड बीइंग इमोशनल। अच्छा, अब ये है कि भाई अगर वेमेन जो है वो केवल इमोशनली होती हैं तो तो उसमें क्या रैशनैलिटी होती है? प्रश्न आपके बिल्कुल आपके पास आ गया ये कि रैशनैलिटी की बात अगर आप करते हैं तो बिना इमोशन के आप क्या रैशनैलिटी की बात कर सकते हैं? या अगर आप केवल इमोशन की बात करते हैं तो क्या बिना रैशनैलिटी के इमोशन की बात कर सकते हैं? तो ये जो जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का है वो पूरा डिबेट पिछले कम से कम 200-300 साल से जो शुरू हुआ है, स्टार्टिंग में सिमोन de Beauvoir, ये वही है। अच्छा, लेट मी कम बैक। कॉग्निशन के बिना फीलिंग होती है या नहीं? इसका उत्तर दया जी ने बहुत साफ दिया है, मैंने भी कहा है। मल्टीपल वैलिडिटीज़ की बात हो रही है, तो वैलिडिटी की बात कहाँ होती है? जहाँ आप रैशनैलिटी की बात करते हैं। इसका मतलब जो है, अगर मल्टीपल वैलिडिटी इसकी बात पर अगर फीलिंग के बारे में हो रही है, इसका मतलब वहाँ रैशनैलिटी है, हम तो मना नहीं कर रहे, रैशनैलिटी है वहाँ पे। पर वो रैशनैलिटी जो है वो किस तरह की है, ये प्रश्न है। वहाँ पे ये कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन वाला पी एंड नॉट पी वाला नहीं है। मैंने एक उदाहरण दिया था, आपने ख्याल क्या हुआ कि आर यू हैप्पी? आई एम एंड आई एम नॉट। अभी जो हैप्पीनेस है, मे बी यू मे डिसएग्री विद द एग्जाम्पल, बट यू कैन फाइंड हंड्रेड्स एग्जाम्पल्स लाइक दिस, जहाँ पे आप कॉन्ट्रडिक्टी आप यूज करते हैं, सारा जीवन यूज करते हैं आप।
पर आप जब ये कह रहे थे ना प्रायोरिटी फीलिंग की है, तो मुझे लगता है प्रायोरिटी ऑफ स्पेसिफिक काइंड ऑफ कॉग्निशन वो पकड़ना होगा, रादर देन फीलिंग नहीं, वो क्या काइंड की कॉग्निशन है जो फीलिंग में कन्वर्ट हो जाती है।
मल्टीपल वैलिडिटी से ही आप कॉग्निटिविटी को लाएंगे। मल्टीपल वैलिडिटीज जो बात हो रही है वहीं से आपको ले आएंगे। आप या तो फीलिंग में आप कॉग्निटिविटी खोजिए, ढूंढिए, उसमें आप खुश ढूंढ करके कुछ निकाल सकते हैं, वो भी करते हैं, फेमिनिस्ट करते ही हैं। फेमिनिस्ट पूरा डिस्कोर्स जो है वो यही है। जितनी तरह की एथिक्स, फेमिनिस्ट एथिक्स, ये केयर एथिक्स, ये वो जितनी वो की हैं वो सब यही है। आप उसमें कॉग्निटिव एस्पेक्ट को निकाल के बताते हैं कि भाई ये है, ये देखो आप, तो आप कैसे अलग कर रहे हैं।
चलिए डिस्कशन
तो ये जो है, एनीवे आई एम ग्लैड दैट यू रेज दिस इशू, थैंक यू।
देखिए, मतलब वी हैव एक्सीडेड द टाइम लिमिट एंड दिस हैपेंस जनरली बिकॉज व्हेन आई से just 2 minutes or I say just 5 minutes, don't believe me, because 2 minutes will never be 2 minutes or 5 minutes will never be 5 minutes. So this happens, but not only you, everybody suffers from this kind of a thing. So now we come to the close of this session, and what is going to be the next
बस उसके बाद में जो है
अच्छा, तो वो उसमें मैं आपसे जो बात अपनी तो जो कहना चाहता हूँ वो केवल इतनी सी है, जस्ट टू ऐड टू व्हाट आवर यंग फ्रेंड सेड, और ही प्रेजेंटेड दया जी सो ब्यूटीफुली। दरअसल क्लोज्ड सिस्टम्स की बात जो दया जी के माध्यम से इन्होंने कही थी, दरअसल होता ऐसा है, जो हिस्टोरियंस हैं ऑफ कल्चर, they always say that there is a vision around which a culture forms, and through its historical journey it keeps on interpreting anew by the day that same vision, and that ensures the continuity as well as the unity of that culture. And this diversification on the way happens, and you can't say that one system is not does not abide by that vision and the other abides more by to that vision. So now the thing is, जितना भी ये डाइवर्सिफिकेशन है, चाहे वो फिलोसॉफिकल सिस्टम्स में हो, चाहे वो सोसाइटल आइडियाज़ या पॉलिटिकल आइडियाज़ के रूप में हो, वो एक्चुअली दैट इज़ ऑलवेज वेडेड to that original vision and Vedic vision. यहाँ हमारी संस्कृति का जहाँ तक सवाल है, उसमें एक बात आप ये ध्यान रखिए कि the Vedic vision was actually that vision conceived the nature of man as spiritual, and thereafter all the systems, though there are exceptions also, but mainly the mainstream remains wedded to this idea. And counter ideas are always there, and also all the philosophies, they have their prime aim in explaining this world, the nature of this world. They are spiritual or not spiritual, but the thing is they are trying to explain in their own way this world. This explanation, their explanations rather, they mark them as different systems, because how I explain this world and how a Naiyayic explains this world, there lies the difference between these systems. So Vedant, Sankhya, Yoga, etc., and the thinkers within these sampradayas, they have delved on, or they have tried to explain in their own way the same vision which was expressed, which is called the Vedic vision. So continuity and diversity and unity lies in that vision. So that is one thing, and one thing more, and that is, चलो ये फिर बात लंबी होती जाएगी, इसको छोड़ते हैं यहीं, क्योंकि बहुत सारी बातें हो जाएंगी. तो actually the thing is, the culture, diversity and the unity of a culture is based. Once that vision goes, then that culture also goes out of existence. This has happened to many civilizations, ancient civilizations like Greece, Rome, and now this is happening to other civilizations, Chinese civilization, and also to our civilization. We have become very conscious about it. That's why we are all harping back and always harping back to our older vision and try to do something about it, to revive that. Dayaji was also trying to say this when he delivered his lectures in 1995 or sometime. बिरला फाउंडेशन के lectures में उन्होंने ये बात कही थी. वो lectures भी कमाल के हैं. उसमें उन्होंने ये कहा था कि हमारे यहाँ पर हमें अपनी परंपरा की ओर देखना होगा और उसे मतलब दोबारा से रिन्यू करने के लिए उसको रीइंटरप्रेट करना होगा. हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, तो वही बात है. थैंक यू सो मच, एंड now I declare it closed, this session.
Thank you, sir. Now we take a break for lunch before we start our valedictory session.
We will start the valedictory at sharp 3:15. Please gather in the hall, particularly the students. Please be punctual. Thank you.
नेताजी नेताजी अरे सुनो इनको ग्लास चेंज कराओ अरे मेहमान मनमोहन जी ये मेहमान या मनमोहन अरे ये गिलास तो नहीं सुन नहीं रहा कोई यार गिलास उठा के चेंज करो इसको नहीं नहीं करवा अरे वो तो दिखा गजरा से दिखा इन्होंने बोला आप वहाँ फोटो इन्होंने बोला मेरी भी खींच लीजिए प्लीज भैया 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 यहाँ पे मैं वहाँ नहीं खींचा ये वाला इतना नहीं आप उधर से नहीं वो बाइक आ जाओ इधर आ जाओ
ये सही है आपका टिफिन कैरी करते आप नहीं आज ही करा है घर का खाना पसंद है सबको ये रोड में मिलेगी मिलेगी कैसे हमको
I rec- Mike, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
I request all of you to kindly settle as we are about to begin with our valedictory ceremony. Namaskar. Kindly settle down as we are about to begin with our valedictory ceremony. It's my honor to welcome you all to the valedictory session of this 4-day National Reading Seminar on Daya Krishna and Living Continuity of Indian Philosophy. The seminar has been more than a commemoration. It has been a living dialogue, a samvad, echoing the very method that Professor Daya Krishna tirelessly advocated. Today, as we bring this academic journey to its formal close, we also affirm the continuity of inquiry, reflection, and dialogue. To begin with, may I invite Professor Shel Mayaram, eminent historian, social scientist, and former professor at CSDS New Delhi. Professor Dilip Kumar Mohanta, former Vice Chancellor of Calcutta Sanskrit University and University of Kalyani. Professor Raghunath Ghosh, former professor, North Bengal University, Darjeeling. And Dr. Anubhav Vaishne, head, Philosophy Department, University of Rajasthan, to kindly come forward and take their seats at the dais. Due to some urgent commitments, Professor Sachidanand Mishra, Member Secretary of ICPR, could not join us physically, though he is joining us online. Now, I request Dr. Manish Sinsanwar and Dr. Anubhav Vaishne sir to kindly felicitate our guests by presenting flowers. May I now take the privilege to invite Professor Shel Mayaram to deliver the valedictory address.
Friends, my heart is truly full, and I feel very grateful after these 4 days of intense discussion that have brought Daya Krishna alive in the best way possible. Many thanks to Anubhav and the entire philosophy department, to the Vice Chancellor and Rajasthan University, to the ICPR, and the community of scholars assembled here for creating magic. Now, I'll present 3 arguments which will connect to some of the discussion that has been held in the last 4 days. First of all, my view is that Daya Krishna is quintessentially a philosopher of freedom. And he presents to us a philosophy of freedom. Of course, as is apparent in many and brought out by many papers, he thinks of freedom in multiple ways. And I'll touch upon some of them and try and take some and try to take some of his ideas further. One is clearly the idea of freedom as transcendence. That is, as complete freedom. And he had written to the poet Gagan Gill, "Pyar bhi bandhta hai." So in a sense, his quest was for a kind of bandhan mukt, being a bandhan mukt jeev. But there is also a conception of freedom as Swaraj. Now, born in 1924, he belonged to the generation of what I've called elsewhere Swaraj's children, not Midnight's children, the way Rushdie spoke of, but this is Swaraj's children. Now, we know that Gandhiji had already spoken of self-rule, and also not Swaraj as self-rule, and also Swaraj as rule over the self. That is a conception of deep freedom. For Daya Krishna also, he took a very strongly anti-imperial stand in much of his writing, especially in his political writing. He was both against the hegemony of the United States of America, and particularly the military-industrial complex, which is, of course, we know, still creating, conflict zones all over the world, and also against communist statism. Now he responds to KCB's Swaraj in Ideas address, and he holds the position, he's completely against indigeneity. There's a lot of celebration of, the indigenization of our thought and so on, but he held the position that national boundaries should not define the conceptual worlds that we inhabit. But besides this, there are many more ways in which he thinks about freedom. The idea that consciousness has the capacity to reflect on itself. The idea of the self-reflexive self. And I recall a conversation with him in which he said to me that the self is guru. You do not need any other guru. The self itself is your guru. Freedom is also experienced in multiple domains. It is in thinking, in thought, in the art of the conceptual, as the title of which is the title of one of his books. And as he elaborated, the conceptual imagination seeks to distance itself from one's inherited tradition. And hence he exemplified the right to question all aspects of thought. So there was nothing that was sacred and beyond questioning. And it is for this reason, the question was raised today, that what school did he belong to? He did not belong to any school, because he reserved the right to question each and every, whether it's idealism or realism or what have you. Now, there is also, he saw freedom also in literature. And he writes of the poem and of literature as the possibility that the word transforms the world as felt and lived. And so the poem frees us from the world of the everyday and creates a new world. That it is also in the domain of music. Daniel mentioned it this morning. It is in swara, in the notes that create feeling. And this is from his article, Art and the Mystic Consciousness. In his article, Thinking Creatively About the Creative Act, he writes of the arts as involving worlds, and I'm quoting here, more profound, more meaningful, and more significant, where freedom obtains in a deeper sense as we distance ourselves from the world of necessity and causality, that is, from the world of power and wealth. Finally, there is the idea of freedom in the world of action, and freedom which entails making choices and also living with responsibility. And I'll elaborate on that. The second point I want to make is beyond Shankara. Now, I think we can agree that Shankara, and Anubhav raised this question, that Shankara does address Vyavhar. But the problem Daya Krishna, Mukund Lat, and Ramchandra Gandhi had with Shankara was that his metaphysics is very radical, but his social thought, contrary to it, fell back on the Dharma Shastras and the Smritis. And Mukund Lat went to the extent of telling me that instead of universality, therefore, it ends up in irrationality. And despite the principle of Atman in all living beings, Indian society over centuries would institute social hierarchy of caste and gender and untouchability, as we know, and this was legitimized by the Dharma Shastras. And and the Dharma Shastras, in a sense, were, you right from the centuries, 2nd century BC, you begin to have the Dharma Shastras being written. Now, for both Daya Krishna and Mukund Lat, the Bhagavad Gita was important. We know that it was very important also for Gandhiji. Gandhiji saw the Mahabharata and the war as metaphor, whereas we know for Savarkar, the Kurukshetra war was historical. That was the great gulf between the two. And for Gandhiji, Noakhali, as he says, this is Dharma Kshetra, Kurukshetra. Now, there was much discussion on Daya Krishna's essay, Eros, Nomos, and Logos. And there's been also, many people have pointed to his critique of I-centricity, which refers to, it goes to the extent of saying that it is a prison house, and therefore the need to cultivate responsibility. In this article, and I mentioned this, I think, during one presentation, he draws upon two notions of the Bhagavad Gita. The idea of paraspar, that is implying mutuality, as a relationship between the self and the other. And also Shreyas. He emphasizes which has connotations of intersubjectivity. Now, Mukund Lat also draws upon the Bhagavad Gita, and particularly its ideas of anishans, or non-cruelty, which is a deep sense of the other, Abhyuday, the rise of all, and Anukrosh, which I think is a beautiful notion, the idea of being able to cry with another, to feel each other's pain. Now, I read the Isha Upanishad with Mukund Lat, and we read it alongside the Sanskrit text, alongside the translation of Sri Aurobindo, and also Sri Anirvanji's commentary in Bangla. One of the things that Sri Aurobindo brings out is how Shankara actually completely misunderstood, and this is in his discussion of the second verse of this Upanishad, where he says that the second verse emphasizes action. It is the verse which deals with karma. And he criticizes Shankara's reading, and for Mukund Lat, this particular verse emphasizes the importance of tyag ke saath bhog, the importance of living in the world, enjoying the world, and also renouncing at the same time. And we know how much the Isha Upanishad was important for both Sri Aurobindo and Gandhi. Sri Aurobindo spends about over 2 decades of his life doing various translations of this particular Upanishad. And I think this particular reading for me and the tension between Sri Aurobindo and Shankar was extremely interesting. Now, the third point that I want to bring out is Daya Krishna on the samvad between Indian philosophies. Indian philosophies. On day one, his keynote address, Ambika Duttji had pointed out that Daya Krishna had a conception of Indian philosophies in the plural. And in my brief presentation, I had tried to conceptualize the idea of samvad, the samvad of the Samvad project. And as I mentioned then, and I'll repeat this now, for Daya Krishna, samvad meant a critical engagement with classical texts. It also meant a dialogue with scholars of traditional philosophies, whether pandits or the ulema. And this dialogue was aimed at fleshing out the conceptual structure of various schools of philosophy, and also aimed at mutual transformation. But as I mentioned also, that the dialogue continued in the 1990s after the big, the big samvads in the 1980s. It continued in the pages of the JPR and the intimate goshti based on friendship of Milan. Now, what I want to add to this is the samvad between Indian philosophies, and let me elaborate on this point. I've been working on a project on the idea of heresy. Heresy being the persecution and violence against those who are considered the other within. Say within a given religion, people who are considered heretics are persecuted and treated violently. Now, heresy prevailed in Christian Europe between the 10th and the 17th centuries. Now, I'll mention that there is a larger argument I'm making that there was a bhakti movement in Europe. So we can think about bhakti in multiple traditions, and bhakti was actually a dominant mode of religiosity in the second millennium. And this displaced classical modes of nationality in not only the Indian subcontinent, but also in the Hellenic world and in Islamic philosophy. If you look at the transition from Ibn Rushd to Al-Ghazali, you can see this transition. And so there was this bhakti movement, and I remember another conversation with Daya Krishna where he told me that there are multiple sampradayas in Europe, not just in India, but also in Europe. Now, what was important about Christian bhakti? Practitioners of Christian bhakti emphasized direct, unmediated access to the divine. They critiqued the church and wanted it to return to its ideals of poverty and celibacy, asceticism, and they emphasized scripture in the vernacular. That is, the Bible should be translated from the Latin to German or whatever other languages. And so people like, there were sons like Marguerite Porete, who was burnt at the stake. Another sant, Meister Eckhart, who was tried by the Inquisition, but he died before the Inquisition could punish him. And entire communities like the Cathars were massacred, and this is right up to the Spanish Inquisition, where you also had the phenomenon of the Jews and the Muslims being driven out of Catholic Spain. Now, one of the things I thought about in contrast is the idea of an anti-heresy political. And clearly an anti-heresy political prevailed in early India. And I used Daya Krishna's Indian philosophy, a new approach, to actually flesh out this argument. Now, given the new picture that we have of Indian philosophies in the first millennium, we know of the dominance of agnostic and rationalist schools. We know Shramana traditions as also Mimamsa. And there's a scholar, Lawrence McRae, has pointed out there was actually an Indian enlightenment till it was displaced by a theistic understanding. There was much discussion of Anekantvad on the second day, but Daya Krishna writes that Jain epistemology was particularly radical. I mean, with the ideas of Syadvad, Drishti, and Sapta Bhaginaya, the idea of 7 viewpoints. Now, as I've mentioned, orthodoxy was simultaneously deepening with the Dharma Shastra, Gautama's. First of all, Apastams is a Dharma Shastra, then Gautam's, and then the Manav Dharma Shastra of the 2nd century BC to the 2nd century AD. So you had this other strand, but you also had the Natya Shastra, which was Sarva Varnik. It held itself to be pertaining to all the Varna. Then you had the wonderful description in a text like Ban Bhatt's Harshcharit in the 7th century, where he's talking about the friendship between a Buddhist monk and a Jain monk and a Shaiva. Now, Shankar, of course, we know, was extremely critical of the Nastika philosophies in the 8th century, and he holds that they are unable to provide valid praman and means of knowledge for liberation. But look at this whole period from the 8th to the 12th century and what's happening in Kashmir, where there is a samvad between the Trika and Tantra philosophies and Buddhist philosophy. The idea of Bindu and Madhya is actually comes to Buddhist thought from Kashmir Shaivism. And conversely, Tantra completely reorients Buddhism, whether it's in Tibet or Ladakh and even in China. But, and then look at somebody like Jayanta Bhatt, writing in the 9th century. He's a Kashmiri Brahmin, and he upholds Nyaya and is against Buddhism, but he refers to all schools as respectable, with the exception of the deviant Shaivas. And in Agadambara, also, he mentions how different agamas can coexist. So clearly, therefore, you did not have the idea of heresy. There were Brahminical schools of thought which were criticizing, the so-called Nastika schools as Veda Nindak and Pashanda and so on. But nonetheless, so you had these terms of difference, but you did not have the idea of heresies. And even within Buddhist thought and Jain thought, there were these many, many strands of difference within. So I'll conclude by saying that I think it's important to question everything, including Daya Krishna. And indeed, discussion and questioning of his own work would have made him very happy, highlighting that people were reading his work. And I think what's important, and what I've tried to show, is how one can draw upon Daya Krishna and think about philosophy for the future, because the future is what he was very concerned with. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite guest of honor, Professor Dilip Kumar Mohanta, to address the gathering with his words of wisdom.
Respected chair of this valedictory session, Professor Sachidananda Misra, virtually who is here, and Professor Shail Mayaram, who just now delivered the valedictory address, eminent historian, social scientist, former professor. Professor Raghunath Ghosh, Emeritus Professor of Philosophy, North Bengal University, who we consider nowadays as the living Nayayika, but we consider him the Bhishma of this classical philosophy. Whenever we feel difficulty, we seek help from him. And another aspect of him is that he is always ready to help you. This is more important. My teacher, Professor Asa Mukherjee, I was her PG student at Shantiniketan. She just joined the department, and I'm very happy I learned from her last paper, really. It's a different type of paper. It was not known to me she was doing these jobs now. And sir, whose class I attended here, sometimes in refresher course. And my friends, old friends, new friends, and the most spirited, most powerful, the director of this seminar, the head of the department, whom only you can feel. His presence can be felt, like his very name, Anubhavaha. Anu Vyaparat Parang Bhavati Yasa Anubhavaha. his another friend, Manish ji, and all in this department. Why I was referring to Arshad's paper, particularly, it was not known to me, this Bhakti tradition, and how we have to look at it, whether there is the element of reasoning or emotion which is greater. She emphasized there that emotion is more prominent. Friends, we can't deny we are living in a time when we see blindness and dogmatism are dominant, guiding principles of politically power-loving people. So power is very important. If power is with Europe, they will dominate. If it is with Asia, Asia will try to dominate. It's a very magic of power philosophy. It's a time of strife and struggle, of greed and hatred, of confusion and conspiracy. It cannot be denied that we need the right path towards the attainment of peace and harmony. And ignoring the society and the concept other, quote unquote, it cannot be achieved. So other is very important, society is very important. And today's paper on freedom, whether absolute freedom is possible or not. It's a very relevant debate initiated by Daya, and still we are carrying this. Here, I think philosophy can be helpful to us, though our friends in academics often accuse there is a subject devoid of utility. So there should not be any post. If there is a post in the university, convert it to other subjects. Even very sad history of our recent history of our country, especially NEP 2020. When I was a school student, we opted logic 200 marks. Later on, we are the world traditional people, 11th class, then the 12th class. Philosophy was there always. Some portions of logic, some portions of Western philosophy, Indian philosophy. Many science students, they also opted for it because of logic. And many of my friends teaching in IITs and others, they said it became very helpful to them. Unfortunately, I asked one of my very close friend who was heading NCRT, he said, I have nothing to do. Unfortunately, there is no place of philosophy in these educations. If there is no place of education, first we are speaking about appointments. Our PG pass, they can't opt for the teaching job, number one. Number two, this benefit of reading philosophy which makes you rational, which trains you analyzing things, which trains you examining what is given, not transcendentally in the society from the power structure. They want you should only follow this. As a result, we see there is a dearth of students in philosophy, in undergraduate courses, in degree courses in Bengal. Many of the colleges, once Bengal and Odisha were considered the basin of philosophy. Now, no students in many colleges. My students are teachers in colleges. They say, sir, we don't have students. This is in India. Secondly, being a student of Nagarjunian philosophy and Buddhist philosophy in general, one thing I find very relevant. Pariksha madvacha gracham bhikshave natu gauravat. Buddha said. Even what I say, Don't accept just out of sheer reverence to me. Examine it. Just like a Suvarna Pandita, goldsmith, who rubs it, cuts it, puts it into fire, and to test its genuineness. So, what is given in the tradition, if we accept without questioning it, it will not be helpful for you. It is not the proper understanding of even the tradition. And here lies the importance of a philosopher like Daya Krishna. I consider Dayaji gave us this caution against an uncritical adorations of the past heritage and its necessary consequences expressed in infantile enthusiasm. In all Indian languages it is said, Amar Rahe. The term Amar, immortal. Other times Professor Ghosh was referring to Socrates taught us all men are mortal. Sir, some people are immortal also. In what sense? After your bodily death, extinction, Vidya Mukti, if your future generations remembering you for guidance, then you are Amara. And in this sense, I consider philosopher Dayaji is Amar. I am very grateful to this department. They are inheriting this tradition. So, I should not take much time because all our presenters, we have taken our times only to with a shloka from Kalidas, which is quite relevant here in Malavigagni Mitram, when there is many new plays and he composed one more. Then in Sutradhara, it is said, then what is the necessity of this? Why there is something like that? He cautioned us, great, I consider philosophically it is very much richly loaded. Purana mityeva no sadhu sarvam no chapi kavyam nabam ittavaddam santaho, I consider Santu is the philosopher, parikshat annatarat bhajante moodaha parapratyayana buddhi. So, philosopher is very much important to the society, to the world. And a philosopher like Dayaji, who this seminar is devoted to his contribution to Indian philosophy, I consider, inherits the tradition, but also he claims freedom for it. He inherits the tradition and he also claims freedom from it. This is very important aspect to me. And personally, I think many of you have the similar feeling that after this 4 days brainstorming seminar, one thing I learned, now I can discover, I learned the limitations of my loyalty, my own loyalty from the deliberations and the interactions. Especially, I am very happy seeing that my younger friends, they have labored a lot. And it gives me a sense of optimism about the continuation of the philosophical tradition, and this would be, right, a continuation of the dialogue that started not only in the Greek but also in the Upanishads, in the Buddhist texts, and in our time initiated by Dayaji here. I remember, only I am taking 1 minute, in 1988 or sometimes we are invited for near about a month in Bangalore, and Pandits, a winter school for Western logic for the Pandits. And there are Sanskritists also, the people from Western logics, and so certain concepts. And after the forming classes, we used to sit, Dayaji was there. He used to ask us questions. So once he asked me about the Tarka. Do you think is there any parallel in the Western philosophy, like indirect reasoning or like this? So he wanted to learn. He invited, there was more than 50% were the very young scholars. We are just young teachers. After our MA, we joined the teaching professions. So this was very inspiring. I think this legacy will continue. My word fails how to express my gratitude to him for that. And my good wishes to this department, because I know the number of the teachers are not very less now. When I visited, the department was many teachers, but in spite of that, the sincerity, seriousness, and homework, I think not less than 1 year they are preparing, So everything so well done, so well organized, sufficient time has been given, and with that also good hospitality, and also always a touch of feeling by each and every one. So thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Professor Raghunath Ghosh, sir, to kindly illuminate us with his address.
So, my respected friends on the dais and in the auditorium. So, I would like to share one or two incidents which I had with Professor Daya Krishna at the frag end of his almost the last quarter of his life. His vision becoming less day by day. He called the Pandits, including myself, in the Butler Palace, not in Butler Palace but in ICPR. And he started telling about many things. And he challenges the Pandits that you, whatever I will tell, you refute us, refute me. So he has brought a torch in his hand. The old Naya Bhashya was in his hand. He put the torch in the sutra and tell in the first sutra, Pramana Prameya Samshaya. There are 16 categories, Praman, Prameya, Samshaya, Bhajalpa, Vitanda, Tarka, all these things. But only 3 things he has discussed, Praman, Prameya and Samshaya. He told Prahladacharya, you Pandit, you tell me why you place Samshaya in the 3rd place. I don't know that paper is published or not. Why it is in the 3rd place? Because philosophy begins with Samshaya. And Mr. Gautam, he told like this in this language, I will not spare you if you cannot give me a befitting reply. Such a challenge he gave to the Pandits. And Gautam was not there to reply, but Pandits were there. In the first Pramana, it started with Samshaya in the Bhashya. Whether it is real Praman or Pramana Bhash, pseudo Praman. This is the debate. And Vatsyayana starts with the debate with a Samshaya, whether Pramana is a Pramana per se or it is a pseudo Praman. How can I know? We have to depend on some causal efficacy of that. Pramanato artha pratiprattau pravritti samorthat arthavat pramanam. Praman is successful. Praman is genuine because it is capable of fulfilling my activity. So it's a kind of inference. And why inference is essential? Because there was a sangshay, whether it is pramano or pramanabhas. So you started with sangshay, but placed sangshay in the third place. What is the reason? We could not give the befitting answer to him. I don't know afterwards Prahladaji and others gave any reply or not. This I still remember. He cannot see properly at that time, but he has shown will force in the true sense of the term. Secondly, I remember I learned many things which I didn't read. Here we got so many papers, nomos, logos, and other things. Again on freedom, again on bhakti, Adhyasa, Vedanta, three myths of Indian philosophy. We have learned many things. And I am particularly, especially grateful to all the teachers of the department and Anubhav in particular for being instrumental for assembling us in this gathering, particularly to me. And two sensitive things. It is very moving to me. This is my personal experience sharing with you. That is, one, though it is a personal to him, Anubhav, being head of the department does not sit on the chair of head because it was occupied by his gurus. I am overwhelmed with this sensation. I had also, this is called Guru Rina. Nobody will come whether Anubhav is sitting that chair or not. But he is stick to the decision that he will not sit. This is his personal regard. Another regard for the tradition. I have seen various mantras are written on the wall and also from Western philosophy. And our students, our Indian position, as Dilip rightly told, is not good. Tradition cannot be survived. We cannot give due honor to the tradition because people, teachers are going to be less, students are going to be less interested in our traditional classical philosophy, apart from other factors. But when the student can see all these beautiful lines, Satyam vado dharmang charo sadhayat na pramoditavam, they will have an indirect bearing, moral bearing in their heart, because they are seeing something which is written in alphabetical language. And we have in Sanskrit one word akshara that denotes both alphabet and eternality. If you write something in alphabet, it has got eternal values. I can say many things, but it may not be eternal. Within the four walls, after the seminar is over, it may be lost. But if I write something in the form of alphabet, language, it has got eternal value. That's why it is aksharam. And also, and this is taken from Bhartrihari, anadi nidhanam. Shabda tattang yadaksharam, adanidhanam brahma, shabda tattang yadaksharam, vivartate artha bhavena, jagata prakriyajato. And that Akshar has been taken in two sense. If I write, I will be alive. Dilip also told like this. Dayaji has written something, many things in the written form, told many things more than that, but written something. That's why we have been assembled here and discussed. It has got some eternal value, which is otherwise called another way of immortality. So we are tasting, we are having the taste of immortality being assembled here. And I thank myself for being a party to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Sachidanand Mishra, Member Secretary of ICPR, to share some words.
Namaste, everybody. Respected Professor T.K. Mahanta, Professor Raghunath Ghosh, Professor Shaila Mayaram, Professor Priyadarshi Jetri, and the organizers of this seminar, my dear friend Anubhav Varshney, Manish, and others. First of all, I would like to apologize for not being present there in person, because I wanted to come and wanted to join the seminar. Professor Dr. Anubhav Varshney requested me for a long time before to join the seminar, and I consented him. I promised him that I would join the program, but unfortunately I am unable to come, and I am talking to you over in this virtual world. So because I has very special place for Professor Dayaji. Therefore, I wanted to come in person in this seminar, but there are some issues which are beyond control. Therefore, I could not join. So, if I say that the one person whom I missed a lot, Professor Daya Krishna is there. Daya Krishna is the person. However, I do not agree with on many issues with Professor Daya Krishna. And being a traditional scholar, I studied Navya Nyaya and also I studied Advaita Vedanta. And my understanding of Western philosophy is very much limited, because I started studying Western philosophy very late. To say, after joining the Department of Philosophy and Religion, Banaras Hindu University as a reader, I started studying Western philosophy. Before that, I had no introduction to Western philosophy. So, my understanding of Western philosophy is very much limited, and earlier it was more limited. When I met Professor Daya Krishna first time in 2001 in Sagar, I met him in the house of late Professor Achyutanand Das, and we had a long discussion. And just now, Professor Raghunath Ghosh has been talking about the idea of Nyaya Sutras, Pramana Prameya and Sanshay. He wrote one book, the Nyaya Sutras, a new commentary on an old text. And in this text, in this book, he raised so many questions. And going through the text, I got very much angry many times, because his writing, his way of writing is something like that. Neither Vatsyayan nor Vachaspati Mishra could understand the intention of Sutrakara, and so on. In this way, he wrote so many places. And when I got the opportunity, when he requested me to, and it will be wrong to say he requested, he directed me to write a review of his book, because he thought that I do not agree with his ideas on Nyaya philosophy. So I had the opportunity to write a review of this book, and I wrote this review in 22 pages, and which was published in JPR. Unfortunately, after the demise of Professor Daya. So the question which was raised by Professor Raghunath Ghosh just now, that what is the reason Nyaya Sutrakara Gautama is starting the discussion with the Pramana, and later on he is arguing Prameya, but the philosophical discussion, philosophical inquiry starts with doubt. So there should be doubt first. And this question he asked me in 2001. And this idea, this question is something I found very novel, very new, because this question was not somewhere else. I could not find in my traditional text, and this question was asked by him. And later on, I found the answer to this question, and I offered this answer to him, that whenever you are having any kind of doubt, or when you are doubting something, the Nyaya idea of doubt is something different from the Cartesian idea of doubt. Because the Cartesian idea of doubt, Cartesian doubt cannot be considered a case of doubt according to Nyaya philosophy. Because Nyayikas define doubt as sanshaya ubhaya kotikah bhavati, dvikotikah sanshaya. There are two options. There are two horns to a doubt. And secondly, for Nyaya, there is a causal condition for doubt. And that causal condition is, if not fulfilled, there is no possibility of any kind of doubt. So the Cartesian doubt, which is taken as a paradigm of philosophical inquiry when the modern philosophy originates, it is something uh, insignificant for the Nayayikas, because doubt can arise only if there is some cognition. Because if we go through the Vaisheshika philosophy, Prashasta Bhashya, there is another kind of cognition which is counted as anadhyavasaya. Anadhyavasaya is something different, and anadhyavasaya means na adhyavasaya, anadhyavasaya. So negation of adhyavasaya. So it is actually a kind of, it appears that it is a kind of no cognition state, but it is not really a no cognition state. It is a cognition of some state. This is a state of some cognition, but you do not know very well what is that, and it is um, explained as kimidam in this form. What is it? In this way, this type of cognition is explained by Shastapada and some other scholars. So there is a second type of cognition which is known as sanshaya. And for sanshaya, there is a very essential condition. That condition is called dharmi jnana. Without knowing the dharmi, without knowing the qualificand, you cannot doubt. So any doubt can be based only upon the cognition of qualificand, dharmi, and if dharmi is not known, then there is no possibility of any kind of doubt. For this reason, when a praman operates, when we become aware of a prameya, or when we doubt, actually the basis for that doubt is a kind of anubhava, or a kind of cognition. Without any cognition, a doubt cannot arise. Therefore, the Nyaya Sutras counted Praman first, because Praman is the basis for any kind of Prameya. On the basis of Praman, we can become aware of any Prameya, and therefore Praman and Prameya. Thereafter, there is a possibility of doubt. Without operation of Praman, there is no possibility of doubt. For this reason, Gautama counted Pramana first, thereafter Prameya, and thereafter Sanshaya. But this kind of understanding, with this kind of introspection to our tradition, was only forced by the questioning of Professor Daya. And when we talk about Professor Dayakrishna's contribution to Indian philosophy, I think the best contribution of Acharya Professor Dayakrishna made to Indian philosophy, this one, that he philosophized without boundaries. Because for him, there was no distinction between Indian philosophy and Western philosophy. For him, philosophy is philosophy, whether it is Indian or Western, it has no meaning at all, no distinction at all, because all these philosophical schools, all these philosophical systems actually are dealing with the same type of questions. And he was very much um attractive to this idea, and he was very much opposed to the idea of moksha, idea of uh, otherworldly, because for him philosophy should be uh, completely secular, this worldly, and this worldly philosophy should be this worldly. And therefore when he is when he is translating, when he is commenting on the Nyaya Sutras, he tries to explain all those issues with the help of this understanding that Nyaya philosophy need not introduce the idea of otherworldly things. Therefore, we find very much interest of Professor Dayakrishna in the writings of, in the paper written by Professor Badrinath Shukla, when he writes नव्य न्याय विचार पद्धत्या देहात्मवादस्य संभावना, thinking of देहात्मवाद from the position of nyaya, thinking, the process of thinking of navya nyaya. So this type of reading, because in that, because the paper is very small paper, and I would say that so many other papers written in Sanskrit before that, and there was a great scholar, Rakhal Das Jairatna, and his ideas on Atman, his ideas on mind and also body are actually very much radical. And I would like to say that Professor Badrinath Shukla has invented his idea, taking some ideas from Rakhal Das Nyayartna. So there are so many other original thinkings, original thoughts in Indian philosophical tradition before Badrinath Shukla, but because Badrinath Shukla met Professor Dayakrishna, and with the understanding, with the open-mindedness of Professor Badrinath Shukla, Professor Dayakrishna understood so many ideas, and actually he became very much acquainted with the philosophical concepts very well explained in Nyaya philosophy and also in Advaita and some other philosophies. Therefore, for for Dayakrishna, it was a matter of challenge how to make Indian philosophy, contemporary Indian philosophy, actually to make relevant to present world. So how to make Indian philosophy relevant to present world? This was the main challenge taken by Professor Dayakrishna. And for to meet this challenge, Professor Dayakrishna tried to tried to write Nyaya philosophy on Nyaya philosophy in that way, and he also tried to write, when he writes in Indian philosophy, a new introduction, uh, new interpretation. So what he writes on Indian philosophy, the idea is something that how to make Indian philosophy relevant. And this challenge is actually taken by many philosophers of 20th century. Many philosophers tried to do the same. And another professor who was there, presently I don't remember the name, who belonged to, he wrote वैशेषिक पदार्थ व्यवस्था का पद्धति मूलक विमर्श, पाही जी, प्रोफेसर विश्वंभर पाही, and some other scholars also try to do it because they always try to understand Indian philosophical tradition in this way, and for them it was actually a kind of um, renunciation, a kind of going away from the challenges. When you introduce the idea of moksha, when you introduce the idea of other world, or karma theory, you are introducing something to uh, get away what you cannot answer. Therefore, Professor Daya Krishna, Professor Pahi, and some other scholars of who belong to 20th century, they try to answer these questions from this perspective, that Nyaya philosophy can be understood, and nowadays also many scholars like Pradeep Gokhale and some others are trying to do the same. They are trying to understand Indian philosophy from this worldly, because there is no need to go beyond this world. This was their understanding, and this taking this limit, they try to explain the philosophical points, philosophical issues, and try to answer the questions which arise. Therefore, if you make this idea that there is a point that you have now one common ground for Indian philosophy and Western philosophy. Therefore, they were of this opinion that Indian philosophy and Western philosophy can go hand in hand, they can make dialogues. There is a possibility of dialogue between these two systems, these two schools, and for them, Indian philosophy can get liberated from these ideas if it is taken in this way. This was Professor Dayakrishna's opinion. However, I do not agree with all these issues, and this is to say that uh, I find some more scholars in my side, like Professor Jain Mohanty, Professor B.K. Matilal, and some others who try to make a distinction between Indian philosophy and also Western philosophy, because these all philosophies are, however, these are all are philosophical inquiries, but their ideas somehow differ, and therefore J.N. Mohanty makes a distinction between philosophy and darshan. So, when you are making a distinction between philosophy and darshan, it is not necessary to make this Indian philosophy in the same way philosophy as the Western philosophy. And it will also be not good to understand Western philosophy in terms of Indian philosophy. So these two philosophies have some different points, distinct points. However, their understanding, they are dealing with the same questions, and it is important. And also, I think it is very useful if we take these two standpoints clearly and from them try to understand. And there is no doubt, if we try to understand Indian philosophical schools, and if we try to make all Indian philosophical systems uh, this worldly, or if we try to give up the idea of moksha and try to give up some other ideas also, and in that way, if we try to develop Indian philosophy, that will also be a very good idea. So I think going in this direction, Professor Daya Krishna has shown us a path to be followed, and I think his ideas are very important. And one point I would like to say, that nowadays also people can learn from him one point, and which is actually wonderful thing. Whenever he was arguing, he was always arguing like a child, but he was having the brilliance of great scholar, and also he was very eager to learn from those persons who were much younger to him. Like me, whenever I met him, he met me with very good manner, and he tried to understand the Nyaya perspective, and also he raised so many questions. And nowadays also, if we can do something for his scholarship, for his philosophical mind, that is the best thing we can do. He used to write in GICPR volumes agenda for further research. So the agendas which he highlighted, so many agendas he highlighted, and I think only a few of them have been taken. So in future we can take those points and we can discuss those ideas and we can develop those ideas. We can uh, engage many researchers to work on those issues, and I think it will be a true uh, true prayer and true love for Professor Daya. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And once again, I feel I say sorry for not being in person there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for this illuminating talk. We shall now have a brief experience of session of experience sharing. For that, I invite Professor Rajkumari Jain to share her experiences of the seminar.
इस विभाग में हम दया जी के साथ सेमिनार में डिस्कशंस किया करते थे और विषय के प्रतिपादन के पश्चात प्रश्नोत्तर की श्रृंखला चलती रहती थी। उस अनुभव को अनुभव जी ने इन 4 दिनों में पूरी तरह से जीवंत रूप से हमारे समक्ष प्रस्तुत किया है। दया जी के विभिन्न लेखों के माध्यम से जो उनके विभिन्न विषयों पर थॉट प्रोवोकिंग क्वेश्चंस होते थे, दया जी ने क्या लिखा महत्वपूर्ण वो नहीं है। महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि हम जिस भी विषय को देख रहे हैं उसको समझने के लिए हम कितने उत्सुक हैं और समझने की प्रक्रिया प्रश्नों के माध्यम से होती है। अभी जो बात की गई कि प्रमाण और प्रमाण संकर और संशय को पहले क्यों नहीं रखा, दया जी के इस प्रश्न के उत्तर में मैं जो सोचती हूँ, संशय तब उत्पन्न होता है जब हम सामान्य रूप से कुछ जानते हैं और संशय द्विकोटिक विकल्प है और उन दोनों कोटियों का हमें अनुभव होना चाहिए। तो प्रमाण से जिस प्रमेय को हमने सामान्य रूप से जाना है उसके विशेष स्वरूप के प्रति हमारी जिज्ञासा हो कि ये ऐसा है या ऐसा है, तब संशय उत्पन्न होता है। और इसलिए न्याय सूत्र में प्रमाण और प्रमेय के बाद संशय को रखा गया, और न केवल संशय को रखा गया बल्कि वात्स्यायन कहते हैं कि अगर प्रमाण से प्रमेय को जानकर हम मान लेते हैं कि काम पूरा हो गया, तो ये तो अध्यात्म विद्या है, उपनिषद है। न्याय विद्या तो संशय से ही शुरू होती है, क्योंकि जिस वस्तु को हमने सामान्य रूप से जाना है उसके विशिष्ट स्वरूप को और अधिक विशिष्ट स्वरूप को जानने की प्रक्रिया तो निरंतर उठते हुए प्रश्नों के माध्यम से ही होती है। किसी भी विषय में विशेषज्ञता अर्जित करने का साधन उस विषय में निरंतर नई क्वेरीज और उन क्वेरीज के सॉल्यूशन के लिए एफर्ट्स के माध्यम से ही संभव है। यहाँ पर रघुनाथ घोष साहब, मोहंती साहब जैसे न्याय के विद्वान हैं और
मेरा निवेदन आप लोगों से है कि न्याय सूत्र को हम देखें। न्याय सूत्र में जो पदार्थ व्यवस्था है, प्रमाण से लेकर निर्णय तक की जो व्यवस्था है, वो गागर में सागर है। उस व्यवस्था में जो सॉक्रेटिक मेथड है, जो कि कॉन्सेप्चुअल क्लैरिटी के का मेथड है, वो विद्यमान है। उस व्यवस्था में वैज्ञानिक सिद्धांतों के अनुसंधान की प्रक्रिया विद्यमान है। उन 11 कोटियों में जो शिक्षा दर्शन है वो विद्यमान है। किसी भी विषय में विशेषज्ञता अर्जित करने का मेथड विद्यमान है। बहुत कुछ है उसमें। तो जो दया जी प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं, वो प्रश्न उनके उत्तर ढूंढने के लिए भी हमें प्रेरित कर रहे हैं। और जब हम प्रश्नों के माध्यम से किसी वस्तु को देखते हैं, किसी दर्शन को, किसी तंत्र को देखते हैं और उसमें नई गहराई में उतरते हैं, तो ये उद्देश्य दया जी का था। और 4 दिन में उस सारे परिदृश्य को अनुभव जी ने हमारे सामने जीवंत रूप से प्रस्तुत किया है। बहुत बहुत आभार।
I now invite Professor Yogesh Gupta ma'am to share her experience if she is here. I now invite Dr. Ramanand. Hey, ma'am. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
समस्त विद्वत जनों को प्रणाम एंड हेलो टू एवरीवन जो यंगर हैं। इतने सुंदर व्याख्यान और इतना शिक्षाप्रद आपने सुना, इतने विथ बेस्ट आर्टिकुलेशन मैं तो क्या बोलूँगी। तो और कुछ था लेकिन मैं भूल गई इनका इतना अच्छा सुन के। मुझे लगता है ये रीडिंग सेमिनार तो मेरे लिए नहीं थी, लिसनिंग की ज़्यादा रही है, कम से कम मेरे लिए। बहुत अच्छे विद्वतापूर्ण लेख प्रस्तुत हुए, विचार विमर्श भी हुआ। ओपनिंग सेशन में जो अंबिका दत्त जी ने कहा वो बहुत सुंदर उन्होंने एक विशाल परियोजना दया जी के काम पे प्रस्तुत करी। उसको हमें बहुत ध्यान से देखना चाहिए और उस पर वर्क करना चाहिए। और स्पेशली जिन 4 किताबों का उन्होंने विवरण बताया था, सर्वस्व जो ललिता घाट की है और प्रमा प्रमेय, ये सब टाइम लगेगा। शाम श्लोक वार्तिक थी, कुछ धर्म कीर्ति की भारतीय दर्शन था और वन मोर बुक ही वाज सेइंग दर्शनोदय। तो उनको हम पुनः रीड करें। दया जी ने जो पिक्चर करी नई दृष्टि पे, जो पुस्तक लिखी रावत पब्लिकेशन से, वो जैसा वो बता रहे थे कि उसी पर बेस थी। तो हमें पुनः उन 4 किताबों को भी मंगवा के रीड करना चाहिए। और उसमें जो दया जी ने पूरा पिक्चर खड़ा किया है उसको हमें और संवर्धन और संवर्धित करना चाहिए। उसमें एक तो बात ये तभी होगा जब हम कोर्स लगाएं, टीचर और स्टूडेंट दोनों पढ़ें क्लास में। उसको हम थोड़ा परिमार्जित कर सकते हैं, उसका कंडेंस वर्जन निकाल के। पहली बात तो ये है। और उसमें प्रोफेसर पाही ने जो क्लासिफिकेशन किया है सिस्टम्स का, उसको भी इंट्रोड्यूस करें। एंड पॉटर की एक किताब हुआ करती थी, प्रीसपोजिशंस ऑफ इंडियन फिलोसफी, उसमें एक क्लासिफिकेशन और इन्होंने दिया। बिसाइड्स ऑल दिस बुक्स जो हम जानते हैं पॉपुलर किताबें हैं जो पिछले 150 सालों में रही है भारतीय दर्शन के इतिहास में, उसी की काउंटर पर्सपेक्टिव में दया जी ने एक नया किताब निकाला है। अब राजन जैसे व्यक्ति है वो चाह रहे हैं कि एक वो दया जी के जो इतिहास नवीन दृष्टि, उस पर भी वो काउंटर पर्सपेक्टिव लिख दें तो अच्छी बात है। ये भी होना चाहिए। तो लेकिन ये तभी होगा जब हम बहुत सिंसियरली उस पर वर्क करेंगे और उस पर शोध करेंगे। और शोध का पहला चरण तो यही है कि हम शोधार्थी को तो दें, लेकिन उससे पहले हम क्लास में पढ़ाएं इसको। पहली बात तो मुझे ये लग रही है। दूसरी बात, काफ़ी चीज़ें तो मैं रिपीट कर चुकी हूँ ड्यूरिंग डिस्कशन। एक जो आज ही बात हुई थी कि किसी ने कहा था, बहुत सुंदर कहा कि ये तो नहीं कहा कि पीटी राजू साहब दयाजू को लाए थे, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा कि दयाजू, प्रोफेसर दया कृष्ण इज रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू प्रोफेसर राजू बिकॉज राजू इज द वन हु इज ब्रॉट हिम हियर इन द department and he was also considered as a founder of the this department, where the department was situated in Jodhpur in 1950, 52 or 50. तो वही बात मुझे लगती है कि दया जी प्रोफेसर पाही को लाए 74-75 में, और पाही जी की जो किताब है जिस पे अभी इन्होंने भी चर्चा करा ICPR से जो बोले थे मिश्र साहब, तो वो दया जी की बात का ही एक्सटेंशन है और बहुत बहुत खूबसूरत एक्सटेंशन है। जो मिथ्स पे जो ये जो पूरे आप सब रिपीट होने से मतलब नहीं है, बहुत सारे रिपीट हो गया कि 100 साल से कह रहे हैं ये कॉलोनियलिज्म की वजह से है, क्या है कि ये तो बिल्कुल बौद्धिकता नहीं है और बुद्धि नहीं है और धर्म है और श्रद्धा है और भगवान है और भक्ति है, मोक्ष है, ये सारी बातें हैं। देयर इज़ नो प्लेस फॉर रेशियोसिनेशन और रीजनिंग और आर्गुमेंट काउंटर आर्गुमेंट। तो ये इतनी गहन पीड़ा रही है इन लोगों को। ये पीड़ा मेरे ख्याल से TMP महादेवन साहब में नहीं रही, कितने दत्तात्रेय चैटर्जी में नहीं रही होगी, संगमलाल पांडे जी में, जिस वक्त जो दौर में इन्होंने पुस्तकें लिखी भारतीय दर्शन के इतिहास पर। तो ये एक नया दौर है और इस विभाग से तो ज़रूर होना चाहिए। यदि यही नहीं होगा तो कहाँ करे होगी ये किताब, तो ये पहल ये लेनी चाहिए। अब ये तो फैकल्टी पे हैं कि वो इस पे करें, तो इसलिए प्रोफेसर पाही जी की किताब को दया जी के ही जो नवीन पिक्चर है उसका एक मॉडल है, एक पैराडाइम है, उसको देखना चाहिए। और एक बात, बहुत सारी बातें हैं, एक बात ये रहा कि चर्चा के प्रमुख बिंदु ST थीसिस रही। ST मीन्स जो हम लोग यहाँ बोल रहे हैं स्पिरिचुअल ट्रांसेंडेंटल की, तो उस ST थीसिस पे जो कि मिथ है, तो उस पर ज़्यादातर मुझे ऐसा लगा, हो सकता है मैं गलत हूँ, कि ज़्यादातर लोगों ने उन्हीं 2 आर्टिकल्स पे करा जो 64-65 पर निकले थे बेस्ड। लेकिन उसके अलावा एक और आर्टिकल दया जी का निकला, वो इज़ IP थियोलॉजिकल इनकरेक्टर है, वो जो गरीबदास से निकली थी ना किताब 2000 ऑनवर्ड्स में। और एक और था इज़ मोक्ष रिविजिटिंग, इज़ इंडियन फिलोसफी एंड मोक्ष रिविजिटिंग एन ओल्ड कंट्रोवर्सी। इसका किसी ने रेफरेंस नहीं दिया। जिन लोगों ने भी मिथ्स ऑफ मोक्ष की बात करी उसमें मुझे ऐसा लगा नहीं है, तो उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहिए। और बातें हैं कि मिथ्स ऑफ पुरुषार्थ है, इस पर बहुत चर्चा हुई है और इस पर बहुत हो सकती है, बहुत स्कोप है। क्योंकि दया जी ने एक बात ये भी है कि एक जगह हमें नहीं मिलता कि एक जगह प्रिसाइज करके उन्होंने एक बात कह दी है, और आप जब सब देखेंगे तो स्कैटर्ड में कहीं कहीं उनके नवीन मत भी मिलेंगे उसी टॉपिक पे, जिसमें विशेषकर पुरुषार्थ पे बहुत अच्छा मिलेगा और फ्रीडम पे मिलेगा। तो इस पे हमें देखना चाहिए। और एक यहाँ सबसे ज़्यादा चर्चा हुई LLL की, वो LLL लव लॉजिक एंड लॉ, इरोस नोस लोगोस पे। तो इस पे करीब 6-7 आर्टिकल रहे हैं। तो इस पे तो एक शोध करना चाहिए या इस पे डिस्कशन करके इसको एक लेख के रूप में प्रस्तुत करके इसको इंट्रोड्यूस करना चाहिए कोर्स पढ़ाने के तहत, क्योंकि इस पे वर्क हो चुका है। और नहीं तो फिर विद्यार्थियों को शोध के लिए दें, क्लास के अलावा शोध के लिए, तभी काम हो सकेगा। कि बहुत वो तो लिख गए लेकिन उसको चलाने के लिए हमें बहुत कठिन कमिटमेंट होना होगा। और भी बातें हैं। ये तो बात ठीक है कि अन्य मिथ ऑफ प्रस्थानत्रयी पे कल बहुत बात हुई, जिसमें एक बहुत ब्लंडर डिस्टिंक्शन नहीं हो पा रहा था कि वो प्रस्थान भेद की बात करें, बट दैट इज़ टोटली डिफरेंट फ्रॉम प्रस्थान त्रयी। तो त्रयी पे बहुत स्कोप है लिखने के लिए, बहुत है। क्योंकि दया जी सारी बात कंपाइलेशन की कर रहे हैं। हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडियन सोर्सेज ऑफ इंडियन फिलोसफी आप करेंगे तो उसका एक कारण कंपाइलेशन है, तो वो सारी उपनिषद की बात उसमें आ जाएगी। तो इसमें बात ये मैं ओपन में केवल रिमार्क ही दे रही हूँ। और एक बात जो है कि सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि हम प्रश्न तो उठाएं लेकिन हम पढ़ें तो गहन रूप से पढ़ना बहुत आवश्यक है कि वो क्या कह रहे हैं। कोई भी विचारक हो क्या, जिसका भी हम पढ़ें तो उसको गहनता से पढ़ने की रुचि होना आज के विद्यार्थी में ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो पढ़ें तभी संवाद होगा। फिर संवाद की बात तो PPP की तो बहुत आगे की बात है कि हम पंडित बुलाएं और फिलोसफर बुलाएं, प्रेजेंट पंडित फिलोसफर मीट पंडित फिलोसफर प्रेजेंट, ये सर ने यूज़ किया था PPP का शब्द रघुनाथ साहब ने। तो रह गए एक्सपेरिमेंट के लिए कि जिसमें फिलोसफर हैं एंड पंडित हैं एंड थर्ड P फॉर प्रेजेंट। तो ये तो तभी होगा जब पहले से पहले इतना ग्राउंड वर्क हमारा हो। ये बहुत ऊँची बात है संवाद की। तो सिंसियरली पढ़ना, ये अब ये हमें लगेगा कि हम उपदेश दे रहे हैं क्योंकि हम तो इस दौर से निकल गए हैं, लेकिन ये तो अब आवश्यक है, यही हो सकता है। तो और भी बहुत सारी बातें हैं, समय बहुत हो रहा है और सबको भी बोलना है। थैंक यू एंड प्रणाम। थैंक यू टू अनुभव
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
all the faculty of the department.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Ramanand Kuldeep to share his experience.
सर्वप्रथम परम आदरणीय दया जी के चरणों में सादर नमन। सभी उपस्थित परम आदरणीय विदुषी एवं विद्वज्जन, जिज्ञासु एवं ऊर्जावान भावी दार्शनिक छात्र छात्राओं, राजस्थान विश्वविद्यालय के दर्शन शास्त्र विभाग के अत्यंत प्रखर प्रतिभा संपन्न विभागाध्यक्ष अनुभव जी वार्ष्णेय व उनके अन्य युवा साथी मनीष जी सिंसिनवार, मनीष जी गोठवाल, इन सभी के द्वारा संयुक्त रूप से आयोज्य इस 4 दिवसीय रीडिंग सेमिनार में मैं आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं सिर्फ श्रोता के रूप में ही मैंने यहाँ भाग लिया है, पेपर में नहीं लिख पाया, इसका मुझे आज थोड़ा सा दुख हो रहा है। तो मैं एक श्रोता के रूप में जो मेरे अनुभव हैं मैं वही यहाँ पर शेयर कर रहा हूँ, औरों से थोड़ा अलग ही होगा। प्रोफेसर दया जी पर केंद्रित इस 4 दिवसीय सेमिनार के प्रत्येक दिवस के टेक्निकल सत्र दया जी के विचारों की गहन तार्किक चिंतनात्मक प्रस्तुतिकरण से आबद्ध रहे, जिन्होंने मुझे निस्संदेह बहुत कुछ सिखाया। एक ही बार मुझे उनको प्रत्यक्ष सुनने का मौका मिला था माननीय शल्य जी के घर पे, उससे ज़्यादा मैं उनके संपर्क में कभी नहीं रहा। दया जी भारतीय दर्शन को नई ऊंचाइयां प्रदान करना चाहते थे, जिसके लिए उन्होंने हम सबको प्रेरित किया। यह वाकई उनका अद्भुत और अतुलनीय योगदान था। प्रथम दिन के प्रथम सत्र प्रोफेसर अंबिका दत्त जी के प्रस्तुतिकरण से ही मैं आनंद विभोर रहा। मेरे लिए मज़ेदार बिंदु ये रहा, मैं कुछ अलग बोल रहा हूँ, कि मेरे साथ इस 4 दिवसीय आयोजन में मेरी जीवन संगिनी डॉक्टर कमलेश वर्मा, जो हिंदी साहित्य की जिज्ञासु अध्येता है, वो भी दया जी के दर्शन को जानने और समझने के लिए 4 दिन उपस्थित रही। प्रत्येक दिन के प्रेजेंटेशन पर हम जब घर जाते थे तो घर जाते वक्त आनंद मिश्रित आश्चर्य के साथ ये चर्चा करते थे कि दार्शनिकों की दुनिया कितनी अलग है, कितना गहन और गूढ़ अध्ययन इनको करना होता है, जीवन की समस्याओं के समाधान में कितना लीन रहते हैं। मुझे प्रत्येक प्रस्तोता ने, माननीय अंबिका जी ने, प्रोफेसर के.एल. शर्मा जी जो मेरे गुरु रहे, शैल जी मायाराम ने, प्रोफेसर पेनीर सेल्विन जी, प्रोफेसर राकेश चंद्रा, प्रोफेसर आलोक टंडन, प्रोफेसर राजकुमार छाबड़ा, प्रोफेसर रेखा यादव, प्रोफेसर शिवानी शर्मा, प्रोफेसर जटाशंकर जी, डॉक्टर प्रशांत शुक्ला, आयुष, अनुज जी मिश्रा, दिलीप कुमार, प्रोफेसर मोहन तो, प्रोफेसर कमल नैन जी, प्रोफेसर डेनियल, जिनका अलग ही एक मुझे ओरा उनका लगा, प्रोफेसर आशा मुखर्जी, प्रोफेसर घोष, इन सबको सुनकर बहुत आनंद आया और दया जी को काफ़ी कुछ जानने और सीखने का मुझे अवसर मिला। लेकिन एक थोड़ी सी दिक्कत मुझे जो रही, अंग्रेजी। 55-56 साल की मेरी आयु है और अंग्रेजी में मैं हमेशा थोड़ा अपने आप को कमज़ोरी महसूस करता हूँ। और यहाँ मुझे एक चुटकुला याद आ रहा है जो मैं ज़रूर आप लोगों से शेयर करना चाहूँगा। वो 55-56 साल के एक पहलवान को लेकर है। तो 55-56 साल का एक पहलवान, थोड़ा बात पर ध्यान देंगे, वो पहलवान है। तो वो अपने दोस्तों से बातचीत करते हुए कह रहा है कि मुझ में आज भी उतनी ताकत है जितनी जवानी में थी। तो साथियों ने पूछा कि अरे वाह, ऐसा कैसे, कुछ बताओ, समझाओ कैसे। बोले ये जो भारी सा पत्थर है ये मैं ना तब उठा पाता था और ना अब उठा पाता हूँ। तो ऐसा ही कुछ अंग्रेजी के साथ बहुत प्रयास करता रहता हूँ, पर उतना मैं ज़्यादा फ्रेंडली नहीं हो पाया। लेकिन इन सारे व्याख्यानों में जो वातावरण बना, उस वातावरण ने मुझे तरंगित किया। इस सेमिनार के न केवल सत्र बहुत शानदार थे, बल्कि व्यवस्थाओं में लगे छात्र छात्राओं का, अपने गुरुजनों अनुभव जी व मनीष जी के नेतृत्व में आतिथ्य सत्कार भी मनमोहक रहा। सुभाष, कृतिका, मोहन, जिस आत्मीयता के साथ यहाँ पर सेवा कर रहे थे वो बड़ा मंत्रमुग्ध करने वाला था। और भोजन में जो स्वादिष्ट व्यंजन यहाँ परोसे गए और प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को भोजन ग्रहण करने हेतु अनुभव जी का जो आत्मीयतापूर्ण आग्रह था, उस आग्रह के बाद उपवास रहने पर भी भोजन करने के लिए बाध्य होना पड़ा। यह 4 दिनों का आयोजन स्मृति पटल पर स्थायी रूप से अंकित रहेगा। इस आयोजन से जुड़े सभी आयोजकों और विशेष रूप से अनुभव जी को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई और धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
Thank you. Now I welcome participants who wish to share their reflections on these 4 days of deliberations. Anyone from the department?
इस माइक में कुछ गड़बड़ है, डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो जाते हैं थोड़ा। तो खाना पीना रहना सब बहुत अच्छा रहा। और जो है एक व्यक्ति मेरे हृदय के जो सबसे करीब है, उन्होंने मुझे 2018 से यही बताया कि दया जी राजा भी थे और ऋषि भी थे। तो मैं सोचता था कि एक ही वक्त में आदमी राजा भी कैसे हो सकता है और ऋषि भी कैसे हो सकता है। तो जिस तरीके की बातें मैंने सुनी, जिस तरीके की बातें मैंने पढ़ी और जिस तरह का मैं प्रैक्टिस करने की कोशिश कर रहा था, तो वो मुझे एक्चुअलाइज हुआ। डेनियल रावे जी से मुझे अनुभव हुआ कि जैसे दया जी जिस तरीके से बात रखते थे और फिर अगर कोई उनको करेक्ट करता था उसको स्वीकार कर लेते थे, तो वो दोनों कैटेगरी उनको राजा भी बनाती है और ऋषि भी बनाती है। तो दिस वॉज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट लेसन फॉर मी, दैट हाउ कैन यू बी बोथ किंग एंड अ ऋषि ऑल टुगेदर। चाहे वो महर्षि गौतम को मिस्टर गौतम कहने वाली बात हो या फिर जो है स्वीकार करने वाली बात हो। तो ये एक बहुत जो है मेरे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट और मोटिवेटिंग फैक्टर रहा। और मैंने एक्ट करने की भी कोशिश की कि कैसे हम दया जी को इम्बॉडीड करके प्रश्न कर सकते हैं हर बात पे। फिर दूसरी बात यही है कि जैसे गांव में 4 सहेलियां हैं, उनकी शादी एक साथ हुई और वापस जब वो आती हैं तो पूछती हैं कि तुम्हारा पति कैसा है, तुम्हारा पति कैसा है। तो 2 व्यक्तियों को मैं देख रहा था, मनीष जी को और अनुभव जी को। तो वो इधर कोने में बैठ के चर्चा कर रहे थे जब यहाँ पे कोई प्रेजेंट कर रहा था कि इसका प्रेजेंटेशन कैसा है और उसका प्रेजेंटेशन कैसा है। तो दिस वॉज रियली मोटिवेटिंग फॉर मी एंड these were some of the experiences and I am continuously working on दया जी। एक मेरा ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट है जिसको मैं, अगर कोई आप लोग करना चाहे तो, दया जी ने पीएचडी मेटा फिलॉसफी पे किया था। और जब मैं 2018 में पीएचडी शुरू किया तो पहली रिसर्च की पुस्तक मैंने मेटा फिलॉसफी जो उनकी है पीएचडी वही ली थी, बट मुझे कुछ उसमें समझ में आया नहीं था। नेचर ऑफ फिलॉसफी, बट हाँ, तो मैं उसको ले रहा था। नेचर ऑफ फिलॉसफी लिया था बट मुझे कुछ उसमें समझ में आया नहीं। तो मेरा ये एक है कि शुरू तो दया जी ने नेचर ऑफ फिलॉसफी से किया था, तो अगर जो कोई उनके करीबी हो तो उनका लास्ट प्रोजेक्ट अगर नेचर ऑफ फिलॉसफी पे होता, तो जहाँ से वो शुरू किए थे अगर उसी पे वो ख़त्म करते तो हमको समझ में आ जाता कि उनका ओवरऑल नेचर ऑफ फिलॉसफी का कंसेप्शन क्या था। धन्यवाद।
From those who have joined us online, if you wish to share something, you can unmute yourself and share.
Mr. Venkatesh was there before me, so please allow him first. He raised his hand before me.
Venkatesh sir, you can unmute yourself and share.
You need to unmute yourself.
Sir, you can speak first and then later
Okay.
if, yes, okay.
Okay. So I first apologize that I could not attend enough. So I'm probably not in a position to comment too much. But I just want to pick up on one point Yogesh Gupta ji she just made, which I think is a very crucial point. That I think the last seminar I attended was on the Jaipur school, and I am probably one of the very few who has, seen, you know, all of P.T. Raju, Dayaji, Pahi, and Bhatnagar Sahib. Now, and Jaipur is my hometown, so that and I'm born in Jodhpur, where the department was born, and where P.T. Raju founded the department, and and he was my first mentor. I won't get into that. I've posted it on Facebook and all for obvious reasons. So uh, uh, surprisingly, the only person I haven't interacted with in this group is Dayaji. Okay, though I attended one lecture of his once, and I got that Socratic aura of him. So in that light, I first want to make a small comment on what Mishra's Professor Sachidanand Mishra said about Cartesian. Now, from what I saw of his aura and the Socratic aura, so the Socratic should not be confused with Cartesian doubt. Because, see, if you look at what was Descartes up to, okay, the only reason for their Cartesian doubt was to arrive at infallibility and dogmatism, okay? That did a lot of harm to philosophy rather than, made philosophy, a place of, debate. It took debates away from philosophy to a lot of extent. So I think there's a lot of false advertisement of what that, and I doubt that, Dayaji had, this sense of. So just very quickly, I want to read. I think this would describe Dayaji's doubt much better. Just replace scientists with philosophers, and you'll get the message. The only duty of man who investigates the writings of scientists, if learning the truth is his goal, is to make himself an enemy of all that he reads and attack it from every side. He should also suspect himself as he performs his critical examination of it, so that he may avoid falling into either prejudice or leniency. Now, this is for the Ashaji and Rave and all to tell us whether this captures, Dayaji much more. But does anybody want to take a guess who wrote this? It's not a postmodernist. It is the founder of the scientific method. Everyone acknowledges now is the founder of scientific method. So does that ring a bell? It's Al-Hayatham, born in Basra, Iraq in 10th century. So he is acknowledged, and these are his words, okay, translated into English. So just quickly going back to Yogesh Guptaji's thing, I think you put it very beautifully. The work has to be done, to kind of, there's a continuity as I understood her in the Jaipur school, and we should sustain that, with future conferences, to have, and we've had it in the past. So this is all I want to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I request students to share their experiences, if any student wants to share. In brief, that is to be noted. Podium.
Thank you for giving me space actually. I actually wrote something, but it's brief, so I'll end soon. So I just want to share how I felt. Sitting here listening to you all, I felt something very real. It didn't felt like another seminar, it felt like being a part of a living conversation. Each of you brought a piece of Dayaji alive for me in your own way. When Cincinema sir first told me to read Dayaji, I remember picking up some of his articles. And honestly, I wasn't able to read all of them, but I read a few. And at that time, I was just there trying to understand him in my own way, as you usually do, reading quietly by yourselves. But during these 4 days, when I listened to the way you all engaged with him, especially the criticism part, you gave me a new dimension, a completely different depth to those same articles I had once read. It felt like I was rediscovering him through your eyes. It was like being on your own journey of interrogation and introspection prescribed by Dayaji. Things like this usually don't happen in our life, especially in our 20s. So these days were beautiful. Thank you so much. I'll cherish them forever. And I also want to thank our teachers for all of this, because nothing would have been possible without them. Thank you so much. And I'll be forever grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else from the department wants to share. No, I don't want to. No. Please go.
प्रणाम। मैं संक्षेप में अपनी बात पूरी करूंगा। सर्वप्रथम मैं इस 4 दिवसीय अवसर के लिए सभी को अपना धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। ज़िंदगी के बहुत सारे पहलू हल होते हैं। इन 4 दिवसीयों में बहुत सारे पहलू हल हुए, उनमें से 3 पे मैं बात करूंगा। पहला है तलब, जानने की इच्छा या कुछ सीखने की इच्छा या कर्म करने की इच्छा, वो बहुत पूर्ण हुई। और उसके अलावा उसकी जिज्ञासा उससे ज़्यादा कहीं बढ़ चुकी कि और कुछ करना है। सेकंड, मोहब्बत या इश्क या प्रेम जो कहो, जो अपनापन बढ़ाता है, जो आपसी संबंधों में मधुरता भरता है। 0 नेगेटिविटी, 1 भी % नेगेटिविटी नहीं, इतनी पॉजिटिविटी देखने को मिली और इतना प्रेम जो आपसी संबंधों को और मजबूत किया, बहुत बहुत अच्छा लगा। तीसरा है मार्फत। मार्फत यानी आत्मखोज, स्वयं की आत्मखोज करना। तो शास्त्रीय संगीत और राजस्थान लोकगीत के द्वारा उसकी भी पूर्ति हुई। यहाँ पे शाह हुसैन के बहुत अच्छे बोल है कि फ़कीरा आप पे अल्लाह होए। उसका अनीता जी ने दूसरा स्वरूप प्रस्तुत किया कि सांवरिया घट माए, उसके द्वारा भी मार्फत की पूर्ति हुई। इन तीनों पहलुओं की पूर्ति हुई, इसके लिए धन्यवाद। अंत में सभी को थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you. I am honored to now invite Dr. Anubhav Vashne to address the gathering.
यस्य प्रसादात अहमेव विष्णुः मयि एव सर्वं परिकल्पितं च इत्थं विजानामि सदात्मरूपं तस्याङ्घ्रिपद्मं प्रणतोऽस्मि नित्यम्। When I joined this university almost 12 years back, for the first few years it was a very, I'm sorry to vent out my thoughts, unbearable kind of atmosphere, and I kept on, a verse from Pandit Raj Jagannath kept on reverberating around me. Ai kurangi tapovan vibhramat उपगतासी किरात पुरी में माम यही न पश्यसी दारय मारय ग्रस पीबेति शुकानपि जलपतः। Permit me not to translate this in Hindi. But in a few years, when I got initiated under the long lineage of gurus and guru kalp figures in the department, I remember something Professor Mohanta so beautifully quoted from Kalidas. Kalidas at a place when he is glorifying the importance of Ujjaini, he mentions that some of the punya of the devatas had remained, and so they were reborn in Ujjaini to enjoy again the mortal realm. And in his insightful and philosophical short story, Kauwe or Kalapani, Nirmal Verma depicts a village in Uttarakhand wherein so many blessed or cursed souls are incarnated as Kauwa or crows. They are blessed because it is believed in that village that all these crows, this is their last janma, and after this they will enjoy moksha or mukti. So Pandit Raj faded from my inner recesses, and these episodes from Kalidas and Nirmal Verma are ones which live with me now on. Another anecdote, Karl Marx, and some of us, Professor Mohanta is a wonderful scholar of Karl Marx as well. In his epigram to Hegel, he remorses the fact, quite in an Oedipal manner, that he is born in an age wherein eminent philosophers, he doesn't take all these names, but this is what he means. Eminent philosophers like Hegel and Immanuel Kant, they have just left the philosophical theater of Germany. So hardly anything is left for them to say, anything is left for him to reflect upon. Similar is the emotion of Jibanananda Das about Rabindranath. When me and my colleague, Dr. Manish, and others in the department, we are reminded of the fact that such luminaries as Professor Daya Krishna, and before him Professor P.T. Raju, and after him Professor Vishambhar Pahi, my Param Guru figure, Yashadeva Shalya, Govinda Chandra Pandey, Mukunda Latha, Rajendra Swarup Bhatnagar, and Professor K.L. Sharma ji, who is in our midst, blessing us throughout these 4 days of academic exercise, we feel the pressure of a tremendous academic debt or Guru Rin or Rishi Rin, which seems to be quite indispensable. And the seminar, as most of you are aware, is a very humble attempt from our side to discharge what cannot be discharged, our Rishi Rin. Professor Ghosh has mellifluously depicted so many insightful episodes from the classical philosophy that it will be just a repetition, or rather I'll be murdering all the beauty of rishis like Professor Ghosh if I am to speak longer. But at a Kalidas again, at a place on the relationship between Guru and Shishya, or a senior scholar and a lower scholar, he has this to say, that yad yad prayoga vishaye bhavikam upadishyati tasyaiha tattad vishesha karanatha pratyupadishyati va mama balaha. कि मेरी जो विद्यार्थी है, मेरी जो बाला है, वो बहुत ही मेधाविनी है. मैं जो भी उसको पढ़ाता हूँ वह उसमें कुछ विशेष करण कर, उसमें कुछ जोड़ करके प्रत्युपदेश करती है, मुझे फिर से पढ़ाती है. ये जो प्रत्युपदेश की धारणा है या सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशनशिप है शिक्षक और शिक्षार्थी गुरु और शिष्य के बीच में यह संबंध आचार्य परंपरा पर भी लागू होती है। जब एक सीनियर स्कॉलर और जूनियर स्कॉलर, एक बड़े आचार्य और हम जैसे अंतेवासियों के मध्य भी इस प्रकार का संबंध होना चाहिए, नहीं है वह एक अलग विषय है। तो एक प्रकार के प्रत्युपदेश का संकल्प लेकर इस छोटे से प्रयास को हम लोगों ने संकल्पित किया था, और इसमें हम कितने सफल हुए ये आप सबके लिए, मतलब ये इस पर आप लोग निर्णय करेंगे। निश्चित तौर पर वे जो 12 लेख हम लोग ने चयनित किए थे, या हिंदी का ग्रंथ जिसका हम लोग ने चयन किया था रीडिंग लिस्ट के तौर पर, उनमें से बहुत सारे अनछुए रह गए, लेकिन फिर विटगेंस्टाइन से एक सांत्वना मिलती है जो आप लोगों के समक्ष दीवार पर लिखी हुई है कि दिस इज़ हाउ फिलोसोफर्स शुड सैल्यूट ईच अदर, टेक योर टाइम। एंड अ वेरी मूविंग शेर फ्रॉम दया जी which we were blessed with by Madam Shail Mayaram in her foreword to the beautiful book which she edited on Daya ji and Ramu Gandhi कि फ़लसफ़े में उम्र गुज़री पर मिला कुछ भी नहीं, फिर भी जाने बात क्या तबीयत अभी हटती नहीं। So philosophizing or a philosophical inquiry, it is not just a means to attain something, but perhaps an end in itself as well. This remark of Dayaji in some way resonates so much with a line from the Tractatus, somewhere in the 6.5s or something, that when all the possible questions of life have been addressed or solved, I'm sorry, when all the possible questions, when all the possible scientific questions have been addressed, we find that the real problems of life have remained completely untouched. But that is not something for us to lament, because two of my guru figures and Asha ma'am from Shanti Niketan, and this is also something which was very favorite to Professor Pahi, जीवने जोतो पूजा होलो ना शारा, जानी है जानी ताओ होई नि हारा. So we hope that we will continue our dialogue with Dayaji and other philosophers who made Jaipur their tapasthali. Ambika Datta ji, the mellifluous speaker that he is, in one of his talks delivered in this department a few months back, he drew a beautiful analogy between Jaipur, the city of gems and jewelries, and the philosophy department at Rajasthan University. And the analogy which he drew was that Jaipur केवल हीरे और रत्नों को तराशने का शहर नहीं है या था, यहाँ पर विचारकों और कलाकारों और मनुष्यों को भी तराशा जाता था, और उसे हम इस विभाग में इसका साक्षी हमारा विभाग है। मेरे साथ भी आप देख सकते हैं कि पंडित राज की उक्ति से मैं कालिदास की ओर कैसे संचरित हो गया। यह वर्ष, जैसा कि आप लोग जानते हैं, 2-3 और महत्वपूर्ण संयोग इस वर्ष और आने वाले 2-3 वर्षों में है, और इसलिए हम लोगों का दायित्व तो बहुत ज़्यादा है कि ये दया जी का शताब्दी वर्ष और इस विभाग का 75वां वर्ष होने के साथ साथ इंडियन फिलोसॉफिकल कांग्रेस का भी, सर इट इज़ द 100th ईयर ऑफ आईपीसी, इंडियन फिलोसॉफिकल कांग्रेस का भी शताब्दी वर्ष है। और ठीक 2 वर्ष बाद एक अन्य महान दार्शनिक जयपुर के श्री यशदेव शल्य, उनका भी शताब्दी वर्ष हम लोग इस विभाग में अनुष्ठित करने का हम लोगों का संकल्प है। तो मैं आप सबको पुनः निमंत्रित करता हूं कि हमारी जो आचार्य परंपरा है, उन्होंने जो तप इस तपोभूमि में किया है, हम लोग उसे फिर से उस पर दृष्टिपात करें और उनकी परंपरा को आगे बढ़ाएं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Now, to formally close the proceedings, I invite Dr. Manish Sensanwar, Organizing Secretary, to deliver the vote of thanks.
मुझे एक तो ये आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि इन जनरल जितने सेमिनार्स कभी कभी मैं जो अटेंड किए हैं उसमें इतनी लेट तक भी आप लोग ऐसे बैठे हैं कि मतलब मैं थोड़ा इसको मैं ले रहा हूँ कि मैं इस वजह से थोड़ा 1-2 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा लूँगा कि आप लोग सुनना चाह रहे हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है। मे भी मैं कुछ लोगों के लिए, सबके लिए ना हो ये बात सच, पर कुछ के लिए हो सकती है। वोट ऑफ थैंक्स फॉर्मल सेमिनार के अंत में होता है, पर ये दया जी की सेमिनार है, इसलिए मैं दया जी के इंस्पिरेशन से ही कुछ कहने की लिबर्टी और साहस ले रहा हूँ। वोट ऑफ थैंक्स क्यों होता है? अगर हम में से सभी लोग अपने मन से, बहुत मन से यहाँ हैं, किसको थैंक यू कहूँ, किसे कहूँ धन्यवाद? बाहर से जो लोग आए हैं वो लोग हैं जो दया जी को बहुत प्रेम करते थे और बहुत पढ़ा है, जिन्होंने दया जी के ही स्कॉलर आए हैं ज़्यादातर यहाँ देश भर से, जिनको प्रेम है उनसे और उनके लेखन से, सालों से जो पढ़ रहे हैं, सुनते ही तैयार हुए और खुशी खुशी यहाँ आए हैं। वो बच्चे जो डिपार्टमेंट के हैं, वो हम सब लोग जो इस डिपार्टमेंट का हिस्सा हैं, जो बहुत खुश हैं आयोजन करके। धन्यवाद किसको कहना है? हम सिर्फ बधाई दें एक दूसरे को इस सफल आयोजन की। फिर भी थोड़ा तो कहना पड़ेगा, इसलिए कुछ कुछ मैं कहता हूँ, जिनको मतलब ये इतना ही है कि क्योंकि ऐसा लगता था कि अब सबसे पहले थैंक यू किसे कहें, तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि इस आयोजन के पीछे कौन है जिसकी वजह से हम सब इकट्ठा हुए हैं। दया जी हैं बस सबसे बड़े, जिनको याद करना इस 100वें उनके जन्म वर्ष में याद करना सेमिनार से होता है, ये बात सच है। मैंने उनको क्लास में नहीं पढ़ा है, लेकिन उनके सेमिनार्स अटेंड किए हैं। कुछ कुछ बात यहाँ आई थी ऐसी, उनकी सेमिनार्स में आपको वो फील आता था जो प्लेटो अरस्तु कहते थे कि इससे बड़ा कोई खुशी नहीं है, सबसे बड़ी ब्लेसिंग्स और खुशी इसी ज्ञान में है। वो उनके प्रेजेंस से और उनकी कुछ बातों से वहीं हो जाता था, ऐसा लगता था अब लिबरेट हो गए, मुक्त हो गए और कुछ नहीं चाहिए, ऐसा फील आता था उनके प्रेजेंस में। हम ये सेमिनार्स करते रहेंगे, फिर करते रहेंगे, आईपीसी वाला भी कर लेंगे, पर मुझे लगता है कि वो इस विभाग में जो हम उनके साथ वाले टीचर्स जो क्लोजली एसोसिएट रहे हैं, उनसे जो जाना है हमने, उस दिशा में कितना बढ़ पाएंगे, ये बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है। बहुत बड़ी चुनौती इसलिए कह रहा हूँ, बात सिर्फ टीचिंग की नहीं है, पूरे समाज में ही लोग काम नहीं कर रहे हैं ठीक से। तो हम लोग भी, मैं खुद को देखता हूँ, तो जब यहाँ जॉब एंटर किए थे और आज साल दर साल पढ़ाई कम हो रही है। फिर दया जी को याद करते हैं तो लगता है नहीं, बात नहीं बनेगी, कुछ तो करें उस दिशा में, कुछ तो बढ़े। तो मैं अनुभव सर के साथ, मेरे स्टूडेंट्स के साथ, सबके साथ मिलके ये कोशिश करेंगे कि वो चीज़ जितनी भी हो सके पर उस दिशा में शुरू करें। हम डे टू डे बेसिस पे शुरू करें, हर वीकली मोड पे शुरू करें। ये बच्चे जो बैठे हैं, ये मतलब ऐसे तो फिलॉसफी में कम ही बच्चे आते हैं, पर ये जो सेशन इस बार आया है बैच, इससे पहले वाला बैच भी, पता नहीं, अनुभव सर के लिए कहना चाहूँ, ये कुछ बदलाव तो आया है। मैं कहने की बात नहीं है, आप सब देख रहे होंगे, उसको वर्ड्स में कहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, पर अच्छी बात है कि बच्चे भी रिस्पॉन्ड कर रहे हैं। बच्चे ऐसे आए हैं कि वो हम जो चाह रहे हैं उससे बढ़कर दे रहे हैं। मैं नहीं सोच सकता था कि इस 4 दिन के सेमिनार में इतनी शिद्दत और मोहब्बत से बच्चे हमारे साथ रहेंगे, मैंने नहीं सोचा था। बहुत सारा धन्यवाद इन बच्चों को। दया जी के साथ कई बार मुझे लगता है कि दया जी, मतलब उस वक्त भी बहुत लोग थे, पर कई बार वो पूरी सेमिनार में ये बात आई कि उन्होंने ये सवाल अच्छा नहीं था, वो सवाल बेकार था, उनका ये इसमें दम नहीं था, उस आर्टिकल में उतना दम नहीं था, ये बातें हैं। और क्रिटिसिज्म को दया जी पसंद नहीं करेंगे तो कौन करेंगे, वो तो थे ही। उनका क्रिटिसिज्म करो, उससे क्या दिक्कत है, उनको खुल के करो। हमने बस ये सोचा इनॉग्रल में ना करें, बाकी पूरे 4 दिन करो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। इनॉग्रल में थोड़ा थोड़ा। और अम्बिका दत्त जी ने बहुत ठीक सी बात कही उनको लेके। लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि चाहे उनकी बहुत सी राइटिंग्स में आप वो कमी ढूंढ सकते हैं फिलोसॉफिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, मेथोडोलॉजिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, लेकिन जो काम फिलोसफी को करना चाहिए, फिलोसफी जो होती है, सदियों में पैदा होते हैं ऐसे लोग, और उनमें से खुशकिस्मती से एक व्यक्ति हमारे देश में पैदा हुए और इस डिपार्टमेंट में हुए। फिलोसोफाइजिंग करना, सोचना सोचना और सोचना, चाहे वो सवाल अच्छे नहीं हैं, कमज़ोर हैं, लेकिन फिर भी हम सबको प्रोवोक करते हैं सोचते रहने के लिए। इसलिए मुझे ये भी लगा कि मैं उनको भी थैंक्स कहूँ दया जी के साथ, जिन्होंने दया जी को दया जी बनाया। मे भी वो बर्टन रसेल हो सकते हैं, मे भी वो विटगेनस्टाइन हो सकते हैं, मे भी वो यहाँ के कुछ पंडित थिंकर्स हो सकते हैं, जिनसे बातचीत करके, जिनसे डिस्कशन करके भी दया जी बने, मुझे ऐसा भी लगता है। चाहे वो उन्मीलन की गोष्ठियाँ हों, चाहे मुकुंद जी हों या शल्य जी हों, उनसे बात करके भी वो अपने आप को एनरिच कर रहे थे। और अच्छी बात ये थी कि आप खुद करते हैं तो बहुत से लोग और पूरा माहौल वैसा हो जाता है। इस लिहाज से मैं इस पूरे 4 दिन में उनको याद कर रहा था और ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये चलता रहे। बहुत सारे नाम हैं इसमें, जो लोग बाहर से आए, मैं सभी को एक साथ कह देता हूँ। जो भी बाहर से आए मैं जल्दी से कह देता हूँ। अंबिका दत्त शर्मा जी, पनीर सेल्वम जी, दिलीप जी, रघुनाथ घोष जी, प्रेमवदा सरकार मैम, जटाशंकर जी, राकेश चंद्रा जी, आलोक टंडन जी, रेखा यादव मैम, शिवानी शर्मा मैम, प्रशांत शुक्ला जी, राजन जी, शिवेंद्र विक्रम जी, मिश्रा जी, आयुष श्रीवास्तव जी, डिपार्टमेंट फैमिली के कुछ लोग, क्योंकि ये होस्ट हैं ऐसा लगा मुझे तो ये नाम मैंने बाद में लिख लिए। केएल सर, योगेश गुप्ता मैम, कमल नयन जी, राकेश छाबड़ा जी, राजकुमार जी, राजकुमारी जैन मैम, आनंदो जी। एक सॉरी मैं मन से ही कह रहा हूँ, वो बात जो हमने कही और जो इस पूरे सेमिनार का एक बात रह गई, अटक गई, एक छोटी सी सॉरी आनंदो जी को मन से ही एक्सप्रेस कर रहा हूँ। जो बात कही उस कंटेंट में तो ऐसा लगता है हम ठीक थे, एक्सप्रेशन थोड़ा और सॉफ्ट हो सकता था, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। वो नाराज़ हुए तो जो उनको जानते हैं वो हमारी तरफ से सॉरी कहें और अगली सेमिनार में आमंत्रित करें उनको, ये भी मैं कहना चाहता हूँ यहाँ से। HOD अनुभव सर परिवार का ही हिस्सा हैं, पर मेरे बहुत करीबी हैं दिल के, और हम दोनों मिलके और भी सब साथी मिलके कुछ करना चाह रहे हैं, और वो दिख रहा है तो मैं अपनी तारीफ़ क्या करें, उनकी तारीफ़ मेरी अपनी तारीफ़, इसलिए छोड़ देता हूँ। बहुत सारी एक ही खुद की तारीफ़ क्या करनी है, इसलिए। और स्पेशल थैंक्स टू शैल मायाराम जी। आज अरविंद सर भी आए थे, अभी चले गए हैं, शायद थोड़ी देर पहले यहीं थे। फैमिली का भी कुछ होता है, मैम बैठे होते हैं, मैम के दिखते ही दया जी याद अलग तरह से भी आते हैं। और सच्चिदानंद जी हैं अभी, बहुत थैंक यू सच्चिदानंद सर। मुझे लग रहा था मुझे ICPR को ही कहना था अब नेक्स्ट थैंक्स, क्योंकि फिर भी लगा फिर ICPR ऑब्वियसली मतलब पैसे के बिना कुछ होता नहीं है, पर पैसे से ज़्यादा सच्चिदानंद जी जिस शिद्दत से इस विभाग को और यहाँ के लोगों को जो प्रेम करते हैं, जो जुड़ाव है उनका, उसके लिए उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ऑनलाइन जो टीचर्स हमसे जुड़े, जेटली सर, वेंकटेश सर, और एक नाम मैं भूल रहा हूँ, अनिल के तिवारी सर, कमलेश दास सर और श्रीकला नायर मैम। और इनको ये बात याद आते हैं, मुझे ये भी लगता है कि एक थैंक यू हम उन साइंटिस्ट को भी कह दें क्या, जो नहीं होते तो ये ऑनलाइन नहीं होता। उनको भी धन्यवाद, क्योंकि सच्चिदानंद जी भी और श्रीकला नायर मैम को आना था, पर वो घर में कोई ट्रेजेडी हुई, नहीं आ पाई। और थैंक्स टू दिस गूगल मीट एंड इंटरनेट की हम वो से जुड़ पाए, और हमें ऐसा लगा कि वो हमारे साथ ही बैठे हैं। मुझे लगता है थैंक यू उनको बनता है। थैंक्स टू मुदिता, डॉक्टर मुदिता, जो 4 दिन से यहाँ हम सब लोगों को आज़ादी थी इधर उधर जाने की, ये कम से कम मूव किया है इन्होंने, और यहीं बैठ के अभी इन्होंने PhD पूरा किया है इंग्लिश लिटरेचर में, और फिलॉसफी में भी इंटरेस्ट है, तो हम इनसे चाह रहे हैं कि अभी फिलॉसफी में भी अब ये PG करके और यहाँ आ जाए हमारे, क्योंकि ये बहुत जुड़े हुए हैं और राजकुमार सर की डॉक्टर हैं। थैंक्स टू टेक्निकल टीम, राकेश जी एंड रवि जी, थैंक्स वेरी मच, बहुत सारा धन्यवाद आपको भी। और जिन्होंने कैमरामैन मनोज जी और इनके विनोद जी साथी, जिन्होंने हमको अच्छा सा खाना खिलाया, उनको भी बहुत सारा धन्यवाद, लाला जी और उनकी टीम। बच्चों के बहुत सारे नाम हैं और सर ने कहा कि बच्चों के नाम ले लेने चाहिए। मुझे लगा नहीं लेने चाहिए, थोड़ा मैं और अनुभव सर इसमें थोड़ा सा डिसएग्री कर रहे थे। उनको ले लेते हैं, अच्छा लगता है बच्चों को नाम लेना। मैं ये लिबर्टी ले रहा हूँ, नाम नहीं ले रहा हूँ, है ना। और कुछ बच्चे काम कम करते हैं, कुछ ज़्यादा करते हैं, पर सभी ने बहुत काम किया। जो कम करेंगे उनको ज़्यादा कैसे करें वो सोचेंगे हम अगली बार। लास्टली, थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Ladies and gentlemen, with the vote of thanks, we bring to a close of the National Reading Seminar on Daya Krishna and Living Continuity of Indian Philosophy. Over the past 4 days, we have not remembered Professor Daya Krishna, but also conversed with him through his writings, through debates, through the spirit of questioning that he so passionately nurtured. On the behalf of Department of Philosophy, University of Rajasthan, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, and participants for making this event a meaningful academic deliberation. With that, we officially declare the seminar concluded. Thank you all once again, and namaskar.
नमस्कार, आप सभी को धन्यवाद।